Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are in the main menu instead of the select thing. We are in 1.3. As you can see, that's a rhyme. But something I'm very excited about getting into, and I haven't checked this yet. This is something we haven't taken a look at, is there is a mod for auto expand. And I think there's an updated version of this that's called something else now. But it's like Construction Manager. But apparently there's a new auto expand feature in 1.3. So we're just gonna load up our game and take a look at what's going on. Load up an old game before we get into Italy. Which I know what you're saying, but Generalist, we have to vote to see what we're gonna do in Italy. I understand. We will get into Italy eventually. Still deciding who we want to have as our votes before we get into Italy. I'm thinking Genova, because I haven't played Genova yet. I'm thinking Verona, because Verona got spiced up, but we'll take a closer look at some of these countries. I do want to see what we have cooking. Let's open the building panel. Okay, we do have auto expand. When enabled, the game will construct the next level of this building each month. If it's profitable, fully employed, not lacking goods, the location has building slots amazing. Remaining. Amazing. This is exactly what we wanted. Do they have a menu? No, just regular auto expand. Okay, so the mod is still probably going to be better than vanilla, because the mod allows you to set up, hey, expand all market, or expand all granaries. I don't think I see a mass expand. Ah, there is a mass expand. Turn it on for all buildings. Okay. And they also do have build one level of marketplaces everywhere, or sorry, market villages everywhere, this type of thing. So there's still going to be use for the mod. But this is huge. For those of you who play vanilla and don't play with the mod. Amazing. Spectacular. I just had to check it. Look at Padua. Yeah, let's take a look at a new game. 0.005 dev a month. What? RGO cost is doubled? I mean, that's one way to try and slow everything down. One of the problems is the RGOs have no margin. I don't know if making the upfront cost work. Well, I guess making the upfront cost higher will slow you down, but it just slows down the snowball. But yeah, I mean, RGOs are incredibly efficient. Okay, someone said, check Padua. I do not know where Padua is on the map. I think we eat it too often. Delicious. Maybe we won't have democracy. Maybe we'll just play Padua. You sick? I have allergies. But I could be sick. I just traveled, so it's more likely. Microphone or cold? Are you not feeling well enough to stream? No, we can get the stream done. I think it's allergies. I think it's more likely to be allergies than being sick, because I feel fine. It's just the stuff in here. But that is a vibe. That is insane. Huh. I mean, that doesn't auto-make Padua OP, but this is real strong. And I like me some dev. Now, Verona has always had really good advances. It doesn't look like they got more. I think they also made art matter. I don't think there was a public changelog, was there? Third Lombard tech? Padua plus switching to dev growth gives 0.01. Wait. Did they just turbo give Italy a whole bunch of dev? Milan also gets 0.05 dev? We're looking at Lombard. Okay. Sick from the 1.3 gigapox. Have you taken antihistamines? I have not. Dead bonus gets doubled. This is one of the strongest bonuses in the game. Is it? Like... who has another one? Do they just double it? Do they like 5x it across the board? Or is this just an Italy thing? Who's it? Luxembourg gets one? No. It's Hannibal, right? There we go. By the way, drinking orange dreamsicle, right? For the people who ask. Yeah, the Italian bonuses they added are too bricked up. Alright, let's take a look through them. Well, I think, just the opening kind of salvo, 10% discipline's pretty good. In regards to discussion is, this is an open beta. So this is all subject to change. But, making one of the best techs a country can get, and just giving 5x it, seems a little overtuned. Although, to be fair, we're curious about playing with it, so we're gonna play with it, and so it's gonna increase the fun, maybe, for not our enemies. But, building construction efficiency. Oh, they got rid of building discount. But not, discount on city rights and founding town costs. You can't stack 100 of this anyways, so... Or you might be able to if you're Hellenism. Actually. Okay, so currently, though, it looks like we're Padua going Lombard. Right? This is what we figure is the very strongest thing we could do. Okay, for a second I thought that was flat control. Hormuz has the same, only 0.001. I'm in SoCal as well. Allergies killing me today. Okay, that's... Well, it's good to know from my perspective because it's less likely that I'm sick. But it's bad to know from your perspective because yeah. Who would you start the game with if you wanted to play a Netherlands game? Well, if you want Dev, Hanuit. If you want kind of the most straightforward and easy version possible, probably Flanders. Flanders is also really strong in their own right. Flemish Cloth is kind of an insane bonus. Like, Cloth, if you're gonna have a really big bonus on one industry, Cloth might actually be the best industry to have. And they get 33%. Sorry, I apologize. You weren't asking me, you were asking chat. I'll keep my mouth shut. But it looks like everyone has advances now, which is sweet. Some of these advances... Oh, I could hear... I think out of a lot of the content creators, I generally call for nerfs more than others in terms of, like, content being overtuned. And I can feel them getting angry at me because I'm gonna make a post. I'm gonna be like, you know, maybe as a region you want Italy to have stronger dev bonuses, but they start off with higher dev, and this is just kind of out of line with other things. Okay, not everyone got stuff. That's not bad. Production efficiency in Age 1 is actually pretty strong. Production efficiency is stronger earlier in the game. And so... And just getting 2.5% is sweet. Italy gets 5%. Hey, Dairuka, how's it going? Can you explain the new trade system? New for 1.3? No, because we haven't gotten in the game yet. New for 1.2 is that they changed the way you calculate distance and now it cares about maritime presence. I don't know full front and back exactly how that works. But it does make it so that trade is not very good over the seas until you have maritime presence. Which I think is a good thing. That's pretty good. Florence we expect to just kind of general be good. They have one of the better advances. Or I think this used to give more. But they also get the fine cloth at the very start. Definitely a strong choice. I mean, I think we're just going feral for Padua and trying to make that work. They start off the game currently occupied and at war. Definitely not looking easy. I think a lot of this is just a lot of the additional advances is on countries that just didn't have any advances by the looks of it. Decentralization got better, even better also. Pastures said they nerfed England, giving you free money from French vassals. Small Flanders nerf. I ran a sim until 1620 this patch. Seems like some nations pulled way ahead economically. Nerfs are okay, over nerfs are not. Well... Is this just the biggest prosperity buff in the tech of the game? I mean, it's age 6, so it's whatever at this point, but... It probably doesn't even matter. Prosperity does give you dev and pop growth, but, like, getting dev and pop growth in age 6 is... not going to be particularly useful. Did Sicily have stuff before? It's kind of nice as an age 1 tech. Sardinia? Hello there. Okay, so we're thinking we try and make Padua work because they just have the Turbo Insane bonus. Imagine if it came before the 6th age. Yeah, it'd be insane. Imagine if you got 0.005 dev at age 1. I don't know. Maybe people in general just, like, want stronger stuff. But then, like, it's inconsistent, because they're trying to slow down the player and such. Sorry, everyone. The effect stockpiles have on supply right now is bugged. Sicily did have content before. You skipped over the Tuscany formable. Did that get more stuff? We also know, you know what? We could maybe play as a bank to open up the stream and take a look at some of the bank content. Wait, why does Padua get 0.005 dev? What the hell? Yeah, that's kind of... yay! Woo! that is a lot of dev. I don't know, maybe there should be someone who gets the secret huge dev sauce but starts out as an OPM. Maybe that's what people want. I mean, that's probably what we end up playing, and it's gonna be way weird. It's not even like in a late age, it's just like age 1.005 dev. Harder start, better content. Yeah, I mean, Vic 3 does this thing where they don't give anyone any national bonuses unless they suck as a start. Like, really, really hard. It feels so strange, Paradox, using these simplistic EU4 style ideas instead of playing into the new EU5 system to distinguish nations. Yeah, I mean, it feels like... Yeah, this is not like a systems approach. This is like a modifier approach. Yeah. One would assume they meant 0.0005. Yeah, especially because that's not the only thing this gives you. They forgot a 0. Sounds horrible, bank's still boring. What advances are tied behind cultures? We haven't even been checking cultures. But we were planning on going Lombard culture. Because Lombard has this. Any plans to continue the Byzantium run? Probably not at this point. We could load in 1.3, but then it'll be like... People will want new runs on the patch, you know? Oh no, did they break... Oh no, did they break the... Hopefully they didn't break the tooltips. But I'm thinking we're just gonna start as Padua because we're gonna do the experiment. It feels like we're playing with Frankenstein's monster. With normally you have to go through forming 5 different countries for stuff like that. Which, to be fair, I kind of think you shouldn't be able to do, but... Yeah, none of the cultures look same except for Lombard. Lombard's probably the best culture in the game now. But yeah, maybe this is just a case of we put the decimal in the wrong spot. Trade efficiency through own land is good too. Just, and we get cloth output at the age 6. Fantastic. Okay. New urban rights, too. Burger trade capacity is, like, actively bad, so I don't think you'd ever get this out. I guess we didn't check Frulian. Mine's food decay, a little bit interesting. It ends up not being a lot. Sardinia gets monthly prosperity 0.5. Yes, but it is you can unify culture, so it doesn't matter that much. The Sardinian 0.5 prosperity is at age 6. So every Italian culture is equally good because you press the unify culture group and get 80 advances. That is a vibe. In my last run on 1.2.5 Venice, they have 85 dev by 1540. They have too much unique buildings, so it literally gives 0.2025 dev a month. Yeah, they get to go really hard in the paint. This is something I left feedback on. I was like, hey, you know, Venice maybe has an issue where they don't get access to the road bonus, 25%. And I left feedback on this really early because I was like, maybe they won't get enough dev. And then I got the unique building that gives you like 0.001 dev or something. I was like, just kidding, never mind, didn't mean it. we're okay, we're chilling. Why is burger trade capacity actively bad? I think that it just deletes money. Unfortunately, burger trades are also hyper opaque in terms of their effects, unless this has been updated. But I don't think they actually send money to these burgers. And so what you have is a bunch of trades, and every time before a trade is made, you have an opportunity to make a profitable trade, right? And once the trade is done, you lose that opportunity. And it squeezes prices because it squeezes prices in a particular direction. If we have cheap iron in our nation, we can export, or in our market, we can export that iron, right? But once that iron's been exported, we can't export it again because the prices have already shifted. The burger trades consume these opportunities, and I don't think they actually give the estates money. Ooh, little UI update here. Very nice. We have credit. Issue government bond. Requires the banking advance. Oh, will bonds be OP? You still have to research them all? Yeah, but getting a bunch of really good text is, like, good value. You can see it in the values tab. What's, this UI looks cleaner. But you can see the government reform in the values tab. Where can you see it? I know they have a really OP one. The city one. I don't see it in the tab though. Could we conform Sardinia and become Lombard for max prosperity bonuses? Check automation, there's a lot more possibilities. Credit management. Game will automatically construct the next level of any building you have marked for auto expansion. I assume that turns on when we add that auto expand RGO. Destroy state building. I know that diplomacy interactions one should be interesting. And we could probably set this up where we say, hey, just leave us with like a certain amount of capacity always, right? It's probably going to be something worth doing. This tab also looks better. It says at the bottom of the tooltip. Says at the bottom about values. We just don't have eyes. I hate it when that happens. I don't see it. Left click the icon. Oh, this is neat. Okay. So we can get... Oh, there's more government reforms. Alright, let's take a look through some of these. This doesn't seem very good. Although, if you have a lot of privileges you want to revoke, there's, like, a niche use for it, perhaps. Barony rule, possible nobles in rural locations, max rural... Ugh, if urbanizing everything wasn't so good. And also, is this a flat modifier or a scaling modifier? Is another question. Do we get 20% of the aristocrat juice? Okay, provincial tax system age 4. Max tax on everyone is real good, especially if you're like playing like a dhimmi nation. I don't know why I didn't just say Muslim nation and instead said dhimmi nation, but assimilation speed, and that's a lot of tolerance. I think traditionalism has like classically been seen as unplayable. I think you can see it by if you choose one. Have you had an antihistamine yet? No, I've not. I do have a filter though, or an air filter in my room, and I don't sleep with it on because it has lights. Just turned it on now. Okay. Max literacy nobles, not very useful. Research progress, visionary thinkers. Okay. Go back to decentralized. Alright, what are we looking at? They give privilege to the tribe estate that gives 5 control at all rural locations. Didn't they have one before and then they like took it back? Is tolerance good in this game? Yes. Do you convert faster with intolerance? I'm not 100% sure, but I cannot remember a mechanic that does that, but tolerance increases satisfaction. Ah! This gives you a fortress. Oh, you must be saying... Okay, is that what you're saying? Provincial Chancery. I think this is an okay-ish building. This gives us cat action. A state satisfaction recovery is a vibe. We do like that. Okay. Urban right. Max RGO size plus 50%. Wowa weewa. And local food production 20%. That seems good. Traditionalist, I know, was like on the chopping block as something that was seen as unviable. This update seems like it could be very sick. I think there's a lot of moving parts here. 50% RGO is... You say Traditionalist has 50% RGO too? Okay. Gets the gymnasium. Max literacy and research progress. Is this capital only? Okay. 50% That's real good. This is only applying to one province, so this is not turbo insane. You know what? What if we played in Italy? Or everyone's going to be playing in Italy. Does anyone want to play in, like, India? And see if there's any... No, we should probably just play in Italy. They put in some new text for balance. I don't know if balance is what they had in mind with some of these texts. But they did put in new texts. What, +1 for India? Because, boy oh boy do I want to slap this down on a place where we have 18 provinces. Or 18 locations per province. And then with the extra cab efficiencies, like +20 control and +10% state satisfaction is like, oh, this is the best cabinet action ever. Great Yuan. Does Trieste have anything? Or is Trieste triste? Someone's finally asking the real questions. Where is Trieste? Is Trieste triste? Nope. Trieste is triste. Sorry. You can stat the cab action with normal increased province control, but I don't think you would. I think you just use it on 2 different provinces and just laugh your way to the bank if you were playing Vigianica. You interested in CK3? I would, on a pure for fun basis, I would play way more CK3 than I do currently. Currently, I stick to kind of 1 or 2 games because I think it's, Oh, this also gives the cabinet action. Wait a second. Oh, this requires both. Got it. And then we have barony rule. I think we already saw this. I mean, it's good. Let's see if Plutocracy got anything. Let's see Paul Allen's Plutocracy. Plutocratic Monarchy, we've seen this before. Rural Oligarchy. Burgers in rural locations. If urbanizing everything wasn't so good, this would actually be neat. This makes it so you don't have to build those silly market villages everywhere. They changed Biz's borders, by the way. Did they make Biz stronger? Looks like they gave him more territory at game start. Okay. I mean, the territory isn't what was insane for them, so... Grants access to commoner council rights. Oh, that is good. That is real good. This is not as good, though, I don't think. Actually, with the way they changed the stack weight mechanics, I'm not entirely sure morale is not just insane. And then they have Enlightened Council. A lot of new rights. Trieste means sad in Dutch, and it's sad that Trieste doesn't get any special. Yeah, Triste is sad in Spanish. Is definitely the joke I was making there. Have you seen the new reform selection UI? No, but we're looking through the values right now. Do you generally like changes in 1.3? I haven't seen enough of it. I think we see some things that are overtuned, but it's also an open beta, so like they have thrown a bunch of, like, nothing's been balanced yet, and so we have yet to see. Max RGO size 20% everywhere. Pop capacity plus 15% gets access to the greenhouse building. Pump the phone. Hold the brakes. What's the requirement for this? You get an additional granary. Oh, okay. Well, actually, you know, max RGO size is gonna get diluted, but pop capacity is pretty nice. The thing is if there's a bunch of good stuff, then none of the good stuff is OP. They added a full screen mode in the selection. Yesterday I saw that fiefdoms auto have culture with fiefdoms auto have your culture, which is cool, I guess. That seems the hand giveth and then it, or the hand taketh away and then it giveth back, I guess. Yeah, universal serfdom, stand aside. There's other stuff that's better now. Alright, enlightened leadership. Alright, guaranteed. Okay. We have to keep an eye out for this. Provincial Chancery. Okay. Quality. Commoners allowed to build roads. Do like that. I don't think it's worth a gov reform slot, but that's kind of sick. Land is going to make you happy? We haven't gotten there yet. $20% RGO age 1 is still insane. Yeah, but it's not RGO output, it's like RGO max size, right? Am I... Yeah, it's max RGO size. RGO output would be turbo insane. Alright, quantity. Oh, we do have to go quantity for planned storage system. Getting 50 quantity in our first stage is hard as hell. Or early on. Okay. Horse artillery core. Don't look too crazy. Defense. If they didn't change the discounts on some of these fortification buildings, then they're just like free stimmy. And this doesn't take tar. We're into stuff that doesn't take tar. We are into the not taking tar. Alright, someone wanted us to check this. If we go land, we could do this, but as Padua, I think it probably doesn't make sense. Modernization of urban rights, tax efficiency, max... I mean, naval's really, really good. I clutched my head at the max urban control. I'm like allergic to flat control modifiers. I think that I don't like seeing them just in general. Lombard gets 5x normal dev size bonus. Hey, I've got some news for you, my guy. Check the bonuses of the country of Padua. Check the settings icon in the top left corner. Settings icon. Automation settings? That's neat. Is that what you were referring me to? I mean, so here's the thing. Now, I mean, like, these two are good enough for you to say, and the changes to the fact that this trade sea efficiency is less apocalyptic, although it's really bad. than the, I mean, it's real bad. But you're getting 2 less governors, but you're getting this and this. God. You're gonna have so many things at 100 control, man. Disgusting. Alright, let's see what naval gets. Yeah, naval just gets more governors. I guess that's... I mean, it seems like that's the way they want to do it. Naval's just better for playing wider. I mean, extra governors is really good, and trading by ocean is just way better, and you get way more trade if you go naval. Remove CB? What do you mean? Just looking to see if there's any other... And this gives a new unique building things. Annual CB and defensive? A null CB, that's... that's sick. CB? Smell you later. The flag control is worth losing the governors. Land is tall, sea is wide. Yeah. I mean, as Padua, we're gonna get so much dev bonus anyways that we don't give a shit about this, but... Well, it's not that we don't give a shit, it's just that we don't give a shit, so... Still, that's so good. Prosperity, that's real nice too. Did they buff that? No. This also requires you to go individualism. I didn't even notice that because my brain's not turned on. Padua gets its start from the seam. There's a changelog on seam. It's very long. We might not read through it then. Land is better, although we could... We could. Speed of annexation. Huh. Is this the multiplicative modifier or the additive modifier? Don't they have the same name? I'm pretty sure those modifiers have the same name. Maybe they made it so they don't have the same name, but it's... mildly... Alright. We have to start there. Now, our problem might be that we just get annexed at the outset here. When is this live? It's live now, brother. Oh, when is this patch live? I think they said about a month, but right now it's open beta. When we have too much money and hit the build cap and high control, Should we even keep building buildings in low control, even though it's hurting our tax base and increasing building maintenance? The answer is it's complicated because it increases the demand for goods. In low control places, in theory, maybe you should end up building in places where you have low market access intentionally. They cut profit on buildings even more than Johan's Tinto talk last week. We can load a game and take a look. What CV is this war using? Show superiority. We can't negotiate peace in it, though. I don't think, unless we could make ourselves disloyal. Which I don't think we can. Maybe we can. Have we checked the new bureaucracy for yuan? I've not. Had a profit target starting at 20%. The patch notes. The patch notes say 10% with 5% increase per tier. That's interesting because the higher tier buildings didn't really have a bigger margin. They just have a bigger, or they didn't have a bigger efficiency. They just have a bigger margin, and prod efficiency carries them. The thing is like, it actually, your base efficiency matters a whole lot less when you get a shit ton of prod efficiency, right? If that makes sense. And, here we have negative prod efficiency. But what matters is like the base margin. Or just the base values on the thing. You could have zero margin buildings be wildly profitable because prod efficiency is so easy to get. We could maybe load another game and take a look at the economy. Still need to get occupied. Oh my god, I didn't mean to click this. That's based on base values. I seem to recall them rebalance all of them to match the targets. Yeah, the base value is honestly not that important. The base margin's actually more important than the base, like, efficiency, probably. Prod efficiency is so, common. But we want to take a look at a run that's gotten some decent, traction, not just like a game start, because I think that they are making game start like a lot slower. Gated production buildings levels by market access. Well, the trade ones are gonna be what you want, but that's, I'm gonna write that down. Fishing villages got buffed. But let's load our old save and take a look at a thing. Increase building upkeep costs too, scaling over time. Should we skim the notes on the economy at least? Okay, maybe we take a look. Well, let's do a quick poll. Sorry, Twitch. YouTube's gonna decide your fate today. This is not a big nerf. if they adjusted down the quantity produced, it'd be a much bigger nerf instead of adjusting up the input required. Looks like they adjusted up the inputs required. I voted no, but I don't play this game, so maybe Nick's a vote. Wild behavior. I wanted to click the button. Damn it, I needed to have I wanted to click a button option. Just for that, I went to vote on YouTube. Yeah, I just kind of want a quick vibe of things. But I don't think this is going to slow down the economy in that meaningful a way, because the thing is like, your base margins... When your base margin is 20% and then it gets boosted to 73%, you know, going from having a 30% margin to having a 30% margin that gets boosted to 83% to a 20% margin that gets boosted to 73%, it's not fundamentally slowing you down that much, but reducing the base output from 1 to like 0.8 slows you down in like... Okay, so like the production efficiency is additive with other prod efficiency, right? Or efficiency is effectively additive with other prod efficiency. Okay? And so if you get a lot of prod efficiency, you kind of dilute out the fact that the base efficiency is not that good. But if the base output gets nerfed, that's multiplicatively effective with prod efficiency. So if you actually want to slow it down, you have to attack the output side. Where would you put a third market in France? I would tear my hair out. I think I'd be inclined to actually move this market over and have a third market like here or something. I think that landlocked markets have some issues. The issues aren't as... It also depends what values you go. If you go land value, you probably put one here. If you go, like, naval value, you don't want landlocked markets. Yeah. Because, oh, it's asymmetric? You don't want this. Or, sorry, you don't want... Oh, they nerfed naval. It's asymmetric. Wait, no. Naval's better relative to land. Okay, but the idea is, if you go land and you have this, no wait. This is a buff to naval. But if you go naval, this trade land efficiency, I would have to try it out on the new system, but having landlocked markets, I think in general, is kind of rough. But you don't have hair. Exactly. That's what I mean. All right. We had overall a consensus on yes. Yeah, majority of people want the patch notes. All right. Sorry, Twitch. The way I'm saying that reminds me of what is it? Is the right one? Yeah. Okay. Spider-Man, where he's like, "Sorry, chump." Sorry, Twitch. Not like this. Twitch not receiving representation. Twitch usually needs to wind up a little before stuff. Added 10 new generic bureaucracies for the era. So you get bureaucracies later. Added advances. Added new legal code policy for Sardinian culture. Had a bunch of advances. 17 new government reforms locked behind societal values, some of which look very strong. And so values are a little bit up in the air. Added a bunch of content for Italians. Add some events. DHEs for a bunch of Italians. New yuan bureaucracies. I should have gotten something to eat before I started streaming. I just realized I'm super hungry. Hungry for some content. Let's go. Alright. But we're just skimming through the added a bunch of advances type of stuff. Not necessarily needed to read through it. Looks like some Balkan content got added as well. And then unique building-based state family banks. Players can now designate any owned location as its province capital, which is going to be nice. It's going to be nice when releasing subjects. Especially. They finally fixed 2 Sicilies. Nice. Court artist system's been reworked. Artists now tracked as individuals. Auto expand buttons. I think the auto expand is. Look, if there's not a community post that this isn't like the best thing ever, I will lose all faith in the community. Peasant Republic lost its prod efficiency. Didn't they lose its prod efficiency before? Am I behind on the times? There's some C efficiency texts. That's true. I don't think there's land efficiency texts. Yeah, I mean, I think land trade should just go way better over the ocean, but there's also like fewer per distance traveled. You don't have to travel through as many locations, but I don't know if it cares about location size on trade as much. I just know it goes through it way better on through the seas. This update looks DLC size. Are we sure this is for free? The 1.3 low key, like in terms of the free stuff, looks bigger than 1.2 was. And then everyone will be like, "Oh, there was nothing in 1.2. Rawr, the DLC, $10." Two heads of cabinet loophole. All right. Let's look at the section that we care about, and by we I mean me, and by me I mean you too, because there's the correlation between what someone who makes videos cares about and their viewers. All right, let's go. Let's continue on. Fixed an exploit with subjects allowing multiple naval governors. Ha ha ha. We weren't abusing that exploit, but it was kind of funny. Building upkeep now gradually increases as the year passed, starting unchanged but climbing steadily, about 50% higher after a century, and several times higher by the late game. This makes maintaining a large number of buildings an increasing economic burden for the longer your campaign runs. I'm not saying I don't like this. We need to think our way through this, but this 100%, someone's going to make a post where they're really fucking mad about this. And there's a lot of posts that people make that they're really mad about something, and I think that they're wrong. But let's think our way through this. This is absolutely massive. Several times higher. So we're going to assume at least 3 times higher. 60% maintenance. 60% maintenance, your tax rate for... See, okay, here's the issue. Is the maintenance on stuff like universities and libraries, it being only 20% before, was so ungodly cheap that, it was so ungodly cheap that building a library actually increased your income. Because it would push up the prices of stuff like the books, such that you could profitably build more scriptoriums or what have you. And then when you build more of these things, it increases your tax base, and you were extracting enough through your taxation levels Which, to be fair, max tax, now you can get a lot more max tax. You can get like 50 or 60% max tax or something like this. But it would offset the amount that you were paying for the maintenance of the building. Several times higher. I would like to know what several times means. 3 times higher or 5 times higher? Do you have to pay the 100% maintenance? Location size matters for the cost? Wait, what? Naval should get river bonuses, should get extra governors road bonuses. 1.2 ruined 0 interest loans by adding 1% minimum inflation. EU5 forums are a cesspool. Yes, they're always upset about something. Yeah, I mean, I think that people are acting like their firstborn child was murdered when something's just a little bit, maybe off. Just means late game your income will be 10k instead of 30k. It's 0.01% a year. It's 0.01% a year? So 10 years it's 0.1%. It has to be higher. It has to be 0.1%. If it's 0.01%, it has to be 0.1%. 0.1% would mean that after 10 years it's 1%, and after 100 years it's... Oh, unless it's like compounding. Instead of flat. I would say the patch notes look like there might be an event for Venice that helps them get more than just a single location if they help out in the initial coalition war. I think that's just, you maybe need to restart and do a little bit more. Thank you for your support for Ukraine. You're very welcome, I guess. It's an issue I care about, which is why I keep the dono button up. Still trying to raise 5k on the year. But I think we're going to have... February is the second month. I think we do the charity stream normally on anniversary of the invasion in February, and so May, June, July, August. I think August we might do another one. So it's like 50% by the end date. That's not adding up. If it's compounding. Every 100 years is plus 10%. Yeah, then that's 0.1%. And so that means it's 70% by the end date. How does it do it? By deleting money or by increasing demand? I don't think it's by increasing demand. I think it's just increasing the percentage you pay for it. 50% by the end date? Yeah, that's several times higher than, or several-ish times higher than the 20% base. My economy is quivering, hold me. Yeah. Okay, but do we like this? It makes it so you don't just auto-build everything everywhere. I think right now you auto-build everything everywhere, and they're trying to make it so that you get slowed down more as time goes on. One of the issues is that new players have a difficulty getting the economy off the ground, and experienced players just, like, turbo blast the economy and, like... The outcomes are a little bit polarized. And trade management now reduces capacity on inefficient trades instead of immediately canceling them. Thank God, that's a good change. I didn't realize that was happening. Many stockpiles now add trade supply gradually instead of switching all at once. Extra supply starts ramping up. Market stockpile reaches 50% capacity, reaches 75%. Okay, this stuff sounds good. Extra trade supply from stockpiles now counts towards effective supply when calculating market prices. Holy shit. That's gonna make a big difference. Saw some recent news about Russia losing some ground. It should make Shiny a happy boy. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Ukraine can actually win, as opposed to just, like, lose, like, slower, or stall out Russia. I almost said in-game, but we're not talking about in-game here. But it does look like some nice changes to trade. Replaced price band position metric with price deviation. I don't know what that means. Price band deviation. We're gonna do price calc question mark. I assume they've changed it. Pop demand scales down if those prices exceed the default. Rebalanced a production method with margins. Oh, margins for guild target is 10%, not 20%. Yeah, so this is just going to make production efficiency ungodly important. Base prod. We're writing down notes. We might make a video later. Feels like late game you're gonna have a ton of money and literally nothing you can spend it on. You can spend it on buildings now that they cost 3.5 times as much by the end date. Burger auto trade gradually reaches farther and farther as markets as the century progresses, so they get more trade range. Interesting. Regional specialization modifiers. Where can we see these? Where can we see these? If someone knows of an example of one, let me know. Double the cost of expanding RGOs. I mean, so in general, I'm a little bit critical of when as a as a nerf we like double something or have something or something like this, but this one probably is okay. Okay-ish. The problem is that RGOs have no maintenance cost. If building maintenance is high enough and you already have your high control areas built up, then actively detrimental to build some buildings? Yes. I think that the fact that it's not we build at 100% of places is a good thing. Like, the fact that you would put universities in literally every location is maybe an issue. It's double? Yeah, generally I'm not a... Generally I think that balancing with a sledgehammer is kind of a little bit of an issue, but there's been a couple things where I've been super okay with it, like having the tax efficiency value of everything, I think was a good change, because tax efficiency was fucking insane as a modifier, and it's still really good. The problem with RGOs is that they're always good. I think more so than, like, the ROI. But this is a big deal. This means ramping up initially. You kind of ramp up initially with RGOs, and now it's a lot worse. They made price scale with the value, the RGO, but the cheap ones were still really cheap. Yeah, but that was the last patch. It sounds like they doubled it on top of that. You can see the production specialization in the RGO map mode? Okay. Venice has one. I might not have eyes. One right above Budapest. Oh, is it based on individual locations? Talking about a location modifier, the gold mine. Oh, so is that where they have it? A little plus? Glassmaking tradition. Milanese arms tradition. Okay. It's kind of visually a little bit hard to see. But okay. I feel like they should make every RGO food, make everything else labor buildings with inputs and outputs. I mean, I think RGOs should just have inputs of some kind, but I think that the inputs that they should have should be like less throughputty inputs and more constant good inputs, but that requires like so like I think when I thought about making a video on this, but I think when you I think that a lot of industries should require tools. Like, in order to do the sheep things, you should need shears. But tools should be something that doesn't have a throughput in the economy. They should be something that stay within the economy. So you have tools within your market, and as long as you have enough tools to satisfy the demands of your various industries, tools prices remain low and their margins will remain high. And that tools decay over time, but it is not a good that is consumed on a per month basis in a throughput type of way. And that certain industries, like the production of cloth, should be more throughputty, because they require inputs and produce outputs, and certain industries should be more about having just a requisite number of like tools within the market. And this is a complete economic overhaul that is an enormous scope. I've thought about it a little bit, especially since the like lumber tools iron apocalypse. And I think that this would be a good mechanism for also simulating the drivers of colonization, which was Europe running out of resources, because you would have mining, like iron mines, where you mine stuff out of the earth, and then you turn it into tools, and the tools are kind of a constant good, but the iron mines eventually run dry. And the gold mines and the silver mines eventually run dry. I don't even understand the value. So one of the things is I think development should scale based on stored wealth within an area. And by having decaying goods, you can now store wealth in the form of like luxury goods. Like a lot of wealth during this time period was stored in like plates. Where really rich people would make plates out of gold and silver, very ostentatious. And then when they needed them, they would melt them down. But another way you could store wealth is like by having a certain amount of tools within the region and this type of stuff. And I was thinking that art could also drive wealth, and that wealth within a region could drive some of the mechanics like development, which feel like a little bit unhooked from material conditions. And so this would be a way of rehooking them. Kimono 321, thank you for the follow. But also, to the extent that you can extract stuff from the colonies, you can try and move wealth back, and it would make colonization more extractive as well, allowing you to asymmetrically like push up development in areas in Europe and stuff like this. So, I think that it would make it would give you tools to make colonization make more sense. Megalopolis now provide market attraction. Interesting. What do you mean? You don't throw your hammer away after each nail? Yeah. Exactly. Development, staff buildings, and natural harbor capacity now contribute more strongly to a location's market attraction. I'm just going to write down market attraction rework. Interesting. You don't always want a big market, so there might be gamey ways of doing this. Excluded for buildings. But also this is going to make it so you don't necessarily want to put your markets on top of mountains anymore. Pay off more in terms of trade gravity. The thing is like, trade gravity is not, like, just good within a vacuum. Because pulling someone into a low market access area isn't good if you want to build there. Mills add burgers, this isn't enough. Alright. So we read through the economic stuff. I think that's what people wanted to see, and by people I mean me. Let's catch up a little on chat and then get back to Padua. I think people were more interested in Italy, but we could still move to India. Let's maybe start a poll. If it's close, we'll ask Twitch. But I feel like everyone's going to be playing in Italy, so the people who watch more than one content creator is probably just going to be like, why more Italy? I feel like universities should also give a ton of dev. Probably should. You could probably, like... If the university requires a bunch of books, and books are now a good that decays rather than is a throughput good... Like, so for every 100 books you have, you lose one a year. And they have to be stored within your market. And you need books to operate universities. Suddenly you need to produce a lot of stuff in a long-term sort of way to have the universities. And by virtue of having more stuff within a market, this would increase the wealth that is stored within locations, and this would increase the development. So the idea is that you hook wealth that is within the market to development, but also if you sack places that have high wealth, you steal a lot more, and so there's more to lose. So you're saying don't buy the new iPhone every year? Yeah, basically, that's exactly what I'm saying. Twitch erasure? You hate to see it. Wow, they moved this from Genoa. What the hell? No. They renamed it. If it's close, we'll let Twitch vote. We'll let Twitch pseudo tiebreak. Ormuz and invade India? I don't think we want to play Ormuz. What do you think about the fact that France keeps vassals loyal even with full Diplo spending? I think that that's maybe good simulation. The Nuremberg market feels bad, man. Oh, we're not on our Padua run. Okay. Let's load that up. So, I've been poking, for those of you who are just coming in, we've been poking around. Oh, we didn't even save. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's sorry Twitch, it's 3-1 on the YouTube vote. Where's our suffrage? You have it in suffering. Wait, what? Did all the Twitch people want India? I feel like if I made a vote for Twitch now, they would all vote India just to spite the YouTubers. Twitch demands representation, not like this. We hate it when the plebs demand democracy. It's just way easier to make a poll on YouTube. Also, there's way more people in the YouTube. There are literally dozens of us. Right now we have 84 viewers versus 200 viewers. All right, we'll do how some of the real democracies, I mean some of the fake democracies, I mean some of the who play as where we make it look like there's democracy but there's not democracy, okay? What we're gonna do is we're gonna give Twitch a vote and then we're not gonna pay attention to it. But this way they have a vote. 84 is a pretty good number. 84 is a pretty good number. That's part of why I'm giving a vote. And then if like 100% of them vote for India, I'll tear my hair out. But I think that with the proportion of votes that are for Padua in YouTube, I don't think it matters. Enact universal serfdom, true equality, everyone's a peasant. Some streaming platforms are more equal than others. Exactly. Also, this might just get nerfed, so we might not get another chance to play Padua, to be honest. Or I think that this is just super... this is just clearly like overtuned, right? Like... What was our perception with values? I think we don't like that. They're already real strong, though. But I think our perception was that traditionalists might be okay. Just because this is real good. I don't think there was, and also, like, land values has some insano stuff. Planned storage system was also interesting. Yeah, plutocracy is probably just not good enough anymore. I think it was like kind of close, but better toys for the aristocrats. Crowley XXX, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Let's see how, what happened with the poll. Who won the poll? You guys barely voted positive for India. Yeah, it wouldn't have made a difference. Why is Padua OP? Very disappointed you're not playing as Pavia. Why is Padua OP? Let's show the man. This is, so normally a dev tech is actually really good. And this one gives 5 times what a normal dev tech gives. So decentralization has 5% max tax. Yeah, and keep in mind this is a beta, so not necessarily received balance passes, but this is like And then Lombard culture also gets 0.005, so we're going to be able to get 0.01 when we flip Lombard. Enlightened leadership gives some good things from Pluto. Oh, because we were kind of into this? Yeah, this is pretty good. The urban rights is pretty good. One of the issues, though, is like... it's also a ton of morale. You have to go free subjects, though. Right? And I think serfdom seemed even better. Because granaries are good, and just getting additional granaries in the grain houses is like... seems pretty good. Yeah. The buttons aren't working right. Not my gumdrop buttons. How much is it to expand the medicaments? Oh, baby! Yeah, I think they just actually doubled it. Base costs 100 for like one of these low RGOs. I guess you're gonna have more of the game be spent doing RGO stuff. God tier dev? That's sweet, sweet dev. Serfdom plus serfdom plus quantity is pretty good. Oh, we also have to hit quantity somehow. I don't know how the hell we're gonna do that. Ugh. How do we remove this ish? We have to get 50% crown power, what the hell? Or am I misunderstanding that? Oh, we have to get 50% crown power somehow. That's actually an interesting... dilemma here at the start. How do we do that? So that's really a lot of crown power. Oh, just hold on to our money here. Let's change our sliders up. Unless they changed it, I don't think we need to pay for cost court. Things might get a little bit weird, so we're gonna play for some stab. Let's do some of this. But yeah, things are gonna get a little weird here. Because I think we might be revoking a ton of privileges. Alright, so... let's do that. But we don't want to hand out any privileges if we have to get to 50% power. Normally we'd hand stuff out here. I don't think we want to. There may be more reason to pay for cost court for republics. I mean, they have a state satisfaction equilibrium on it now, I guess. But you're right, maybe we push centralization here early on, actually. Just to... Because the big thing here, just to be clear, normally it's like, hey, but that's a free reform, and it actually seems pretty good. Why do you want to get rid of it? Well, unfortunately for us, we're a republic, and the very best government reform is Merchant Republic, basically, in the whole game. And requires we do not have an additional thing, so... Yeah, we don't exactly want to win here. Let's do some of this. Do you have a crown power character? No, do not. Do we have a spouse? We should, as the month kind of kicks through, get a bump here. I don't know if we're trying to win this war or lose this war in style. But I don't think we could give out, like, anything that, game does seem a little bit slower here. But okay. What's our crown power now? Hey, this game's so easy. We're so handsome. Holy shit. All we needed to do was put this guy in charge of the army. He knew what else to do. Also go Latin court language, it removes the bad major reform. Oh, that would be more straightforward. Instead, we were just really handsome. England got hella more wool now? They affect... What'd they do? What? Or you mean all these little pluses? 20% everywhere. Holy shit. Okay. Time to give out a bunch of privileges. Wait, why can't we give this out? Does it only check at the end of the month? Can we have it all? No, you can't have it all. Yeah, okay. Just kidding. And cloth output? They have cloth output too? Hello, you big beautiful bastard. Thank you. Thank you. England tall players having boners. I read boners initially. I was like, I can't have possibly read that, right? Must be something about borders. Because, you know, often I misread things. But nope, it was boners. Be big true. How do you think the Peasant Republic's 33% RGO output stacks up with Trade Republic? Is Milan start? I didn't even read the Peasant Republic. I guess I should have read it. It does give a potential gov reform. I haven't played enough like deeper runs with the rebalanced trade. Intuitively, I feel like Merchant Republic is just still like the best. But RGO output like is a modifier that scales, I think, better than the like trade income. Like, as you trade more and more, you, like, decrease the value of the trades. But as you ramp up your production economy more and more, RGO output gets more valuable. Beta testing for us? Well, this is the beta. Can you explain how you, stuck cultural bonuses? Will the old, bonuses stay if you flip Lombardia? No, they'll go away. Oh, if Padua's occupied, we get big happy? We will flip sides and become independent. Whoops, finger slipped. That's crazy. Wow, weird. 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 We'll side with the Pope, I think. So let's do this for now. Let's see. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. It's chosen for us. No! Run away! Our ass was gonna get stack wiped there, so by doing this, we maybe have a chance. A chance to switch sides. Just kidding. We're gonna just ban our asses. Save the people of Padua. Save them? How do you plan to get to 0.01 dev? Really easy, just swap Lombard. And have started as Padua. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. How's the slower economy feeling? It's feeling like it's not gonna be slow because we have Padua content. Haven't played enough yet, so we should switch sides per our content. Bueller? We should switch sides and become independent. For they were all of them deceived, for another event was not made. Where's our communalism? Where is he? That was probably a punty. I'm probably supposed to wait until we have more communalism before revoking that, actually. But we also kind of want to revoke it before we give them out a bunch of other rights, you know? Because that's going to increase their power. Maybe it's kind of a bit of a wash. We'll tell ourselves that we did okay, but that probably wasn't okay. Okay. Do like elite council. Offensive military doctrine. What's our trends looking like here? How do we get quantity up, man? We want quantity up for the thing. Oh, we can't do the naval thing because we don't have a coastline yet. Okay, we have to pay war reparations to Venice. That is not what we were told via the event. The event told us we would just get free for forever, but this is also... Actually, this is kind of not okay with us. We're still subject. Brother, what is this? He's still in October 37? Yeah. Percentage of Pops as soldiers, actually. My understanding is, yeah, recruitment law and army doctrine law. Like, we can get to, like, 0.3, but not all the way. Let's add this character, who's a very nice, very handsome, dapper, head of cabinet crown character, to give us more crown power. I don't think the auto-expand will like the marketplaces. I think we kind of like them, though. A 1-to-1 ratio on that is pretty good for us. I don't think that's yield, or I don't think that's net. Oh, it is net. Yeah, we have insanely high crown power right now, which is going to make those really very nice for us. So, gonna add some marketplaces. Do we have a city? We do have a city. Not sure we like that, but kind of expensive to revoke at this point. We do not want local crown power minus 50%. Holy shit. Fortress Town doesn't seem very good. Market access plus 10% marketplace building levels. I assume these have been fixed. That's an interesting one. 10% max control seems nuts. What was that in exchange for, right? Oh, this is just in one province, just to be clear. Will marketplaces be bad now with the increase? Oh my god, you're right. Oh, trade's gonna suck balls. Marketplaces have to be exempted. build maintenance, like, yeah, traded sucks omega balls. Like, and it's not even, it's not like remotely close. Like, if you double the yeah, that just like has to change. They maybe the entire way that those buildings operate needs to be different, but that, like, you can't do that. Like, it's like not close. I feel like, I guess I have to, I'd have to double check the math, but that just seems, I tried telling you 5 times like a stalker. Market village and rural spam locations on top. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess. Did you check the Romanish culture earlier above Lombard? It's got Italian, buffed, or ribbon Swiss, and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh my god. It's not working. Oh, because I don't have culture on that map mode anymore. Romanish. Oh, very interesting. Eventually you unify culture. But yeah, you do get a whole bunch of stuff. I guess I need to know how the unified culture thing works exactly. But that's kind of neat, yeah. Check the estate interactions? Alright. Max tax for nobles plus 5%. Republican tradition. Oh, there's gonna be so much more button clicking on this front. Especially if you can get really high satisfaction with them. Whoa. Appeal to the commoners for 20 stab. That seems really cheap. We're being annexed. How can he... Don't we have to be above 50 for him to try and annex us? What? See if we can invite people to help us out. I feel like making your colonies pay for the marketplaces and then diverting trade would help. Oh god. Yeah, actually. Just don't build any trade yourself. Just build subjects and force them to pay for it. I like the nerf to building maintenance, but this implementation feels very unsatisfying, kind of lazy, and is not tied to anything. Yeah, I think I maybe would have been... I understand why. I think they're trying to not nerf the early game and make the game, like, feel unplayable for, like, new people and, like, at game start. Which is why it scales up. But they just want the figure to be bigger as well. So... this should jump up. Oh, baby! Was that from our just additional trade? There's no way we got that much money. Alright, but... wait, what? How do we create an independence movement? Are we not disloyal enough? What is this? How's this affecting us? Let's stop investing in stab. It's gonna get real bad. Especially with the just action to be able to... so investing in stab actually just probably so much worse than it used to be. So we should try and give out some of these. I think we do want serfdom trend. Not a very good way for us to get it. That's probably because we're cowards. Damn it. Oh, maybe we didn't want to give that one out. Kind of diluting our power quite a bit here. Wow, it's wild how much crime power we still have. Why is he playing Padua? Why would we play instead of, or why is he playing Padua instead of Venice? Why would we play such a weak nation like Venice when we could playing Padua? So it's an interesting question. Check for Verona, see what your loyalty is. Now we're hoping that it, yeah, now we can make the movement. Perfect. Sending the insult? We already sent an insult, unfortunately. Thank you, Angfe Fanse. Hey, lad cows never disturb you? Did you call us? Oh, no, wait. I thought that was addressed at us for a second. And you were calling us Angface, and I didn't know what that meant. More like Pogdua? More like Pogdua. Why not choose your second government reform? Cowardice. I'm not sure which one we want yet. Mainly cowardice. Yeah. I do think that we probably want some of these new ones that have requirements, and that these generally seem pretty good. We would love planned storage. The issue... We would love planned storage up in this bitch, but I have no idea how we're supposed to get to 50% quantity. We could, and I think we will push that way earlier and maybe hope for events, but it's not like we don't have a laws that we can pass. Monarchy does have some ability to get onto quantity. Maybe this makes monarchy better than it used to be. The auto-expand, auto-build looks like it's not as good as the mod, but it looks like it's still just an enormous step in the right direction. I mean, I like the UI for it a little bit better. Like, the buttons, like, kind of a cleaner look, but it's probably not that substantive a reason to do it. We do like monthly diplomats, man. Not sure what we'll do religion-wise. God. We don't have a lot of agency here. Our independence movement didn't get bricked, though. I don't know why it didn't get bricked. I think we're doing elite council no matter what. This pushes us towards aristocracy. Right now we don't have an aristocracy trend, so we need to decide whether we want to go aristocracy or not. Let's check the new buttons. Rural control. Oh, plutocracy is just kind of bad now, isn't it? I mean, trade just has to omega suck. With the new change that they made to maintenance. Bruh, I'm unfaced. I apologize. You can basically swap government forms whenever you want now, considering you could 20 stab for free from the peasants. Well, I think there's a cooldown. Surely we can't just spam it. Yeah. But we have 0 slider expenses right now. We just have like 0 expenses. Except the building maintenance, which is going up. I don't know if it's too scaling or too flat. They seem to like not like the scaling ones. I mean, if it's scaling, then it's just probably aristocracy is probably just better. We'll start heading in that direction. Especially because noble sat is just harder to come by. And I think we should try and spend this down if we can. I think granary towns were still into these. It makes it in Hotel California is the location. Pops won't leave it. But we're looking to spend this because we're losing it anyways. I think we have this plus the other one gives some tax efficiency. Yeah. One of the bigger sources of it. Pop conversion speed, that's so much! Also a decent cabinet member if we decide to use him. Alright. You use the ledger to see if it's per 1000, not without having the modifier. Norse Pagan Padua for the crusade next door. I mean, we wouldn't mind flipping religions, but does taking loans no longer reduce crown power? I don't know. Let's find out. We didn't destroy the estate building. Oh, that's what we get. Did they actually just turn on a mechanic that's previously been entirely dead just because they just they didn't include this in the patch notes? I feel like that's kind of relevant. No, it still gives crown power penalty, yeah. Oh my god, where is this? Eventually we can issue government bonds, which I don't know if this will decrease crown power. But declare on Norway quick? I don't know how we enforce on Norway is the thing. I don't know how that... What's your plan for that part of us declaring on Norway? We can no CB Norway. But what's the next step? I'm just kidding, we can't. Alright, we cannot no CB Norway. Alright, we still have our independence movement. Could we really not see about inviting someone to our independence movement? What? Is that broken now? We can't do it unless we get disloyal again. So we stay in the movement, but we have to be disloyal to invite. God, that sucks. Country strength of all vassal countries versus overlord. God. So what do we have to do? Just try to eco up inside of them for a while? I mean, our marketplaces are great now, sure, but the increased maintenance... I mean, I guess now is what we care about. Why live for tomorrow? I did not think that far. I'm sure you can figure it out. I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, we should flip a religion to like, Norse just anytime we can, but... What's up, my fellow mercantile states, basically? You talking to the chat here? But I think we could increase our income at a rate that exceeds them being able to... Oh, why is it so much higher? The fact that you can't, like... Maybe we could do something here. To be fair, once you get going, it's like too easy, so maybe this is all fine. I think we're not going to try and push plutocracy. Support the state is interesting. How old is this guy? He's young. I don't think we necessarily want to pass anything. We're just gonna choose this because it gives us the most juice. I think we're okay changing the court language. Is this a new interaction? Let's look at our laws. We have Central Council. Central Council isn't like a punt. It does give us aristocracy trend, which I think we want. Formation of the Republic, we have Republicanism, which I think is just ass. Yeah, it is. We will probably want to go Virtues of the Politia. Ton of peasant satisfaction. Although, to be fair, Tolerance of the True Faith effectively gives a ton of satisfaction. It actually gives like 10% satisfaction, like on a per location basis. This is the one we Omega want to change. This policy is unique to Padua. I'm not sure it is. Is this unique to us being Catholic? I think it is. Not to Padua. The changes in 1.2 made it really hard to get independence as a connected subject. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure something out. Why do all countries have so much lower tax base now? They reduced the base efficiency of all of the production buildings, but now this just makes... They didn't decrease the base output, they just increased the quantities of input demanded, so now production efficiency is way more valuable than what it was. When worsen relations diplo action. This is kind of... I really think that, yeah, it should be a thing. What's the overall opinion on the beta? I'm having a good time, but a lot of... We're still in poking around phase. More so than anything. Kind of leaning towards Fate of the Ruler here, actually. Considering how much of our income is going to be coming from trade. And how good this is early on. Let's do this. Local noble delegations already allowed, and this is actually a pretty good rate. Keep our current censorship for now. Wow. We can swap to noble controlled. I think we want this. Because I think we think aristocracy is just better. We don't mind just peeking underneath the table here a little bit, but I don't think we can make it up to high enough, so I think this is it for us. Oh, maybe we can do something? No. So close. Actually, if we let a couple ticks happen, we might be able to do this. We can request taxes. I think we'll just pass whatever this is for the stab. Such a small percentage of our income right now is coming from taxes. Increasing the max tax doesn't do very much for us. You know, 0.8, 0.5 relative to trade. Especially when our MO is just building these buildings. Is stacking trade capacity way more, now way better since marketplaces are more expensive? I mean, I guess, yeah. I just think, I think that this is just like a massive oversight. If marketplaces aren't somehow exempted from the increased scaling costs, like, especially on like the later versions of the building, because like this doesn't give you any more trade capacity. Like, the merchant quarter is just, like, uber sucks. It doesn't give you more trade capacity, right? Or it gives you, sorry, it gives you 50% more. It doesn't give you some more of other stuff, though. I mean, I guess this is an argument for wanting to upgrade them. Oh, interesting. The final building doesn't have increased maintenance, but it doubles trade capacity. Maybe it's kind of okay? I don't know, it feels like it's just gonna force a lot of your trades underwater. Seems like a buff to slavery, everything's a buff to slavery. Oh, we forgot to check artists. We care about this now, right? Do we have any artists? No. What will happen if we lose 10 Republican tradition? Nothing. Let's look at our sweet, sweet dev per month, though. 0.022. Someone give me a towel, I'm about to make a mess. I mean, we don't need to sow disloyalty on a constant basis. But I'm hoping we can make them like us less when we do some things with them. No, no. Alright, is there... I don't think there's actually another law change we want. So we'll just request taxes, because we're losing our ability to pass the parliament. You know what? We have so much approval. Let's check these estate interactions again. Surely, some of these make sense. What do we have to be at war to emergency parliament? That's just generally gonna be such a strong interaction. But we can request, we can gain some Republican tradition on a button if we want to hand out privileges, I guess. I think we're kind of okay for now. Load and roll save and check out the art? Sure. Unpopular opinion, marketplace and their upgrade should cost no building maintenance. Like your margins get smaller and smaller per trade capacity, so... How are we feeling about vanilla auto expand? By the looks of it, functionality seems, basically the same for the auto expand feature, but, the right click features where you set up heuristics and then you get expansion based on that are absent. Alright. Where's our capital? Actually, this is probably not gonna have art. Okay, but let's look at... So here we have... Okay, we immediately get 2 new artists. Are these guys gonna have artist traits? Not really. Skill development's interesting. Okay. I think there's an art map mode. Yeah. Yeah, the art themselves are kind of generally underpowered. Artists were supposed to have bonuses on them. Building maintenance should scale in a different way. I mean, I think it should just be higher. I don't even know if it should scale. But the thing is, I understand why they want it to scale, because they want to slow people down later on and keep them faster earlier, so... The biggest thing I liked was the auto-expand mod. Or that's the biggest thing I liked about the auto-expand mod. Yeah, but you could still use the mod. It's a huge leap forward for vanilla. You haven't found trade to be too unprofitable? The problem is that the... Our marketplaces are currently costing us 0.82 in maintenance. Maybe it's okay. Let's think through the math here. We're basically at game start. This is going to become, by the end of the game, 0.7. But let's say we're 100 years in and we still have marketplaces. This is going to double, right? So we're going to be paying 1.6 ducats. And we're also going to be stimming up the economy. Maybe this is okay. It just makes trade a lot worse. Maybe it's okay. Because the thing is like, the stimulus from the marketplace is going to be washed out. And I think it's going to be negative, but it's not... Relative to the amount of trade income we're getting, it's not that bad. Actually, you know what? We have, like, a kind of good amount of trade capacity, though, because we have bonuses for it. So if we think that the 0.82 is a wash, but once it doubles, we'll be paying 0.8 ducats... We currently have like 4.5 trade capacity. And we're paying for 6 markets. I mean, it wouldn't shove our trades underwater, but... If we're paying 0.8 for 6 marketplaces, we're paying like, what is that, like 0.15 per marketplace? So 100 years in, if a trade is 0.15 income now, it's going to shove you underwater on the trade. And here, in terms of our income we're getting on a trade, we're getting 0.33. Because the profit, not all of it goes to us. So 100 years in, our profit will be cut in half. And we're a merchant republic right now. Yeah, I fear that 100 years into the game, trade is going to become basically unusable. God, Reddit's going to be so mad about this. It's like a pretty easy fix too, but... patch notes that says it's more than 70% we counted, so it might be even worse. I'm not entirely sure, but takes 2 years to double, 0.1% gain a year, base is 20%. 200 years to double. Oh, you're right, you're right. You're also taxing the burgers? I don't think when you tax them, you get income they have from trade. That only applies to tax base, I believe. There's no way they didn't understand the situation with the maintenance increase. There's definitely a way that they didn't understand the situation with the maintenance increase. Let's actually load another game where we're decently far in and see what's going on. Even's beta right now, so they'll figure it out. Yeah, I think this is somewhat easier to... It's not too difficult, I think, to diagnose. Or, I mean, to find a solution for. You could literally just exempt, if you exempt the building from the scaling, that would just definitely do it by itself, so... Our trade income right now is 18, like, yikes. And building plays, maintenance is... So we're actually not having waited a month. Let's wait a month. Just in case. We're already underwater. But all this goes up. We're paying 37 per maintenance. These just have to be putting us underwater. Just like actively bad. 37 for maintenance. And our trade income is only 16. And our tax rate. Our tax rate really matters for this in terms of doing the math. What's our average tax rate right now? It's like 40%. I don't think the stimulus is good enough. It's hard to say. We would have to do some spreadsheets. Do we want to spreadsheet it and figure it out? What's crown power? Oh, to be fair, we have really uber shit crown power. This run was like kind of weird types of scuffed. Let's maybe load a different run. But like this run, it's like not close. Like it just looks like awful. Awful, awful. But you're absolutely right. That's gonna be a weird run too. Put the spreadsheets in the bag. The thing is everyone votes for spreadsheets, but then once they start spreadsheeting, they're gonna leave. As if someone who watches you not do spreadsheets. Yeah, I mean, this is also like only 100 years in, so this I picked this one because this is a little bit deeper. But okay, we're at 29% crown power. That's not an unreasonable amount of crown power. Trade income is 78. Building maintenance currently being paid. I mean, this looks like it's going to be fine. I think we're a theocracy. This doesn't look too bad. Wait. Marketplaces are only 6. These went up by so much. But okay. 30 plus this 45. 56. That's probably okay. Maybe it's okay? Even if they don't like watching the spreadsheets, they vote for it for the memes? Yeah, that's true. We let it wait a month, right? Sound total 0.4, that's rough. It's 0.1 now. Okay. Wait a tick. Our trade just went massively down. Our trade income and then our building maintenance went up. Or did it not have eyes? I hate it when I don't have eyes. Oh man, armories too. Holy shit, you just can't build a standing army. Standing armies are going to be so bad. They're going to be so expensive relative to mercenaries. Like I feel like the change should have just almost only affect civilian infrastructure. But, like, not armories or trade. But yeah, okay, it looks like we're not underwater. I don't know why our profit's so bloody high. You know what? Our profit's probably high because we actually have a solid amount of maritime presence, and we haven't played as deep runs on this before. But okay. Does my math is the question? You think we have to wait more months? Good price changes take forever to stabilize. That's true. Ships are expensive too now. That's true. Oh, which makes trade worse because you have to pay to increase the maritime presence. Isn't sound tolls added to trade income? Yeah, but we were getting like nothing from it. Because we were controlling all the trade basically that like could... People weren't using this... weren't trading through that avenue because we were trading enough volume that like all of it would just like not be lucrative. Which is, I guess, a buff to land, yeah. Oh. So whack, dude. We gotta pop up the set in an event. If we get our stuff occupied, we would become independent, and then that doesn't happen. So whatever it is that's broken... Yeah, I think basically anytime you like have juiced up XYZ, you should maybe leverage it. Can't you at some point just remove and rebuild them all to reset the scaling? I think it's just scaling per age. No, I don't think so. I think the way this is scaling is... Oh my god. Can we get the tooltip to show us its mysterious ways? So this 20.3%, it's scaling based on years since game start. Voting for spreadsheet, because I'll absolutely never do this math. What's the quickest you can form Italy? Probably pretty quick if you're willing to just, like, Uber... as Naples, you could probably do a pretty good job doing it quickly. But it's like, the math is somewhat complicated because we also have to solve for at what point the stimulus is break even. So we have to do a price calculation on goods with some assumptions. Because I do think that the price stimulus is more valuable, like, the more the price has been collapsed. I think I have to double check on the math on that, especially considering production efficiency into effect. And so the fact that this is making these industries more profitable, we have to discount that. So, but just intuitively, I feel like if the building maintenance is double our trade income, then we're underwater, probably. Yeah. Because I think that building maintenance, that is the... I think building maintenance at like 20%, probably at the very least, kind of pays for itself. It's complicated, especially if you are sharing a market with someone and you don't control the whole market. Because right now, us paying for this stuff, us paying for like glass or something like that, that's actually maybe not helping us out and is instead helping Venice out. So then we have to discount the stimulus. Should probably restart as Genoa, Ferrara, etc. This will be so scuffed with you stuck as the subject of Verona. I'm not sure we're stuck yet. Let's let it cook for a little bit. You think the performance loss from calculating decreased demand when prices are high is worth it for the game? I don't know. That change, I have to admit, I don't feel like I understand it very well. In my India run, using the beta, I'm losing far more money due to the building maintenance costs than I'm earning through trade. Could you give some numbers? Don't spreadsheet it yet. It's one of those things that's very likely to change. If I made the spreadsheet infrastructure, it'd be useful for other things, but that's like maybe an off-stream thing to do. I think our tax base size also actually really matters for the comparison. I mean, okay. We could probably flip a religion really easily, considering how small we are, too. We just occupy, like, any amount of territory. We have very low pop. So I assume you do not have the independence movement during the Scavenger War. Is that one of the requirements? If so, maybe we restart. Because we got a pop-up. Do you need to have an independence movement? We got like a pop-up for this movement and then like, or this thing, and then it didn't happen. Does this mean your estates get even more gold since they have less upkeep? Estates don't pay the upkeep. So basically at the end of the game you will have 90%. No, I think you will have plus 50%. So you'll have 70%. I loaded my Byzantium safe and played a year or so, and I'm down from 1,000 income to minus 100. The upkeep for docks to fund boats will also be very expensive. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, this is like... we're gonna put that in too. This building maintenance thing, like, just like... it should, like, almost just only be for the civilian infrastructure. Like, the university and this type of stuff, I think. Deleted money and more money out of thin air? Well, I mean, it's not deleting money. Let's be clear. It is, forcing you to pay for things that were previously money out of thin air. Total I earn 78 from trade, but I lose 153 to maintenance costs. You just have to be underwater. Armories and forts will be like 50 ducats for one endgame. Yeah, I mean, like, it just... Band-Aid fix OP, this... Oh, man. I feel like we identified this like within like 2 hours too, that this is just like gonna cause problems. What would be the proper way to do it though? Because I 100% think that like, yeah, the universities should maybe, well, honestly, I feel like maybe you should pay for like 40% of the cost of this stuff just like always, but I don't think people would like that as a solution. And I would be fine with the universities actually just being stronger buildings, but you have to pay like out the ass for them. I think that would be cooler. Because right now, the play pattern where you just build libraries 100% of locations and universities in 100% of locations, I don't find that exactly very satisfying. But, added 100 good things but fully broke the economy. Yeah. The flip side is town rights push up production efficiency very high, very fast. Yeah, well, so, like, I feel like they just loaded old saves and they saw that they were making a lot less money, and then they were like, yeah, this is good. And then, like, the thing is like, what they're trying to slow down, like, on the margins, on the buildings, like, isn't actually very slowed down. I don't mind higher maintenance for armories is bad. Regular armies were fairly big compared to real armories, so having them smaller is okay, I think. Yeah, the issue is it just makes, you would just never... Like, already, you should probably just use almost mono mercs anyways, but it's like maybe close-ish, or was. But now it's just like, you just use mercs. What's wrong with the tax base? Played 70 years, have pops 200k and tax base is only 12 and 1.3 versus 100 plus. Well, so part of it is going to be the base efficiency of all the buildings was really nerfed, and it was nerfed by increasing the input goods requirements, basically. I think in most cases, maybe not all cases. What was this before? I mean, I have a spreadsheet of what it was before. Sorry, I'm gonna look up what it was before. Some of you guys might have children, so we will not show off the spreadsheet. Consumer goods. Okay. The building before on the fine cloth workshop. Okay, Taylor's Guild. The PM before. For this, what did we have? With wool weavers, the efficiency was 120%, and they wanted to make it 110%. Used to take one wool and output 0.5 fine cloth. It's not changed? Okay, the wool one wasn't changed. But this is now 0.883 and putting out 0.5. And before it was 0.8. So they increased the inputs by slightly? By 0.033? Okay, what was the silk input? was 0.8, so it really doesn't seem too crazy. I understand how armies can be worse now with state rights. Well, building maintenance has this effect where the buy orders created by it help to offset the cost of it. Right now, or on 1.2, you would only have to pay 20% of the cost of the goods. And I think this actually was such that the stimulus was worth more than the cost. But probably not by a lot, but I never did the math very closely, so it's unclear to me. But 100 years into the game, it's going to be 50% increased cost. So you have a thing that was previously positively stimulating you, now going to be negatively stimulating you. Because if it was worth 25%, before you were printing 5% value, now you are losing 15% value. I think we should pay the upkeep. Maybe you should pay percent crown power in the location. Yeah, so if you have low control, the estates pay it or something. And so the prod efficiency on the building is not enough to add to the tax base to offset the thing. I think. Is the increases an increase in ducat amount of goods consumed by the building? No, the building consumes the same amount of goods. Just this modifier is what we're looking at here. See this? Years since game start. There's been about 4 years, and it's going to scale up building upkeep in a linear way, in kind of like a cudgel type of way, because 200 years in, you're going to be paying double. And to be fair, this is going to just dramatically slow down the player, but it's very warping, because it's going to make trade and standing armies and standing navies, like, a lot worse. Because before the stimulus before it was reasonable to build armories just for the economic stimulus, now when you build an armory, it's actually going to cost you something, which is maybe a good thing. But the fact that the previous, like, balancing of army maintenance relative to mercs was such that, like, it's like, okay, I think merc's probably better, but it's annoying to do all that clicking. But now it's like, well, we're actually underwater on our buildings instead of getting basically free manpower. And so we're paying building maintenance plus army maintenance, or building maintenance that's putting us underwater. But they wanted to make it so that the beginning was not that hard. So, like, I mean, I always felt that 20% was too low in terms of what you have to pay for building maintenance. Because it gives you, like, I think, positive stimulus. Better wait for the hotfix? Nah, I mean, I'd start a new game, but, like, just be ready for things to get a little bit weird. Also notice crown power dropped from 32 to 24, but I don't see what happened. Oh, interesting. And off the top of my head, I can't think of the thing. To be honest, journalists, they need to bring in some economists in the studio for the Iberian update. I'm not even sure if it's an economist, necessarily, because, like, this isn't, like, IRL economics. This is, like, video game weirdness. But I kind of want... I want the systems to be such that, like... this is... someone is paying for this shit, instead of, like, 80% just being not paid for it. So, like, it's kind of what I want. Trade's gonna need a revision, but, like, the thing is everything was balanced around this 20% figure and this type of thing. Does Marketplace give the same trade capacity regardless of market access? No. The ratios change. Getting the second tier Marketplace building was kind of bad before, because you'd have to pay 4 times as much for it and you'd only get 50% more trade capacity, but now trade capacity effectively has higher maintenance, or the Marketplace has a lot higher maintenance. If you end up in a spot where it's correct to build marketplace in low market access areas, then we live in hell. It's already like that. Would this create a production efficiency versus year cost increase race? Not really, because production efficiency, it's not like a race. Production efficiency is like... production efficiency pushes you towards an equilibrium of like maximum profit, right? Where you overbuild the industry such that the price becomes low enough such that you eventually hit a threshold where you are getting the maximum profit possible. What this does is this eats into the, like, the maximum profit possible by quite a bit. So, like, you would have an equilibrium where the price has to be... Is it higher? Yeah, the price just ends up higher, which means you're paying more for the maintenance on your stuff anyways, also. For the buildings to, like, maximize profit. Maybe this is kind of okay. What's the economic meta in this patch now? I mean, there's some stuff that's been uber buffed. What do you do in a world where trade's, like, way worse? Stuff might end up being more autarkic. Like, you have to produce everything within a market, so slightly bigger markets. It probably looks pretty close to the same, but... but trade... Sorry, allergies. How does this change with how demand works when you're in a deficit good? How does this interact? Well, I think that one of the really nice things was those trades would be wildly lucrative when demand was high when you had a deficit, because it would push the price up, and now the price isn't as high, so it makes the trade less lucrative. I think this is good for military buildings who were too cheap, but really bad for trade offices, marketplaces, etc. Well, yeah, it's almost like there should be like three different like lanes for building maintenance, almost, where you have like all of the. I'm super on board with an increase for all of the civilian infrastructure stuff, like libraries, universities, this type of stuff. But the military maintenance stuff, this just actually makes having a military way, way more expensive. And the trade stuff also makes it having a bit of an issue. Developing a standing army should have a serious advantage over mercs, though. Not a good thing with mercenaries. Short-term solution, being meta, even in the long-term play. Yeah, some like non-economic positive benefits for having a standing army. But if maintenance, this goes underwater. I'm down to play weird patches like tool shortage, but if maintenance, this goes underwater, then nah. Well, I mean, it's an equilibrium thing, right? You'll just have way fewer marketplaces per market. Because, obviously, you don't build them when they're unprofitable. Just go to the studio and fix it. If they want to fly me out as a consultant, I don't think that they would. Paradox needs an economist to come up with the fundamentals, and then Paradox can gamify everything. Paradox never tests 200 years in. How's the patch? The patch is interesting. I think that building maintenance has got some weird things going on with it, where the impact that making this go 3.5 times what it was before is a lot higher on some types of buildings than others. What does this mean for the medium intensity player trying to learn the beta? Is it best to avoid trade? I wouldn't say avoid, but you could kind of ignore the maintenance on marketplaces because it would be it's like really hard for trades to go underwater. But now it's not that hard for trades to go underwater. So I would just say, like, if you felt comfortable building a marketplace when it made half a ducat before, now it needs to, like, make a full ducat. And so this means, like, a lot of times you should avoid the marketplaces. Very odd they didn't see this a problem when we saw it in, like, 2 hours. Yeah. Bless you, thank you, thank you. So let's try and kind of maybe get through this a little bit. Although, to be fair, with this run, we're maybe in a little bit of Waitville. So it's like if you don't have a shortage worth everything, just not worth anything. I'm not sure what this means. Bro. We can't sabotage our reputation of ourselves? This is terrible. Terrible. There's no promise of balance in the patch. Yeah, this is another thing. Like, this is a beta. Land is going to be way better. Yeah, land has got some spicy ass things. Isn't there one of these that affects their subjects? Is there not one of these that affects... I could have sworn there was one that affects subject loyalty. So we really just not have a lot of tools? We might not have a lot of tools. We might have to make loans viable. I don't think so, but the part where you give out government, you sell... This might be viable. Would like to visit Stockholm, though? I would be going to Spain if I was visiting Tinto. Tinto is in Spain. All the other studios are in Sweden, in the Swedish office, but Tinto has its own office in Spain. It means Mercs and Levy's getting a lot better relative to Standing Army, considering Mercs were meta. This is bad. Well, they don't necessarily have to be balanced. And Mercs do fall off in age, like, 4 and 5, but now maybe they don't fall off at all. They're just best always. Oh, this guy's creating favors with us. Yuck. I really wish we could sabotage the reputation with ourselves. Or there was a way we had more agency to make ourselves disloyal. I guess we're almost disloyal. What's helping us out in this regard? Maybe we need to... Is it us increasing our tax base? I think tax base matters, but, like, trade income is not helpful. So, I'll actually add another one of these. It's not clear why they can't just set normal prices, set prices by solving normal linear equations from the most equilibrium models. Software for that's free. You mean using a less complicated equation for price? Maybe as costs increase over time in an economy where prices for goods tend to plummet is silly. If you're implementing it, then implement a proper inflation system as well, so my goods are actually worth something. I think inflation's, like, really hard to implement. Not just, like, mechanically, but in a way that's, like, performative. If you have hay fever, look up Grazak's hay fever treatment. Changed my life. I'm hoping I don't have it. I'm hoping I don't have the hay fever. think we got there, boys. I think we got there. Yes. Head of cabinet, let's go. The other guy had similar stats, but he was the head of cabinet. So, can we now invite someone to our movement? No, we cannot. No one will say yes. Parma will almost say yes. Well, we wanted someone freaking huge like Austria or Hungary. I guess the spy network's also just useless. Actually, no, it's not. Damn it. Misclick. But what we could do... sabotage their reputation with Hungary. And then also with, like, Italy as well. I think market villages are not affected by this, really. They also produce something, not as great as before. But they're producing something is, like, actively bad because it decreases the profit of your other stuff. Emergency Parliament seems bugged. Doesn't allow any concessions, so couldn't do anything with it. Oh, very interesting. Didn't this happen before as well? I thought this happened in like 1.1 where they made trade super unprofitable, but not because of trade maintenance. I think that might have been on release, and people just didn't understand it. Basically if a trade was worth under half a ducat, it was actually losing you money. But yeah. Trades were bad before. And so, generally, you would have to be earning over a ducat a trade to, like, want to build a building. It's also not don't trade, it's just... especially early on, trade's still, like, just as good. Unless they change these, I think we're going admin focus. Actually, just kidding. You have to go admin focus because that's where the Merc modifiers are. Let's go. Let's go, Merc modifiers. Let's go. Let's go. I feel like this is forcing the playstyle of maximizing crown power. Well, they want playing tall to be better, so... What about marking up? Might help you be stronger relative to Verona. This is true. We actually are in need of diplomats and would rather just like not pay the dip spending, huh? Maybe we pay for a little bit. Sabotage their reputation with Austria. Why can we not invite people? Really? What's with the land things? So people are talking about land because Some of these are looking pretty nice. This was available last patch. And this one's available this patch. Max urban control, 5%. The general rules, creators get paid for kind of on-site stuff that I don't know how in line it is with industry norms and paradox of practice. I mean, they hired me as a contractor to work on the outlines for the official tutorials on their YouTube page. I did the outline for those. I didn't write the actual script, but I wrote like the pre-script, kind of thing. But like in terms of rate, I don't know if I'm allowed to discuss my rate. I think I am. The rate, like, relative to the amount of time I spent, like, learning the game was, like, would be, like, not very good, but if I'm learning the game anyways, it's kind of okay. So, it's definitely good compared to, like, what I make hourly making videos, like... It would be an indirect nerf to, playing outside Europe. Less trade volume would mean institutions spread slower. Oh, this is right. Slower institutions, too. Trade maintenance was too high in 1.1. In 1.1, there was I forget what it was. It was present. It was present on release though too. People just didn't realize it to 1.1. Parents don't allow you to watch spreadsheets. Glad to hear that there's some good parents. Good parents around. Reddit concerned restockpiled goods depressing RGO prices. Have you experienced that this run? Restockpiled goods depressing RGO prices. Why are we concerned about this? I mean, I kind of think if you just build... When you think about, like, the logic of it, if you have an RGO, the RGO always makes money, and when you print it into oblivion such that the market can't even utilize all of it, the price should just uber collapse, no? Why do people dislike that? I mean, we could just, like, look at it. I think we need to reroll. We might need to reroll. We're gonna see if we can invite these people, and if we can't, then we would need to reroll. Solving for price, there are standard models made by economists with software, basically whatever level detail you want. The problem is, like, the price doesn't use an equilibrium. Because using a price equilibrium is not performative. Instead, it's this funky equation using supply and demand where it's creating like an artificial equilibrium, but using an actual equilibrium, you can do the math for it. It is not performative at all. Milan's a subject of Verona, always has been. What do you mean? No, they're not. We're gonna do some of this though. We have quite a bit of satisfaction on both these guys. Can we do anything with it? Can we ask for multiple extra levies from multiple guys? Probably not. This is probably binary, right? You live in Southern California? Yes. Hay fever isn't terrible there, but if you live near a busy street, you might have sensitivity to road dust. It also disappeared within a few days. It might be because Scaligor War is special. Just gotta try it again later. Yeah. Yeah, I've not had hay fever as far as I know. You need to do it on the subject? I'm unsure if you could do it on yourself. Oh. You probably can't do it on yourself. That's unfortunate. Wow, am I that far behind the chat? I apologize, everyone. We'll try and get caught up. Does Merchant Republic not cancel it out because it improves your trade maintenance? Trade maintenance isn't the issue. So there's layers to this. Trade maintenance is paid here. Right? What we're talking about is the building maintenance on the marketplaces. You know what's... yeah. Oh man, now building overseas, any type of overseas is just uber not worth it. You cannot build overseas anything. Or like the overseas trade buildings are not even remotely worth it. Multi-HS, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Spreadsheet wallpaper. Just to like jump scare people when I crash to desktop or whatever. But the issue is demand doesn't go up or there isn't less stuff made. Yeah, that's what would happen like in a real economy. I can get behind that. Like this is... there's no extra goods from stockpile. Let's find one where there's extra goods from stockpile. But RGOs don't have... RGOs won't stop producing the good. Actually, let's sort by... So medicaments for us is the example, because there's basically no demand. There are non-RGO buildings that will build medicaments, and these will 100% be underwater at this price, and they'll just stop producing, so they would produce less. But we have one finished good in this category, but it doesn't have enough to get a stockpile modifier. Hey Hamkits, sorry I'm a little bit late on it. How's it going? Right now the run's not really going too much. We're still kind of like settling into the patch a little bit and trying to take a look at stuff. Right now the building maintenance has some really big downstream effects by what we can tell. Alright, so can we invite someone to the movement? No, because we're not disloyal anymore. Holy son of a bitch. I guess we're gonna send him an insult. I wish insult was like a thing you could just maintain. With such small profit margin, urban rights that reduce production efficiency have become new auto-remove traits now. I agree. I actually think we have one right now. We should just get rid of it. I think this seems actively bad. Also, I think you don't like Burger's trade capacity, so... If you have commoners and Dhimmi, you can appeal to commoners twice in 5 years? Insane. Yeah, I mean, you just, like, really don't want to pay for stab. I mean, we can't pay for stab at all because we're a republic, and that's, like, one of the downsides of, you know, this here. But we don't want to pay for our sliders, so we're not going to. Right now, we're trying to store up enough that we can send an insult and still have one full thing left over. Because we only have to invite one person. It's really 1.91. We're going to do that. We're going to play that. We only have to invite one person to maintain disloyalty, basically. So hopefully this is enough. Oh, it's not enough. Wait, what the fuck is this? Improve relation? Doesn't that improve our opinion of them, not their opinion of us? Different societal values, I guess. Our vassal, goddamn. A kingdom for some... What do we do? Is change our values or something? Performative is an in-game performance. In-game performance. You can't do a price equilibrium calculation in game. It would just make like this is what gets used to calculate price in like this in Victoria 3 is a very simple thing. What would get used to calculate price would require like iterative calculations to find an equilibrium, or something approaching an equilibrium, because as you because what happens IRL is you have an amount that gets supplied and an amount that gets demanded, and the amount that gets supplied and demanded changes as the price changes. Such that supply and demand are equal at a particular price, you find an equilibrium. Well, calculating that, like, for a game would require multiple iterations, especially as, like, the supply of the thing, and then, like, this affects, like, all the knock-on or, like, downstream, like, is this building profitable still or no? The thing where Padua flips in the Verona War is just a lie right now. They do not flip at all. That was my perception. Because solving large system of linear equations is basically the fastest thing a computer can do. But it's like one linear equation versus like an iterative calculation required. Because when you change the price, you'll change the amount that gets like supplied and demanded. Like, and so you would have to change the way that buildings operate such that they approach indifference thresholds and like this type of thing. I saw Milan got a crazy dev advance. You saw Milan got a crazy dev advance? That's crazy. That's crazy. Lombard, right? Crazy. You want to see something else? There's two of them. You mean actual real wallpaper, like in the kitchen? Just a bunch of spreadsheets? I have like some whiteboards on my wall. Anything with more than 50% storage has it. Actually, to be fair, the market hasn't had enough time to build up storage yet. Them making it so you actually might care about storage capacity is kind of interesting, though. I'm gonna continue to just build a couple marketplaces. Oh, but I think we want to increase our tax base. That kind of sucks. Wow, so many of our buildings are wildly more profitable now. Interesting. Long-term Padua kind of sucks for some of these things because it's not going to have the inputs. It's going to have it for the tanneries. Should do that. By RGOs having an upkeep and hiring less people if they got unprofitable. Yep, I agree. I think the RGOs having zero maintenance is like a weird abstraction. I'm so happy I won't have to play an Iron Man, says Ham. I think the majority of the community agrees with you. I think there's like a lot of like Iron Man elitists though, as well. It's a tough one. I think some people are definitely upset about it. Improving relations goes both ways. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I wish there was damage relations. The lack of damage relations is just like feels awful. Or it feels bad that there's nothing we can do. Like, we can't try and secure support because we're not disloyal, and if we had support, we would actually become disloyal. It's like this weird catch-22. And we're like actively getting annexed too. We could stymie it, but I don't know. You're just stuck? I think we might be. I want both a slower economy, but it feels the problem with the whole game feels built around expecting the player to make money, but reducing profits makes that assumption, throws it out the window. I mean, right, with the system they have on building maintenance, that is going to slow the player down later. It's just like, it would almost be better just to have like an artificial modifier where like whatever your profit margin is, it like multiplies it by like 80% or something. As the ages go deeper, because what it's creating is weird incentives, like you no longer can build a standing army before you're trolling. They only changed one of the production methods for each building. For the fine cloth one, they changed 2 of them, but they left like 2 unchanged. Like these 2 got changed, and then the wool ones didn't get changed. To be fair, the merino wool is like the weirdest thing in the game. You unlock this PM as Spain. It's exactly the same as the other wool PM. In Mayan taxes, we ran a simulation that set the world beforehand to find those equilibriums, fully dynamic supply and demand, wages, etc. World had multiple decade economic cycles. Well, so in Mayu and taxes, I do remember, and remember what I said is not that it would be bad, and not that it was impossible, just that it wouldn't be performative. I recall when I played Mayu and taxes, I played it on my laptop, and my laptop was not the best gaming computer, but I would play Mayu and taxes with a book. And on every year tick, I would pull out my book and I would start reading because it would take 5 to 10 minutes for that year tick to happen. Like actual 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not joking that I pulled out a book. I would pull out a book to do the yearly tick. So, I do not think you can release a game where that is something that is happening. Oh, this plus this? Is that how far we are over... No, it's not how... This is just our overall loyalty modifier. Yeah, the connectivity is a bit of an issue. God. Let's try this again, I guess. Still have to play on Iron Man mode for achievements? Yeah, this was in their patch where they said that it was not fully implemented right. Can you switch Lombard and get both? Yes. Tannery Town? We wish. Almost all the computable equilibrium models can be done iteratively. Maybe I'm wrong, they just haven't considered it. I just figured it. They can be done iteratively, but the problem is like, if you... One calculation is faster than doing 5. You know, if you have to do iterative calcs, it's an issue. And if you have to do iterative calcs every single month... If you had like some sort of staggered price calculation thing or something like this. If fidelity to like real supply and demand was like a higher importance, you could do it. But like you have a performance budget and you have to decide what's important. And I think it's kind of expensive to run a real abstraction. Food supply during war, etc. is a real problem, regardless of the 50% increase. What are your thoughts? Well, food supply at war should be an issue. I guess, what do you mean by issue? That it's not high enough? Maybe. So we're gonna try and sabotage reputation with some of the other subjects to make them disloyal. Like Parma. Tax efficiency for extended period of time is so good. If we do this though, and we actually pass it. Okay, now is Parma gonna have negative loyalty? Or someone has negative loyalty, and we can invite Parma. Cool. Amazing. So now the movement is stronger, so this should decrease our loyalty, yeah? Someone is disloyal. That's all we need. Doesn't have to be us. Fantastic. Amazing. Did I ever tell chat about Darth Plagueis the Handsome, the excellent game player? Of course I know him. That's me. RGOs are a weird abstraction? I agree. Building and resource potentials are more promising. Yeah, I think that that changing that involves just is part of like if you're going to overhaul everything type of thing. I think we're not going to pay to embrace. We're sufficiently small that we'll just let it like spread. And won't pay the stab at this juncture. So we have to wait 2 more months. Hiring mercs might tip you over. I think it will, but we kind of don't want to hire them. Do we have 2 different provinces? No, we don't. We probably should have built this castle forever ago. How can we not invite Milan? How far is this guy? Oh, those guys are way far off. Holy shit, it is so hard to do this now. That's crazy. Oh my god. Last time I did this, it was so easy. I feel like I do a run and then I learn a thing and then I do like a run synopsis on stuff and stuff gets like uber nerfed. Like as a consequence. It's maybe just a generalist centric perception of the world. I feel like Paradox should not should allow neighbors to create not legitimate CV. This would be interesting. You really love visualized spreadsheets if you sat through that Mayu lag? Yeah. That was a time. To be fair, that was my computer's not very good in general, so it's kind of a lot of that type of thing. Doing it with the game script instead of the engine. Yeah. Basically, if someone's not a rival... Oh, our trust kind of matters? Hold the phone. Yeah, but like 150 net is like insane. It basically, like, it's only... Like, maybe Ferrara and Florence we could invite. Can we make money and just hire mercs, though? Yeah, maybe. Just look to solo bolo them with some mercs. Need to save up quite a bit of money. Could ask for more levies. I don't think that is going to tip things in our favor in terms of inviting people, though. Can you still turn off city walls? You could do it individually, and not all at once. And they were unaffected by the fort maintenance modifier. I'm not sure. I didn't try it in the old system. What if marketplace's maintenance split among estates based on estate power, matching how trade profit is distributed? That'd work. I think that'd be helpful. Holy Byzantine Rebellion? Yeah. I think we're looking at the new Byzantines. Stellaris overhauled everything at least 4 times in the last decade, so if the game lasts, RGO overhauls, that could happen. I feel like the community's like already just like really mad in general. God, they'd be so upset, I think, if everything got overhauled. Why not Consiglio Magori legal code for the extra cabinet scene? Oh, because I'm trolling? I hope that answers your question. Because I was unaware of it. Yeah. When does the truce end? The truce is like forever. In theory, this makes buildings that have less trade production methods but still give trade capacity better for trading. Yes, but those buildings like hurt the profit of the other production buildings. I think part of the problem is that moment by moment the game doesn't feel very skill expressive. This was an issue with Vic 3. But I think that, like, Vic 3 you had to, like, understand the game a lot better to understand that what you were doing mattered, like, long-term. And there could be, like, some of that with, like, EU5. Shows up very gradually, lots of clicks and busy work between impactful decisions. And the impactful decisions aren't immediately felt, they just take a while. Too long? And taking too long is probably something that you feel more when you're of the perception that like what you're doing isn't like mattering. Lots of Reddit posts in the EU5 subreddit. Should we take a look? How long have you been streaming now? Like 3 hours. But this run might be not getting off the ground, which is like a shame, because this modifier is fucking stupid as hell. Woo! It would be nice if we could get this off the ground. Yeah, I mean, we could probably just pay for mercs at a certain point. If we can invite Milan, though, which it looks like we can, yeah, I guess we're just waiting for the truce to be up with Milan and trying to invite them. Oh, I should have, yeah. I imagine integration of vassals probably, I don't remember seeing anything about it changing. Halfway between a simulation and a more rigid game system. I'm not sure if you can find a middle ground. They might just have to pick. This is kind of my theory, but I'm eager to be proven wrong that they could like somehow do both. Why is the EU5 community so salty? I do not know. Like, honestly, if there's anything that's like makes me like kind of want to play the game less recently, it's like that the community is just so negative, and like I was actually like a little bit surprised that it was like affecting my vibe, but like when I post a video and half the comments are just people complaining about the game, like it makes me not want to post videos. It's like I feel like I'm emotionally harming these people by posting a video. But like that's just like, if I think about it logically, that's ridiculous, but just like emotionally, that's how like it feels, which is stupid. But hey, they're showing the like the disposition, or not disposition, like personality in a like much more clear way here. Hey, we can invite these guys. What? Why? It's threatened by countries outside the IO. Oh, because we would have to protect them. Where tax-based income has actually successfully slowed down. Well, the trade got uber nuked. Any chance you play Molly again sometime soon, you think? Probably not soon, but Reddit React content. Let's see the world burning. Padua, Milan 2 noob. No, we're playing Padua because we are noob, because Padua is the strongest Italian nation. Have you not heard? But I have no idea how negative people are being on Reddit. I imagine they're going to be really upset about the maintenance, but like also this is a beta, bro. I don't think it needs to do full runs in 3 to 4 hours, but 2 weekends, typical normal play, doesn't get a full run done. I think it's too slow. I kind of think that one of the reasons people feel bad is that it feels like the game's getting updated too fast, and one of the reasons it feels like it's getting updated too fast is because a run takes like 40 hours. And it's just, games are getting updated before people can finish their runs. I like the game, but this maintenance change is rough. Yeah, this maintenance change is... I don't know if it's even, like, bad. I have to, like, play around with it more, but it really feels like it super kicks in the nuts regulars and trade, so... The Padua start is kind of a meme. You take that back. Yeah, it is kind of a meme. Complaints are weird. People are like this with the EU4? I don't know, but like even... I thought Vic 3 people were fucking negative, but like this is like a whole nother level. Like this is like advanced negativity. Like people are like straight up fucking mean to the devs in a way that's just like, to me, seems wildly inappropriate. Like and I'm just like, brother, like That's like a human being. And then they're like, no, they're not. Have you seen the state of the game? And you're just like, alright. Like, I don't know. I think they're mad because how EU5, how different EU5 is to other Europa titles. I think there's like, in some sense, it's like closer to EU3, but it's also been a hot minute. Has Black Plague come yet? Drama, says the chat. What do you think is the best nation for starting other than Italy? Was best for nation building other than Italy? I don't know, people like Netherlands for playing tall. Why are Paradox determined to make this game as boring as possible? Yeah. You're one of the more entertaining and informative EU5 YouTubers. Thank you. Quitting will definitely kill the vibe for loads of us. Well, I mean, like, I'm just saying it, like, makes me feel, like, bad. Like, seeing how negative people are. Because, like, it just seems, like, so disproportionate. Like, the thing is, like, I also think there's, like, a bunch of stuff to be, like, upset about or annoyed about or, like, this type of thing. I'm not, like, this game is perfect, nothing's wrong, like, type of thing, but, like... Ghibelline's weakened. Okay, when's the truce? November. Reading Reddit and haven't seen a post about the building maintenance yet? That's wild. What are people even complaining about? The number of people posting 1.3 is an unfinished mess. Did Paradox test this at all? Well, what do you think a beta is? What the, you should try Terra Invicta? Maybe. I am feeling very negative, but I definitely don't agree with them being mean. But I do express disappointment with Paradox. Yeah, I mean, like, ooh, what are we doing here? But we want mercs maybe sometime in the future, in the very near future. I agree with the updated faster than run finishes thing. It breaks the tempo of play one run per patch that some casual players do. Yeah. I had someone come into one of my EU5 stream last week. Actually, the game was playable. I was like, playable? It's always been playable. Jeez. Yeah. And then, like, I also think, like, so many people disagree with me on this, but I think that, like, it's like a meme to, like, say, like, this game is unplayable. You have to wait 3 years until, like... Paradox games do clean up a lot in the first 3 years. Although Crusader Kings kind of was a little bit slow on that front. And generally, like, it's a little bit slow, like, the first year. As, like, the development cycle, like, shifts and settles into, like, game maintenance rather than deving the game, like, for release. But, like... I feel like people just, like, are coming in with, like, that attitude already, like, preformed. Like, I think that EU5 on release was, like, way more polished than Vic 3 on release. Vic 3 had some just, like, ungodly, like, why is this 50? What is this? Why is this so much stab? What is this? We live in a world of constant gratification. If something isn't perfect or wildly popular, it constantly gets shit, even despite good qualities it may have. Well, another thing is also the game was, like, overwhelmingly, like, it got the, like, 80% upvote rate on release, and I think that the game, a criticism that I think is fair is that the game hasn't improved that much in, like, 6 months or something like this. But people are acting like it's, like, there are Paradox players that haven't, you know, played Civ 7 and it shows, is what I'm gonna say. Like, there's, like, some, like, And also, I think that, like, Paradox, as far as game devs go, like, and we're talking about reasonably big game devs, not like indie game devs go, I think they're, like, treat the players pretty well. And it's still, like, a for-profit, like, company that's, like, trying to make money and, like, trying to sell product, and, like, they're not, like, running, a non-profit, but, like, yeah. Black Death could be beneficial if it hits Verona harder than you. This is true. Proportionally, it's a lot cheaper for us to get some of our disease resistance. Maybe we should build a hospital? Well, we have the kind of theory that we're hoping that Milan runs over Verona for us. Come on. Let's go. I think that's like all we're gonna get. Take a save just because this is weird. I'm only negative about Iron Man. I'm one of the purists. I'm not actually convinced the economy changes are bad as we think from a theory crafting, though. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so I think, like, I can get on board with, like, the Iron Man perspective if, like, Iron Man actually did preclude other people from, like, doing the things, but the problem is it doesn't. If we do this, do we still take the 50 stab hit? Yeah, okay, we are. But we're the war leader. We're slightly stronger. Alright, let's go. Right, clearly. This works. Hopefully, Bueller. Let's tank this. Oop. Let's run a little bit of a test. Let's ask for extra levies here. And then... where's our... So, can we run multiple of these simultaneously? Who do we want to tank over it? Let's tank the burgers. Oh, we can't do it. Okay, it's a shared cooldown. Fair enough. Cool. I think we have to wait a month. Yeah, for our levies to go up. We do. I'm not sure if doing that was even worth, but... Actually, this probably... I don't know if this puts us in a bad spot here. Let us out. Negativity sells? Fuck this couch. Playing Milan in 1337, making 13 ducats a trade, only have 9 trade capacity, also have 1/4 trade advantage in market. How is trade super nerf? You have to wait 100 years. But the idea is that the maintenance, every 100 years, the maintenance on this is going to go up by 50% relative to baseline. So you have to wait a bit. And trade tends to, your margins tend to get squeezed more as the game goes on, rather than get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so if your trade margins are getting smaller and smaller, and at the same time your trade maintenance is now doubled, or the maintenance you have to pay on the buildings is doubled, such that the buildings put you underwater. Right now, building maintenance is like net positive. You only pay 20% of it, and it stimulates your industries, and then you get more tax base, and it's like good. But people should just be forced into old betas where constant crashing was the norm. Yeah, we haven't crashed once. We haven't crashed once. We're in a beta. So the game was playable back in November. So we're in the beta's an unfinished product. I'm angry, says Reddit. What are people saying in terms of 57% of you guys want us to check the Reddit? 1.1 was alright, 1.2 is just bad. I was kind of like, if there's a patch I was most lukewarm on, it was 1.1 probably. Big 3 release was so bad I never touched it since, womp womp. But like, I don't know, there's like, some people were saying that like this was the worst release like ever, and like, I don't know, I feel like they don't remember like, and I love Vic 3 and I think it's like really like well polished now, and they're doing some cool stuff. It was not it on release, you know. I don't know if we want an alliance with Florence, but I think we're into taking a bunch of this dude's land. Probably into taking, at the very least, the Silver Province as well here. So EU3 changed direction because the community turned into a different game and that took time. Yeah. EU4 was wild and even faster patch cycle in the first year compared to EU5. I don't remember EU4 well enough in regards to them patching it constantly. I remember playing it on release, but maybe I wasn't more in the streets. Why would I care how better it is compared to Vic 3 release if I just bought a game and I want to play it? I think the release was like fine of EU5 is what I'm saying. I think it was good on release. I think the game is very similar to where it was on the release. So I think people in terms of what they want, I feel are moving the goalpost. I think that the game has like issues in terms of replayability, and that these issues are exposed when you have like hundreds of hours or whatever. But I think there's, yeah, I think that there's some goalpost moving that goes on here. Effectively speaking, I don't want to say that I think people are doing it in bad faith, but I think that like what people feel the game needs to do in order for it to be them to be satisfied has just changed. Or like a more generous interpretation is that they did not appreciate to what extent the issues were issues before. I said this in my initial review of the game that like I think I very briefly touched on it, but once you have 200 hours, you'll notice a bunch of problems with a bunch of stuff. What were we doing? I think we were trying to max out quants as best we could. There are Paradox players that play, yeah. Put it on a shirt, says Ham. I think it's an echo chamber effect. Maybe it's a bit of an echo chamber effect. Been a while since I caught one of your streams. Have you been a while? I was away on the weekend because I was on vacation for my birthday weekend. What can you do besides banning overly negative people? I don't want to ban overly negative people. I really don't like banning people for saying stuff. Like people have to like. It's really hard to earn a ban from me. Just in general. I think overhiring mercs should have been the priority, even though it's in the beta hearing its diseases are even worse. Now it's just depressing. I mean, like, you have so many tools to have just massive pop growth. Let's compare to other games that are in a good stable state after release, and if they're not, they have early access. I mean, like, I've played early access games where, like, the game fucking crashes all the time. Like, you know? Alright, so it looks like we can grab a lot of stuff now here. If we do 100 war scores, that's what we want. Kinda. We maybe should be taking more land though. They'll be the only people who can coalition us. And we'll leave them... We'll be able to release a 2-location subject here. And they'll give us a CB. This seems good. We should have looked at culture a little bit, but yeah, okay. I was saying we should have looked at culture, but like I was kind of feeling like I kind of remembered where culture was at. How are we doing on values, actually? I think we want to push Aristo. We're pushing Quant because we just want to like live the fucking dream, but we're probably not going to be able to live the dream. The truth hurts. I think we want to push serfdom as well. So there's like, yeah, we want to keep this guy pushing values. So it's going to take us a little hot minute to integrate, but maybe we're actually just supposed to integrate everything and not create a subject. I do like an idea of creating a subject so that we can annex things though. Yeah. So that we can get the CB. Oh, this guy only has... Oh, I thought he had claims on this too. Oh no, he does. Cool. Make a vassal. That'll be good for us. Maybe it's because they do challenge runs. I don't understand the Iron Man debate. Asking FromSoft or someone to add a challenge to the base game would be weird. Yeah, the thing is like, I think that to the extent that I maybe like disagree with like the Iron Man purists, there's a big part of it. It's just like nobody's yucking your yum here. Like if you want to play the game like where you never reload ever, you like no one's stopping you. Worst release ever. Look at Imperator. 1.0 Vic 3 was peak. People complain about EU5's AI. Vic 3's AI on release did actual nothing. Okay, I remember playing as Tunis, taking no territory, and being half the world's economy. The state of... Okay, so like the AI is like always weak. That's just like how it is with these games. Because of reasons and issues. Also, when people make the AI being one of the ways to make it better is to make it way more aggressive. When they made the AI super aggro in 1.1, everyone was pissed. So people don't actually really want the AI to be very strong in the aggregate. Because the hyper aggressive AI, which is absolutely what the AI should do, it should blob up because taking territory is good in this game. People don't want that. The AI on like EU5 was so much better on release than like Vic 3. It's like not even remotely close. I don't understand the perspective of people who let this could be better prevent them from enjoying the game. Yeah, I think there's like stuff to do. I think, yeah. New Civ was worse. New Civ literally had a check tree UI that you couldn't read. New Civ had some interesting bugs, and Civ was like a AAA studio. Like Paradox is like not quite at that level in terms of size. Like the team for EU5 is like smaller than like Civ by a big margin. Yeah, if a run is temporarily breaking something, then obviously that's an issue. We're gonna kind of skim through some of this stuff. I just think people have completely unrealistic expectations. You play $60 to $90 for a game, play 100 hours and complain, that's great value. I am also team, not team, like, you played 200 hours, you can't complain, but, like, a team, you played 200 hours, like, complaining about, like, the price at this point, like, and such that, like, acting like the devs robbed you. Because that's how a lot of the, like, I see a lot of comments of people who have played, like, 200 plus hours that are literally, like, their perspective is, like, the devs, like, stole from them because of the, like, price of the game, and, like, I that seems like kind of crazy to me, like as a perspective. Like, that this game is not as good value as like Terraria or Minecraft on a per hour basis, like, or you could like list things that are like better examples, but like some of these RPG games, like you play in 40 hours and then you're just done with them, and it's not that they're a bad game, but like the rate is not that good relative to this thing. I want the AI to be OP, but that's the point of playing grad strategy game. Let the normies lower the difficulty. Base difficulty should, well, yeah, it's maybe a little bit complicated. It's our control. Yikes. Why is our control not going up at all? Oh, it is. It just hasn't gone up by a full integer yet. Yeah. You doing any Dom 6 multiplayer games? How are they if you going if you are? I'm not doing any right now. Honestly, I think I'm actually like losing viewers with the Dom videos, like actively hurting the channel, so I don't know if I can justify playing like another multiplayer game. I'm playing a little bit of practice for him. But yeah. Flying to US tomorrow, first time. Any specific recommendation to do? The national parks are sweet. That's usually what people who visit like take a look at, so I would take a look. I played 1.3k hours and I was robbed, yeah. Path of Exile, always best bang for the buck. Path of Exile is tremendous, yeah, bang for the buck. Isn't it free to play? That's part of the joke, but effectively you have to pay for stash tabs at a certain point, so like it's not, I wouldn't call it free, but it's free to like get to the point where you would need stash tabs. Actually, that sounds like I'm not actually saying anything. You can play the game like a lot without needing additional stash tabs. Won't they just ban or time out people who make personal insults or overly aggro on the forums? Yeah, but people make those comments on my videos too, man. And I just like don't really ban people, so I don't know. It just feels kind of bad. I think we try and pay for a little bit less on the dip. Can we just like maintain and just hold on to our current level of guys? So dollars per week feels easy to get defensive of empty calories. I think people who put dislike after 200 hours are similar to people who got disappointed after Game of Thrones season 8. Yeah, the first seasons are still excellent. To be fair, it does sour the bad ending does like sour the overall experience, like, but you still enjoyed those first few hours. Not that you buy like box sets anymore, but I remember I bought like the box sets of like the first 4 or 5 seasons for my mom, and like I don't regret buying those for my mom. Like those are good product. But let's see. Can you briefly explain how trade works for 1.3? Same as 1.2, except for the maintenance on the marketplace that scales up such that after 1 or 200 years, it's probably actually going to be pretty mid. All right. People want to see some of the Reddit negativity. All right. People want to see some of the Reddit negativity. Okay. Let's also center this a little bit. Wait, that didn't center it. What the hell? Alright, what are people saying on Reddit? AI England destroyed the fresh, I'm so happy. What are we sorted by? Hot? Disease in 1.3 is broken? Okay. People are still upset that diseases kill people. I think that the compensation should be pop growth, and there's actually like way more pop growth now, especially You go that one that gives you extra granaries, basically. Time lapse in a minute, so we're taking a look at the UI here. I don't know if they used copyright music, so we're not gonna do anything there. But looks like Biz got eaten but came back, but then got eaten, and then Bulgaria formed. Ottomans doesn't do anything. Something that people are generally upset about. Looks like Kiev gets omega huge, Hungary gets a little bit big, Bohemia does some stuff. This doesn't look unreasonable. Italy gets omega huge. Italy's got some strong bonuses, so okay. I love 1.3. Oh my god, I can't express how much I hate Iron Man. It looks like we have nothing but positivity here. What's going on? Who are you and what have you done with my EU5 community? So lame pseudo is not happy with the reacts. It did get voted for, but it did get voted for from the YouTubers, so you can blame the YouTubers. Spain, mostly there, and did not eat Portugal. Holy Georgia. Did Georgia, for whatever reason, Georgia always does Omega good. I think it's just because there's an enormous power vacuum to their north. And anyone could eat Golden Horde, but no one has Conquest Desire on them except for Georgia. Big Molly, also Big Molly. Negativity is the disease thread. Read the comments for negativity. True. Bro, where's your ad block? I don't believe in using ad block. So there's gonna be negativity there. What are the odds someone's telling them to eat shit in the I love 1.3 thing though? Very reasonable tax rate. Alright, this doesn't look like a 1.3 complaint. Oops, there goes the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Womp womp. You know, before release, with some of these stationary works of art, you could actually steal them. It was very funny. I forget which content creator it was, but he stole the Hagia Sophia. I was like, oh shit. You don't believe in ad blocks? Well, I mean, I believe they exist. If everyone used ad block, I would not be able to make content. Right? Alright. I don't think France is having a fun time. We're gonna assume that that's a positive opinion. But okay. So we have some things. We changed the disease number from 0.3 to 0.2 to reduce endless disease. They said they're investigating early game plagues. Nobody calling for the heads of devs though. I know it's a beta, but did they seriously not launch it? There we go. Single test of releasing this patch. Well, it is a beta. So I honestly don't know how it could get worse. Like, diseases and mercenaries are the two big complaints about the patch. Geralt Poonslayer. Geralt Poonslayer. Hello, if you're watching this. He's going to be very upset when he learns that mercs are just way better than they were before, relatively speaking. But Pop Growth has a good thing. Looks like we have a big argument back and forth. Are you arguing for the sake of argument? Classic. He might have a point here. We skimmed through this, but people are getting into it. Okay. Beta excuse only goes so far. These they still have a responsibility to release something that is at least playable. Game hasn't crashed for us once, by the way. But I do have some feelings about some of the balance things. But okay. Yeah. Some people are giving the reminder that it's beta. And then we have, maybe we should... What are we doing here? This is not the way you peruse Reddit when you're looking for controversy. Let's sort by controversial. Angry Muppet. I imagine Angry Muppet will indeed be... I hope you're getting a cut of my YouTube premium money. I am. That's how it works. It's actually, like, proportionate. As far as I understand it. FBI says that Americans should use ag block for national security reasons. This might be true. I think that I don't hate an environment where people who make stuff that I consume for free like have a way to generate revenue. You know? But Gerald Poonslayer, reliable source for Witcher 4. Is he really? I hear he slays the Poon. I get that it throws off game balance because of the rate of growth and therefore needs to be tuned down, but the number probably actually isn't crazy when compared to real life 40 million figure worldwide. Someone who cites evidence is the most controversial fucking thing in this thread. So 4 to 5 million Europeans a decade plus the rest of the world really did figure closer to 40 million over 30 years. For all the problems of modern life, and how I sometimes pine for a simpler time, it would really suck the balls to live before modern medicine. This is just like a guy is like, here's, you know, some information regarding this thing and why the numbers are reasonable. Downvote! Disappointed myself for not immediately going to Reddit and writing posts that said, hi, journalist, womp womp. Just like, Reddit reacts to generalists reacting to Reddit, not like this. And then, okay, 1% commenter gets controversial. This has to be some way for your pops to bounce back or at least make it frequently. Does there? Disease legitimately sucked and had real life political... I'm kind of in the same boat as these guys, so I'd get downvoted, I guess. I would pop growth maybe needs to happen in a more dynamic way and need to have, like, a higher upper bound in some instances. But also, urbanization sucked for pop growth. It spread a lot of disease, and generally speaking, like, rural should probably be a little bit better for pop growth. I think food should maybe be higher impact, but spamming food should maybe be harder somehow, and it's just not hard at all. Interesting gameplay implications if disease aren't all that bad. If disease wrecks your enemies and leaves you relatively unscathed, it can create both economic and military opportunities. At some point, a game has to be fun. Yeah. Hey! Isn't this, is this Rock and Roll Jew? Is this you? Or no? Am I just, like, overly, like, thinking... I could have... I believe I've interacted with this person before. Constantly losing half my population to disease outbreak isn't really fun. I think that in general, grand strategy game players want to just like always be in upward progression and don't like in terms of like just generally really dislike backslide. Removed by Reddit, removed by Reddit, removed by Reddit, womp womp. He's not filtering new. I was filtering by hot. I got permabanned off Reddit from an EU5 post. Wild. Here's my well-reasoned moderate opinion. Downvote to oblivion. I think that if people want more testing, they are effectively saying that devs should code less and play the game more. I mean, like, you could have this opinion too. Rules started as better for pop growth, hasn't really lasted. Yeah, now you just, like, granaries are just so good that just urbanizing to build granaries is just better. Nope, not you? Okay, I apologize. I know I've interacted with this guy in some other format, because I remember that being a thing. That also doesn't exactly seem like you, but in terms of the take. Okay, let's look at I Love EU5. I Love 1.4. That's funny. I feel like diseases just take less pop growth, but also damage stability and legitimacy more based on a modifier from spiritualism. Interesting. You once said that he's working on a gold/dark age mechanic. Maybe tie pop growth to that. That'd be an interesting one. Like, I think that food should feel more scarce in some contexts, especially for the lower rung pops, and when they don't get it, they starve to death. Spain had like 12 million inhabitants in 1800 in your game. It's over 20 million, and I think that is played by the AI. I think they need to tone down diseases, but they need to tackle the insane pop growth. I think that you take that to Reddit and you get downvoted. All right. What's so good about it? They nuked France? Oh man, not like this. A lot of people like stickers, big true. Yeah, I mean, like, it's probably a little bit too early for opinions. Someone is EU3 beta just commenting about the plagues. Man, why is it... People care about the plagues so much more than I do, I think. Maybe I should care more? I don't know. Let's sort by new. Timor has declared war on OLM with 5 independent states between their borders. Okay, that seems not unreasonable. Featuring Maori DLC. Flemchen needs more historical flavor. They listen to the France rants. So France is having trouble. How are you guys playing Qing? Maybe they actually nerf France. Leaning Tower Pisa, we saw that one. How's the update? Every single save I immediately am in debt and I can't get out of. Is this I don't think this is a 1.3 question. Yeah. It's a complete and utter mess. Nothing really works, but they've stopped economic growth for the first 100 years due to stockpile creating prices of everything. I mean, I think that they've stopped, like, being able to spam RGOs that there's no demand for into oblivion with this. But we have to play a little bit deeper, I think, to get some of the effects. Okay, I think we're done with this this Reddit perusal. I think we've kind of figured it out. Some studios have a day 1 week where everyone in the studio plays the game and do a big debrief at the end of the workday. Do people want Tinto to do 2 to 3 days per week playtesting? Yeah, I don't know exactly how much they playtest. I think a decent chunk of their playtesting... I don't know if I'm allowed to comment on it, actually. Is there public evidence of it? There is. A decent chunk of their playtesting is probably coming from multiplayer games, which is not necessarily, like, representative for, like, AI or stuff like this. Also, maybe they could have, like, a shared save playtesting. Because I think almost all the playtesting, and to be fair, this is the time period players play, is like in the first 100, 150 years or something like this. I said in comments that game basically guarantees the extinction of the Jews by 1400 because of passive whatever assimilation and conversion. The Reddit AI, whatever AI Reddit uses automatically suspended your account. Womp womp. I said that someone should throw their children out a window and I got a warning. But that was like that was a spreadsheet joke. And the AI can't appreciate a spreadsheet joke that you should throw your children out a window instead of yeah. I think we're gonna expel the sick and sponsor mass forgiveness and oh, we should have waited. Oh, I'm gonna be so sad if we get wrecked. Pest house, though. Oh yeah, baby. And now we could actually trade for incense if we want. Really just care about the goods quantity, kind of, right? I think this is enough to run the goods, so actually maybe we'd care about other stuff too. Yeah, we don't quite need that much. But now, that actually should give us a ton of disease resistance. You see 44,000 down here as well. Pest houses have been, like, historically, like, really not the best. But now they're so much better because you can actually trade with people far away. It just takes a lot more maintenance. But we're actually gonna not die to plagues as much at all. Sid Meier realized players hate playing Dark Age mechanics back in Civ 2 to 3. But they introduced it back in 6. But their Dark Age is like catch-up mechanics, not like, oh, your nation falls apart because get wrecked by history. I don't know. EU5 Steam player count graph looks horrendous. What is it right now? What is the current live amount? Could we please spend an episode analyzing Steam chart numbers? I don't know about that. If these things go away, I'm gonna be big sad though. We do need the disease to spread. Looks like it's stuck in though. Okay. I think we'll continue to build pest houses, honestly. I haven't felt good building pest houses forever, because if you don't have incense, which is often, they're only half as effective. The rebound for pop post-disease is not high enough, IMO. Maybe there should be, like, a positive modifier based on available, like, employment, but I think it should be kind of, like, food-based. Ash Notes did say they rebalance where some plagues start and spread. They have to make expansion fun, otherwise EU5 will continue its deathward spiral. See, I actually kind of don't like expansion. I wish not expanding was more fun. You've heard of preaching to the choir? This is the opposite of preaching to the choir. Yeah, but we start in with really, really high resistance. Because we did build a hospital even. Oh baby, we're crushing it. Food insecurity is the #1 reason pop revolts through history. Game really undersells how bad a single bad food harvest or plague or both combined could destroy a ruler. Yeah, I think if there is an issue in simulation, it is that food should be a lot harder to get, and then pop growth when you have abundant food should be really, really high. Like the entire scaffolding of the food system is like not a very good representation. More so than disease. I don't get the disease whining either. It's so easy to stimulate pop growth and build up resistance modifiers. Yeah. Were people caring so much about the plague? I think a lot of people don't play for a lot long after the plague, so they don't get to see the recovery in the biggest part of their run. That's maybe true. If most people are only playing 100 years, I mean, I don't know, like, from a vibes perspective, like, when I first started playing this game, like, back last April, the plague felt super bad, because you just watched everything, you, like, just get kicked in the nuts. But now it's, like, my brain just, like, resets the expectation. You know, like, you start the game and you have, like, this progression, and then the plague kicks you in the nuts, and it's only, like, after the plague kicks you in the nuts that my brain goes, okay, we now have, like, this is our new starting point. Because, like, for me, the plague doesn't feel bad at all, because it's just something that happens every game. We've seen 0 Johan insults so far. That is true. Never beating the allegations. Or the false accusations generals laid against the community that there would be Johan insults. We haven't seen any. There's a lot, though. Journalist with the iron bod just beats the disease. Meanwhile, average Redditor dies of fear when they hear someone sneeze. Big true. Except, hi, it's me. I'm average Redditor. I was expecting Reddit to be more negative. I think your assessment of players expecting or fleeing entitled to perpetual positive growth in a game is correct take on the disease criticism. As just any popular take is not the same as nuanced take ever. I think occasionally you can have like a popular like nuanced take, but yeah, generally people don't like nuance. In fairness, General saw a Jew on Reddit. I could have sworn I remembered an interaction with that guy. Yeah, you might be onto something though. Although to be fair, like I think most people don't put their religion in their tag just in general. Or I can assure you that most people don't, because we don't see religion in Sparta. But aren't there a lot of Jewish pops unconvertible unless special conditions are met? This is my understanding, but there's also mechanics that I do believe there's mechanics that tend to, like, delete pops for performance reasons, and if those are getting turned on to... Oh my god. Those are getting turned on to select minorities, then you'll have a bit of a thing. Like, culture tends to become monoculture-ish. I know there's a Jewish community somewhere in Spain. I forget exactly where it is. Is it here? And I feel like these guys, just in general, it feels like people get assimilated out by the end of the game. You have to, like, religious convert them, but religious converting people is not that hard, if I recall correctly. More testing is saying you want the devs to code less and play the game more. It's called Quality Assurance Team. Literally everyone should have a decently sized group of people just play the game. Well, what's decently sized to you? Because the dev team's like 20 people. What percentage of those people should be QA? You know? Also, QA, like, they have to, when a bug gets reported, part of the responsibility of the QA team is to check and see if that bug's a real bug, and then replicate it, and then create like a Jira for a programmer to fix it. So there's two different like layers to like what QA is doing, because QA is also part of like the bug testing and fixing process, and they can only get so many hours on the nightly by the time, like, the nightly that's supposed to go live before it goes live. So... Why are you building a Venice? We're not. That's theirs. They own that. We're getting a ton of dev, though. Holy... Bubonic Plague? Don't matter. Dev's going up. So what's the next target, Venice? I was thinking of finishing off Verona. Because we're gonna get a free CB against them. We are Venetian, we want to flip Lombard, so fighting Milan is not turbo insane. But yeah, Venice would make a bit of sense, except for they can block us. So, we are part of the Ghibellines and Guelphs, though. We can leave the faction. So, I think that there's some merit to us using the faction to go after, like, Ferrara and the like. So, maybe let's do some of this, and then not do some of this. I don't see major QA issues in Paradox titles. The problems people have are usually not things people catch in QA. Yeah, like, okay, like, the game hasn't crashed once. Like, crashes are, like, way more obnoxious and, like, way higher priority. What are the trade changes in the beta? A big part of the thing is the maintenance for buildings. All buildings increases over time, and this is an acute issue, particularly for marketplaces that may be pushing your marketplaces underwater in like 200 years. So many empires rule over so many cultures and we're all core lands. Current system of cultural mechanics interacting core mechanics makes no sense. I don't think it makes no sense that it's easier to core some things, but it should perhaps be a little bit different. Like, it makes sense that there's a relationship, but the way that it's simulated is maybe wrong, I would say. We really should have embraced the Renaissance before the things happen. IMO brain dead map painting is bad. Expansion, taking over market centers, natural harbors, high value stuff. Good expansion. I think that brain dead expansion is good. I don't know if you mean that you want it to be bad. I love you, generals, but your prescriptions would literally make the game go under 5k active users. Well, you're not necessarily wrong. I think that the current player base is a lot of people from EU4. I didn't play EU4 because I didn't like it. They want the game to be more like EU4. I don't want the game to be more like EU4. There's obviously a bit of a thing there, right? Where I think I am, yes, divergent in opinions in a lot of way with the current player base. And either a new player base would have to be acquired, or, yes, this would hurt overall player count. I will not, like, change what I think would make the game better, in my opinion, though. My opinion on where I want the game to go is not influenced by player base numbers in a very direct way. I think I agree with your evaluation, though. We're gonna pass this because prosperity is hecka good. 7k online right now, but 10k 24-hour peak. I think most players will wait for release. Very small percent opt in for beta. Yeah, I think they could also like only do betas on serfdom progress. Let's go. Ooh. Another reason to have court language be different. Does it make sense that pest houses need incense? I kind of don't think so, but I think this is also a weird game warping thing because pest houses basically were unusable in all of Europe, and players don't appreciate like that they're actually the most effective resistance thing. I feel like it's gonna save us so many pops. Our current deaths is 100k. We've lost less than a third, and we're like probably pretty close to getting rid of. Yeah, we're pretty close to it disappearing from our country. So losing only like 30% of your like pops, or like 28% or something. I promise you, if the game was 3 to 4 times faster, this wouldn't have so much negativity. That to play or game speed. I am a huge advocate of click reduction in like everything. Like there were 3 people who were invited to give feedback on the UI. One of the things I was like most aggressive about giving feedback on was reducing clicks for players in order to actually like manage like all this stuff. And one of the things I've been a fan of for a while is auto expand. And the fact that this is in the game, I think, is actually going to make the game faster from the perspective of what it takes to properly manage the economy for a lot of players. If I don't see like a post where people are like happy about like auto expand, like that have not played with the mod, that's gonna be like crazy as hell to me. We're gonna go regulated export here. But I also think I'm already in a place where like the way people look at the game is just like, it feels kind of a little bit weird to me. The important part is it kicks the whole world in nuts, so it's pretty much neutral. Well, I mean, like, sub-Saharan African nations, it doesn't kick as hard, and Asia it can miss, but the plague is the actual start of the game. That's kind of how I feel. You have the preamble, and then, like, this is your baseline after the plague hits. I think the simulation ideal of EU5 wouldn't be a fun game. This may be fair. I think I find a lot of fun in figuring out systems. So to some extent, the enjoyment I get from games, peeling back layers of the systems and how they interact, this is part of it, right? Once you understand it, you don't get to peel back the layers anymore. And so, to some extent, I view games as like a puzzle. And once you've solved a puzzle, it's like, you like solving it twice is like less of a thing. But playing a game and solving a game are like two different endeavors. I like solving them quite a lot, and I imagine I like solving them more than the average person relative to playing them. And if you think I enjoy the game in the wrong way, you might be onto something, or in a way that is atypical. Weo Slitijo, thank you for the follow. I almost said thank you for the problem. I have no idea why my brain auto-completed like that. Thank you for the follow. Like, doesn't even make sense. If we're gonna have it, I think land is gonna be a little bit better. Like, for us clicking there, because we're gonna trend anyway. Reddit's kind of like one of the worst mediums of communication mankind ever made. I don't know about that. Reddit's not good for seeing news from the perspective of, like, seeing what's true, but it is pretty good at aggregating stuff to the top. Like, Reddit's good at that. Conorox, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, my guy. The prime sub, even. You're shocked that the institution hasn't spread further? Yeah, this isn't spreading super good. I expect institution spread to be a little bit worse. In general. Did they nerf institution spread, though? Just because I expect less trade. When I was playing Biz into expanding into historical lands like Egypt was such a chore, the monthly single siege ticks and infinite forts is a chore. And this is after they made it wars in 1.2 they made wars way faster. Like, you finish these things way faster. What text should we get here? Egypt is not historical Roman territory. Egypt was a Roman vassal ruled by a pharaoh. This sounds like Egyptian propaganda. But yeah, representing it as a vassal is maybe more fair. I don't know. But the thing is like, in some sense, wasn't there like a lot of like effective governorships? In fairness, I made the username a good 20-something years ago when I was like 13. I feel like that's the case with a lot of people with their usernames. And, like, some people have really unfortunate, like, angsty usernames. Like, the darkness within my heart, like, type of, high schoolish, usernames. I think Rock and Roll Jew is, like that, though. Trying to remember, like, a username I use in a lot of places is Jovis, which is like the Etruscan god of vengeance, or something like that. And it's like, I use it a lot less now because I just use generalist gaming in a lot of places, but my understanding is that Jewish pops can get converted and assimilated regardless. Prevents assimilation is a thing meant for Jewish tags. I believe they can't get... they cannot get assimilated unless they're converted. But once you convert them, then you can assimilate them. But I do believe that there is a special, like, it's harder to convert them type thing. Like, victory's too early in the game regardless. This is true, but this is an AI thing to some regard. Like, I'm happy that they did this. They gave countries personalities. The countries you see that don't have, like, weird color, or the countries that all have weird colors, the ones that are not defensive, or there's another one that makes them, the ones that make them like expanding less. So that's going to be friendly and defensive. Other than this, all the different colors just make these countries like stronger because they are more interested in expansion. Like, the AI can just be stronger just by turning up the aggression, but people don't like it. If you do this. Scandinavian cultures get extreme rights. Yeah. What does Lombard get? Lombard gets an enormous dev bonus. We also have a dev bonus. And I think that this just, like, is just completely out of line with every other dev bonus. Every other dev bonus is 0.001. This is 0.005, so it's 5 times as big. And I think they just meant to have an extra 0, honestly. Because this is not only a dev bonus, it's a dev bonus plus something else. But we also, on Paduan, are getting one of these. So we're gonna get a whole ton of dev. What's the best run to scratch a prosperity and development itch? What we're doing right now. Do Padua, because they have, like, a meme. Rural marketplace is more important since they have no maintenance. I imagine the fact that they're turning you underwater is still, like, a prohibitive reason to not like them. Or they're decreasing what you can get from production elsewhere. You seem to do Poland content with the Spain content? Interesting. I'm hoping there's, like, colonization overhauls with the Spain content. That would really make a lot of sense to me, but I also maybe don't know my history well enough. Ah, and we're having issues. Oh no. But the plague is about to leave us. And we only lost 143k pops. Or 150k. I don't know. I think that's pretty good on the ratio. If you want to play the game for 10 years, you kind of got to care about the player numbers. I mean, I think I would be most happy in an environment where like, it attracts new players who care more about the simulation, this type of thing. That's why he plays Dom 6, it'll never get up to 5 players. It's 5k players, so he can't screw it up. What's Dom 6 player count even at? Is it even over 500? I doubt it's over 500. Oh, looks like they changed the thing so societal values now. Okay. You get your thing taken off when you get to the end of the road. Which we managed to get communalism up quite a bit. Not maxed out though, a little bit of a bummer there, but that's probably fine. Ooh, I'm kind of inclined to pay for cost court for a little bit to give out some privileges as well. EU4 players want the fact that building anything and everything is good for your economy no matter what, while in current EU5 you can't just build stuff to make the number go up. I think they... I don't know if that's a fair characterization of EU4 economy. I think they want to spend less time clicking on the stuff. And maybe also less time thinking about it. The thing is like, they just want a higher density of their attention spent on conquest and the game to go by faster, I think. I don't know how someone can request balance changes. They use mods to drastically alter gameplay. I kind of agree. That's directed at us. We're currently playing unmodded. Auto-expand is good. I really couldn't specialize my locations because the easiest way to build is through the macro builder. And nobody got the time to click on each location in a big empire. Yeah, so I think that this significantly reduces the amount of clicks you have to take to kind of do what you want to do. What's the cost here? I'm shocked that this is underwater, though. All games are puzzles. FPS is just a combat puzzle. I think you know what I mean, but... they released CK3 purely as a cleaned up CK2 with no major changes. Everyone was upset, and they had to take the game in a different direction, so probably be upset if Johan had made EU4, but with 3D and faster. Yeah, I mean, on release, everyone was really happy. It's only recently that people have gotten super fucking negative. Here. We'll show the institution spread a little bit more. Game has to be both fun, both playing tall and wide should be viable things to do. That's what will save EU5 from the current disaster. I think they... I don't know, a lot of the gamifications they're putting in to make playing tall better, people are really pushing back on. Like, to make... because you... a lot of people seem upset about making expansion worse, which is what you need in order for, relatively speaking, for it to be taller. Red is 1,000 times better than the forms that existed before it. Thoughts on 1.3 so far? Sorry for the repetition. Nah, there's other people coming in and out. There are some changes in here. I think they're, like, kind of cooking. Some things seem a little unbalanced, but it's also a beta, so that's to be expected. It seems like overall that this is going to have more changes than the 1.2 free patch and probably be better overall. I'm thinking. But the two biggest things people were complaining about, well, plagues seem like they are not as pernicious per the numbers that they've shown. Mercs being like the only way to play is just actually way stronger now, considering building buildings for economic stimulus is probably no longer a thing because now there's a scaling modifier. So this this kind of has some trickle-down effects that I'm not sure were considered too deeply. But you can see instead of 20% cost, this stuff's 21% cost. But I think that from the perspective of specifically civilian infrastructure like universities, this is good because it makes it so you don't want to build these literally everywhere. And that there's like a significant cost to this type of thing. In fact, libraries might just be bad now. I think that like a lot of what was going on there is like subtle and complex though. But I also think just in an abstract sense that the way the game should work is... Wait, why are we doing this? The way the game should work is that it's a strangeness. This is also a little bit overtuned. It's strange to me that you would have a thing where there's stuff is getting bought but nobody's paying for it, and that's currently what the current system is. But it's like the change is like interfering with other systems. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's just click that button for getting some of the stuff. Means of production. Treviso, we're going to give Granary Town, I think. Let's put the Mason on auto expand. We'll maybe subsidize auto expands as well, or Masons. Red is good with breaking news, gotta give it that. Yeah, the, like, when Prigozhin was marching on Moscow, getting the, like, minute-to-minute update on stuff from Reddit was, like, actually really good. Steam is really better source of the game feedback, since the observer can actually see if the poster owns EU5. I mean, I feel like in some ways you can infer whether or not they do. Can you check Luca? Does it have different fine cloth bonuses you as well? This is pretty nice. I wouldn't call the economy borked. I think that there's definitely some good things that, like, have been changed. I just think, like, specifically there's weird warping on both trade and army and navy maintenance. Just because the buildings basically were, like, net positive always, and now they're not. So this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is gonna really warp the way people play. If Reddit isn't good at communicating truth, then what is actually communicating? It's communicating what to pay attention to. Like, so if something's breaking on Reddit, I can actually just, like, look for information elsewhere to, like, confirm. But that it tells me what to look for is, like, useful. To some degree, like, AI is like this as well. Because AI has a lot of velocity and throughput, but AI doesn't actually, like, really think. But what you can do with AI is, like, when AI gives you a piece of information, you can just verify it, right? And so, like, it's like pulling a rabbit out of the hat, in that you're, like, reaching into the hat with Reddit, and it's really good at velocity, but not good at, like, verifiability or, like, quality or this type of thing. But the velocity allows you to filter. It's more of a filter than an accuracy thing. It filters information for you rather than providing you with accurate information. Accurate information can be easier to come by, but you have to know exactly what you're looking for already. To the extent that Reddit is useful as an information source, which, okay. We might build that road.
I'm sorry, I'm behind on chat, you guys. I would say if the regular team is 20 people, then maybe the team should use an expansion. Having an extra 5 to 10 people. Well, now we're talking about they should spend more money on it, right? So, this is maybe true. Maybe, or, okay. This is complicated because from the consumer side of things, you always want the company to make a smaller profit, right? And instead ship a better product. From the company side of things, they want to have as big a profit as possible, right? These are not, this does not mean that, incentives are never aligned, though, because if consumers don't want to pay because the products dip below a certain level of quality, then no profit is made, right? So this means that there's an equilibrium level of quality that could be achieved that maximizes both profit and player enjoyment or something, and this is where we should trend towards. And the question is would expanding the team by adding 50% extra overhead because you're adding 50% staff, that's not fair, because there's like auxiliary and marketing teams that that aren't part of the dev team that are also employed. But the point is you're talking about increasing their overhead by really big percentages. And it's like not as much answering the question of how many devs of the team do you want instead working on QA instead of dev. But I don't think that's like I think that's like avoiding the question, right? The question is if the team is and the numbers are easier with this, but I don't know exactly how big the team is. But if the team is 20 people, how many of those people should be QA? If I was old enough to have leftover usernames from high school, they would have been "It'll never get better than Civ 2." That's funny. Are there German Cumbrian pops in northern Italy at the start of the game? Yeah, someone was pointing out that, like, this culture group, or who is it, like, these guys? Someone had a very interesting culture group. I'm just clicking the wrong button is what I'm doing. Romansh, which is Italian, Rhaetian, and Swiss all at once, and gets all their texts. Kind of sweet. They need to give us ways to reach 400% efficiency modifier. Well, they put a hard limit at all efficiency modifiers that you will not get anything more after it's 100%. Steam charts say Dom 6 is around 300 a day. Yeah, that sounds about right. You could honestly max cost court and just keep it at 100. Yeah, if I wanted to pay for stab, this would be reasonable. Like, I'll just let events and this type of stuff carry the stab. EU4 economy is entirely focused on making your numbers bigger, which makes your armies bigger, which makes your name bigger. Big true. Dom 6 is currently sitting at 250, which has been the average for 2 years. If total clicks are the problem, why didn't they just 5x the effects of all the buildings? Because I like the way you're thinking. The way to try and achieve that effect would not be 5xing the effects of all the buildings, it would be cutting the number of provinces by 80%. Like, to actually properly have that effect that you're, like, kind of proposing there. I think we go bailiff soon. General reaction to 1.3 has been positive so far. I agree. That's what it seems. Is EU5 actually getting new people? I don't know. I think some people from Vic 3 jumped over and they tried it out and then they were kind of like, I don't know. But I think a lot of the people who jumped over from Vic 3 and were like, I don't know, they don't like the game moving in the direction of EU4. I mean, remember how fun playing Tall was for most of EU4's lifespan? Me neither. What we have in EU4 is way ahead. EU5 is way ahead. Yeah, what do you even do in EU4? Like, spend your time on? Do we have any crown characters? Probably not. We probably want to build exactly one boat. Someone said there was a new PM on this. This is new, right? Makes naval supplies. Not as good as just producing fish, but interesting maybe. I want to be able to make Saint Joan of Arc my Queen of France and have her children rule the whole game and keep her dynasty. Dynasties have some issues. Like, in, like, the not letting women continue the dynasty or not being able to find some random dude to continue the dynasty type of way. We were kind of talking about institution spread. Here's the current state of affairs. If we change the map mode, we can show Renaissance specifically. Thank you for the content. You're welcome. How's the beta patch so far? Is it worth it for you to switch back from EU4? I think if you like EU4 better, this might... Well... I mean... I like playing new patches a lot, and I feel like there's like a little bit of a confound there. Where like, I personally would definitely prefer playing this to EU4, but I also like wasn't really much of an EU4 player. I also like the max control modifier. That was something which made the game fun. We need more things like that, not less. I'm not a fan of max control because I think it invalidates the proximity system. Like, if you could just ignore proximity... At a certain point, if you're getting enough flat max control, then you can just ignore the proximity system. What are you reading these days? I'm currently reading a book on campaign finance, and then I have another book on, like, election corruption, and I want to get through both of those before November. Don't you think you're focusing too much on making money rather than having a good economy when you say libraries might be bad? The demand those buildings generate is still up there. You might be overflowing in money anyways. I don't know. William Pseudo, you've been here a while. The issue is, like, I think that they're plus EV, like, at 20% maintenance, but I don't think they are at 40% maintenance. And I'm very confident they wouldn't be at 60. And so they're making you lose money. Like, the economic stimulus you're getting from them isn't enough to compensate. An estate being a discriminated or heathen culture is minus 20% estate satisfaction. Oh, let's check. I think that these guys will all have the same culture, but this is a new mechanic. They're all Venetian. How much was tax base nerfed in this patch? Like a percent estimate? That's kind of hard to do. It depends on how thin your margins were. And how much production efficiency you had. When you have very little production efficiency, it's like, it cut in half, basically. Isn't it weird how everyone just forgot the government of Russia, Federation, almost got overthrown in a violent coup? Yeah, I was, that was definitely a morning. I followed that stuff with great interest. I think Prigozhin's, like, was insane to think that he would live. like he had to, well, maybe he did know that he was dead and it was more of a I'm trying to get my family to live type of thing. But that was certainly one of the approaches of all time. Maintenance is just so people will never build army or navy will struggle to convert because less library or university spam and a hard hatred to maintain positive balance on a nation that's already struggling, like India, Byzantium, and so on. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll make it so that, like, you really don't want to overbuild manpower or sailors, which is weird because you like, a lot of this stuff you want for, like, infrastructure reasons, now you actually probably need to pick and choose your ports. Which isn't, like, a bad thing. It's just wildly different play pattern-wise. And I think I feel like people get upset anytime they have to change their play patterns. Damn, he's behind by, like, 20 minutes if he's now replying to the QA team size. Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to catch up here. Adding more devs can also add extra problems, as in people checking, debating, and more shared project could spoil both. Yeah, I mean, it requires, like, more devs also does not mean a better game. It sometimes be detrimental if the team isn't well coordinated. Yeah, and it's also like not necessarily efficient. Like as you add devs, you probably get less efficient, and you could Paradox could also just make other games too. So like I don't know. Do people want like a EU5 or whatever? Because that will require dev time. They should just get, like, weak contracts for QA, not, like, big permanent positions. To be fair, they get a bunch of, like... From content creators, they effectively get a bunch of free QA. Like, the content creators, like, get the... Not this patch, because this is an open beta, but the content creators get, like, the patch, like, 2 weeks before release. And they give it to, like, I don't know, like, 20 or 30 content creators. They effectively, like, more than double the size of their team for, like, 2 weeks. And it's like plus EV relationship for both, but, like, from, like... Some content creators also get, like, deals to make videos for the game, but, like, if you're not getting a deal for a video, like, relative to the hourly of effective, like, free QA you're giving, it's, like, not... a good rate. But like I don't know. I think a lot of things are like if you're doing getting free access to a product is like shouldn't necessarily be a free rate or a good rate, and there's no responsibilities on the content creators to report bugs and stuff. I try to, but yeah. I think I put in, before release, I think I put in over 1,000, like, tickets. I need clouds above the land? I don't know what you mean. We might have been on the terrain map mode? I don't know how the terrain map mode's gotten turned on a couple times. General reaction's been positive. Give him some time. I'm a Civ refugee. I'm sorry. Everyone treat Dr. Goodlove with kindness. This is EU5, not Vic. Vic players have a game already. Yeah, okay. I mean, they can play multiple games. Like, if you can just make EU4 too. It's not, like, against the rules. It's just, like, not something I'm interested in. And I'm giving, like, my perspective. It's not like, making the game more arcadey is, like, objectively bad. It's just, like, a different game. Have you ever checked if it's possible to go over 50 naval, take a naval governor, then go back to land without losing the reform? You lose the reform. I don't know if it deletes the governor, but I assume it deletes the governor. Playing tall in EU4 was waiting for the mana button to tick up and clicking the dev button. Ooh. But it does have different, like, play patterns, though, right? At the very least, it's not just, like, playing tall but smaller. Or playing wide but smaller. We do have more of these available. Yeah, the lack of a Crown Power one kind of feels a little bit bad. I mean, we could do Sortition. But we want to push Aristocracy, so I think we don't want to. Great War Golem Ferrara, working on it, working on it. Someone who played thousands of hours at EU4, I'm not super negative at EU5 like a lot of people, but playing wide needs to be more viable and fun. So when you talk about viable, I don't know what you mean. I think playing wide is overwhelmingly like the stronger way to play right now, so I'm not sure what you mean by viable. By fun, I assume you mean it's easier to expand faster, which is fair enough, but then you're going to reach the problem, or in my opinion, the problem of it's going to feel like you beat the game faster. So if you only want to play for 80 years, you can make expansion faster. But in terms of viability, expanding is really good. I hope that EU5 won't lean too much into what EU4 is. EU4 is just Brain Dead Conquest and Coalition Wars. It seems very oriented around just moving your units around on the map and doing war after war after war into paint. Is there a reason to go land over naval? Yes. Oh god, yeah. There are reasons. I don't know if these reasons are good enough, but there's like... This is really, really strong. 0.002 dev. It's not that strong for us because we have just a monstrous flavor thing that's probably just like a misplaced decimal and we get 0.005. And this is really good too. This does require you to go individualism though. Not something we're used to doing. Also, pops don't migrate at all if you use the granary rights. They won't leave. And I think that makes this worse, but okay. We will eventually have to go individualism. If we do that, I think we're gonna go naval for this run though. I don't know, playing land in Italy feels weird. I also don't like proximity is just a circle that emanates from your capital. That's so silly and not historical at all. It's absolutely historical. Right? Generally speaking, empires getting larger and being unable to maintain, like, coordination between their seat of power / capital and the rest of the nation is, like, a huge cause of the collapse. And it's also not a perfect circle. It's, like, mediated by, like, material conditions of like territory and stuff like this, or like I don't know. I think I disagree. Good should make like 80% of the costs would be fair, but libraries and universities should not make you more money. I mean, I think there's maybe an environment where estates pay a portion of it. Because estates have unlimited money now, it feels like. Estates get just gobs of money because they get the money from lack of control. But estates pay for a portion of the building, and then you pay for a portion of the building, but all of the goods get paid for. Local governors are too few. There are certainly more governors. I don't think... I don't care if you make 20 to 30k ducats to build. But there should be more governors. I think I just disagree. If the goal is to, like, simulate stuff at all. Empire... Right now it's really easy to make an omega huge empire without, like, getting low control. More and more expansion is still plus EV. If you want the more expansion to be just as good as your, like, core territories... like always, then like you're basically saying you don't want playing tall to be like, or playing tall to be viable at all. Like right now it's just like always plus EV pretty much to just take more stuff. You have to have, like, really, really low control, and, like, you can expand in such a way that you're basically constantly at war and constantly grabbing new territory. You just have to filter it through subjects. Look at a modern quadruple A title. Quadruple A title? For an example of how throwing more devs at a game doesn't make it better. Yeah. Sometimes also more cooks in the kitchen is, like, not good. EU5? What's the like shorthand phonetically? Hoi? Hoi? Hoi 5? I've always said it Hoi in my head. Probably needed to say it out loud more. A saying becoming popular amongst EU4 players was EU5 was made by people who hate EU4 for people who hate EU4. I mean, I think that EU4 is way more arcadey than EU5. I think that statement's not, like, without truth. I also think that they're moving it back in the other direction, which might just make me less interested in playing the game. Because if the game becomes less about systems and more about modifier spam, which is kind of what I feel like EU4 was. EU4 was about map painting and modifier spam, and I, like, just reached a point where I was just, like, not really into that. That doesn't make it, like, a bad game, but it's a game that I don't have to spend time playing. Will you make a short video on your initial thoughts, what's changed? I might make a video very specifically on the building maintenance changes, which I think are interesting. Again, I think that, like, they're really kind of probably make, like, having a standing army really awful is the thing that most comes to mind. Trade might be kind of okay, but I'm still a little bit leery on that. We could increase province control just to ramp it up faster, or we could just be patient. We're also paying a little bit for food right now. How dare you not dedicate your life to one game, you monster. Tell that to the Vic 3 fans. My Vic 3 viewership is definitely upset that I don't play that game more. People are also super upset that CK3 was not CK2, at least on release. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's room for this game to be a more systems-oriented game than EU4, and I think that, long-term I would rather see that than just, like EU4 2.0. I don't know, like, I think that, like, the complexity of... Like, I think a lot of, like, granularity and nuance is just, like, wasted if that's what you're gonna do. Like, why do... Like, having this many locations, if you want to make the game arcadey and about conquests, having this many locations is probably just actively bad. Like, this is too many. Playing tall in EU4 is holding 5 provinces in Europe and then all of Asia in the New World. Oh, just having, like, colonies everywhere? Paradox could lease out EU4 to a developer. I mean, we love Anbidar and many amazing mods. I can't imagine what some dedicated modders... Oh, I don't know. That seems like a nightmare from, like, a legal/dev perspective. Giving local governors in 1.1 gave playing wide such a big buff. Yeah, and I don't think it's, like, ever kind of come down. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, my bad. I think roughly 20% of the team should go to QA, so a team should be maybe 3 to 4. I really don't want it to seem like I'm saying Paradox is doing a shit job because I enjoy the game. I hope it doesn't seem like Paradox is doing a bad job or anything. Yeah. I think 20% is a little bit high. If I were to put a number on it, it'd be like 10%. But with the knowledge that they get 2 weeks before release, effectively a bunch of free QA, but if something requires a long-term fix, they can't fix it. Like, if they need to spot something 3 weeks early, then obviously getting QA 2 weeks early is not useful. Expansion being good depends on degree how hard they made the penalties for low average control. That's actually fair. I think it's really hard for it to become negative EV. We have a really low average control and we're just getting minus a little bit of a % research progress. This seems like a nothing burger. This seems bad early on specifically. But like, you end up getting like 200%, plus 200% modifier, so that's just like, really just like, you shrug and it's like not that big a deal. You could already conquer the world super quick though? Yeah, but this guy says he wants it to be faster. So, I mean, preferences. A lot of EU4 players think in the way in the EU4 scale where wide was a lot larger than here, as in Hungary already pretty wide at the start of the game in EU5, not so much in EU4. I mean, what they want is a world conquest game, not like before the invention of the radio, being able to communicate messages to the rest of your empire is like a really significant challenge that made it hard to have large empires. And if you want to have a system caring about that at all, i.e. proximity, then like you either aren't really, how should I say this? You just shouldn't have proximity if what you want is a game where people are just going to like turbo expand. And if you eliminated proximity, I think a lot of the complaints this guy is making like just go away. Because I think what he doesn't like is that as you expand more, the value of that expansion goes down. It's still positive unless you expand really, really far, but it goes down. And like, I think you just like dislike this system. I guess. Integration needs to be faster. Cores shouldn't be limited to culture. I agree cores shouldn't be limited to culture, but I also just think it's too easy to get cores. So, there's a bunch of anti-fun nonsense pushing down the player numbers. In some spaces, I think if there was not a lot of this stuff like proximity in the game, I would have never covered the game to begin with and wouldn't be playing it. The player base is split between people who wanted EU4 2.0 and people who wanted a bigger world and a deeper sim. I do think that this is, yes, the timing of this comment, which was made 10 minutes ago, but I'm reading it now, is basically spot on. I'm like, I'm of the simulationist party. And that's like what I would prefer to see. I think we'll put a bailiff down too, yeah. For the... I will drop the topic now though, yeah. I mean, like, they could dedicate more people to QA. I don't know. If Paradox wanted to just hire me for permanent QA, that might be something I'd be interested in, but... Don't roads increase the range of proximity as well? Yes. As you get into like the super late game, like even without governors, you can just get enormous proximity in like all of Europe with like just the capital. With like railroads and stuff. Current coring system is not fun. I think that, yeah, I have a proposition for a change on the coring system I think would be better. EU4 had this kind of arbitrary government limit that stopped meaningful expansion at some point. I meant EU4. Yeah, that's what I thought. If you have like flat control modifiers, even like zero proximity stuff is like useful. If you want to say historically and then look at pretty much every large country, the game would look like France does game start for most of the period. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that the game would be more interesting if there were more meaningful levers for acquiring power than acquiring land, and that there were bigger players for a longer period of time with which to contend with. I think the when you deliver the knockout blow in the first 50 years to, like, the big bad within the region, then, like, the game's kind of over, man. I don't know. I mean, you could just paint for longer periods of time, but there's not really a challenge involved. Like, when you knock out France in the 100 Years' War, like, there's no question anymore about how the rest of this game's going to end. And to some extent, like, I mean, there's no question in, like, a theoretical sense. Like, there's obviously no question because you just outperform the AI. But, thank you, Mulkumopo, for the follow. Much appreciated. But I mean, just, like, from a theoretical sense, it's like, no one's going to, like, it just snowballs. But power doesn't have to be grounded in, like, map stuff, but it is. The Mythical Man Month on a book of, that sounds like an interesting book. Where does the accepted culture even mean in the context of history? Was Bulgarian accepted culture for the Ottomans? Did the Ottomans not treat Bulgaria as their core lands? There's so much nonsense. Well, I mean, yeah, I would just say, like, kind of the video I have on where I think core should be. I think it does have a solution. Don't want Helldivers where I'm kicked in the balls every time you want to have fun. Well, that's some people's idea of fun is getting, you know, kicked in the... Maybe, Johan, can I add a mechanic so that once a country gets to a certain size, you have to subjugate the disparate people in your empire? I feel like this is the type of thing that would upset the EU4 crowd. If it's modifier spam, then I'm out. Other games do that loop better. Yeah, the crux of the issue, right? The people who want expansion-heavy, like, arcade modifier spam, and the person who wants systems and simulation. Vic 3 boys starving out here. My bad. But I do think Ottomans specifically, like, are a case study of, like, whatever system you use for cores has to allow them to core, like, the land without converting or assimilating people for, like, the simulation to make sense. What is it with levies versus regular damage removal? I thought they removed it ages ago. I think they removed, like, part of it, but not all of it. I'd have to double check the patch notes. Have we actually looked at the situation? Well, we're using the situation currently to create a CB. Tax base determines the progress. We're not seeing Emperor in here. Looks like Florence is leading the Guelphs. We've not clicked any extra buttons, though. No. Are we contributing? Are we helping? Verona is... Are we just not big enough? Oh, we are. We're helping. Also, here's institutions. That's one you were a little focused on earlier. We're kind of getting there. How's the patch? It seems like there's a lot of stuff in here. It seems like there's some balance issues, but it's also an open beta, so balance issues are expected. Personally, I don't want to go to EU4, but I also want to expand a bit. This is fair. Modifier spam isn't necessarily a bad mechanic to build a base game around. No, it's not necessarily. But why do it in a map game? Just play roguelike? Yeah, I think that probably kind of about approximates, like, my position on it to some degree, which is, like, I actually don't dislike modifier spam, but if you're going to if you're gonna go through the trouble of like simulating like a high grain, like all the locations on the earth, and you're gonna go through the like difficulty of like finding out all the cultures of all these people, and you're going to have something that is historically grounded, it's like, I mean, and then you're going to have guys from the Byzantine Empire with flamethrowers. It's like, well, if we're doing that, did we really need to do all the like granular grounding stuff? You know, like you don't need to have games with good gameplay loops are not necessarily games that have like good simulations, right? And like there's a lot of stuff that's been done to like try and make a more granular simulation of like history and this type of stuff, which doesn't necessarily do a whole lot for gameplay loops. And so like living out the grand fantasy of like being immersed in like some sort of historical grounding, I think it's like relevant that the grounding be like there to some degree. Like Dominions has fantasy and magic and this type of stuff. I do not care one iota about like, I care about gameplay, not the way stuff's like grounded or whatever, like, you know, in that game. Just make EU4 remake in the future or something. I want a department. A real sim. I mean, like, this is also an argument that this could have been... We could have gotten two different games. Right? We could have gotten the EU4 2.0 and we could have gotten the, like... But I doubt that they want to make two, like... Then one of those games would have had to not be early modern history. It's such a chore that you might as well not do it. Well, I'm all for reducing the number of clicks required for expansion. Just not necessarily making it better. I think the slider change from tax-based to eco-cap was a bad change, though. Oh, this makes it so that if all your slider costs, if you're under 60 average control... Or anytime you're under 60 control, it's like effectively more expensive. I don't know. I think that was a good change. Giving the estates all the money, I don't think was a good change. But like, if you want to make the thing is like, even with, I think the threshold where your expansion becomes negative EV is incredibly low. In order for expansion to become actively bad, I'm not sure that anything that's cored is ever actively bad. Like, I think with just 20 control, if something's just a core, it's probably better to have it than to not have it. I'd have to like think through this and check a little bit more. But just coring alone. But I think that there's a difference between something being plus EV, like non-zero. EV means effective value. And by plus EV, I mean that it's not actively bad for you. There's a difference between that and, like, when we take this land that's right next to our capital and has a ton of proximity, boy, does that feel good. When we take land in the middle of Podunk, like, nowhere or something, like, relative to where our capital is, it's not going to feel anywhere near as good, even if it's positive value. And I think people want it to feel like the same value. But that's kind of just, in my mind, that's kind of just saying you don't want to have a proximity system. I feel like people really overestimate how much time QA can actually play. Like, basically, when you release a game, the first hour of people playing is more hours than QA will have been able to play. 100%. And also, like, if they got this branch finished a week ago, and QA's only had a week to play it, and there's 4 people playing 8 hours a day, you know, for a week... That doesn't end up being a lot of hours, because each one of them does 40 hours. That's 160 hours. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. We're gonna skim through a little bit. Cores should be limited to control, but that's probably make people more upset. Well, this is just like an abstraction that, yeah, I wouldn't mind getting rid of and just making it have to do with like something else. But I think there should be like a scaling. I'm not against like the idea of something scaling as you own the land more and it becomes more homogenized with the rest of your nation, that your governance over the area should be a little bit better. Why is game speed so low? It's at 6. I'm trying to catch up with chat though and keep track of stuff. I think expansion should only feel fun when it makes logical sense. Conquering a bunch of crap in the stepland or desert mountains should be punishing. This is kind of what I think. I think right now it's like not. I think expansion is, in my opinion, too good. And like administering over, like if we were to conquer like random stepland, the administrative cost of administering over that would just like bankrupt the nation, like historically speaking. Let's help journalists by make a few bucks by liking the stream. Thank you, thank you. I think that promotes it in the algorithm more. Yeah, it would have that end effect. I do not get like more revenue share from a like, but I do get more recommendations in the algorithm. Is proximity a good simulation though? I think it is. Proximity system is probably one of my favorite in EU5. Yeah, if the proximity system wasn't here, I think like suddenly like the infrastructure and a whole lot of stuff would like get ereled. I actually might not have like picked up the game if it wasn't for proximity. A big time problem in the game is playtime / game time ratio. In a normal game, you don't own half the world by 1400, but after you're playing for hours, it feels like you should own more land by then. Yeah, this is a pace of play issue, but I agree. I think it takes way too long to get through a campaign. I mean, we've been here like 5 hours and we've gotten through like 20 years. Which is like less than like 4% of a game. It's 4% of a game in like the time period where it should almost be. To be fair, we spent a lot of time kind of dicking around. And just kind of poking through stuff. But yeah, I think it takes too long to get through the game. I don't know what the solution to that is though. QI for Paradox, say goodbye to your hair, my friend. Oh wait, you don't have any? Yeah, it's the perfect, I would be the perfect employee. Actually, well, I don't know how I would feel about... Obviously, I think I probably wouldn't be allowed to make content anymore if I were to be QA. I came in with an open mind and didn't expect it to be EU4 in face. I assume that's in fact. I love this game. I'm just weird. Don't know how to explain it really. Interesting. Interesting. How do we want to handle this? Wait, didn't we just get a CB? Huh? Huh? What was the CB even? Holy shit, the conquest cost? I mean, don't mind this for forcing people in, but we're not going to use this for conquest. Forget about it. We do have this, though. So I guess it's kind of a little bit of wait and see. Vassals should be useful for stuff besides scoring. I mean, they kind of fight. And pay you income and stuff. In the pay you income department, one of the issues is they made it so that they pay you less. Or like they increase. Vassals used to be better, but they made it so that your vassals increase your economic base, like your slider cost, which makes them a lot worse. Dev the interior is just like wildly asymmetric. You get way more dev from the other one. Monthly control we could have used a little while ago. Actually, are we still not maxed out? We're still not maxed out, so monthly control will actually go kind of hard. We don't have, I think, any artist slots even yet. Let's do this. That's hat. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna get clicked through twice, but I think we're just gonna take our increased control and like run to the bank with it. Because that's gonna play really nice, actually. I have at least more than 100 hours in the EU5. I really do like the game, but at some point I feel that I feel the need to build armies because expansion is not worth it. I don't feel the need to build armies. Well, I mean, you should use mercs at a certain point. I think we might build like 1 manpower building and 1 standing little thing, so we can put our ruler in charge of it though here. Wide play being optimal makes a lot of sense for a time period where tall play was not rewarded. I don't know, I disagree with that. Like, I think historically speaking, a lot of the countries that were successful... I mean, okay, like, Italy, the fact that Italians are powerful in this time period, these are, like, actual city-states. This is as tall as it gets. You know, territories tend to be better, but like the game is like such that if you get more land, this is just almost always better and almost never bad. And sometimes, like historically speaking, a lot of times historically speaking, if the land is difficult to administer over, it costs you more to own the land than it does to not own the land. And this was typical and common when you took new land, that it would end up costing the state significant money. And that this was one of the ways in which a state could overexpand is because the integration and holding onto the land was worth more than you would get from it. For Vic 3, did the post-DLC patches fix whatever people were upset about? I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I kind of gotta get a little bit faster through this. What's your favorite realms of extermination? I like the dwarves. Do they just look at Vic 3 if EU5 and EU5? If they do, they must have wanted more of some form of it. What? Well, Emperor's dead. Long live the Emperor. Let's slow things down again and skim, kind of. Vassals will develop provinces for you. This was a lie in a previous patch note that they would not. They still do. Yes, about that big grounded, yet having flamethrowers is the strongest critique of Tinto IMO. There's not nearly a cohesive and consistent feel to the game. That's before the Horde of balance issues. I think that it's possible that different people on the team have different ideas of how the game should be devved. The flamethrowers look kind of nice when showing off the DLC, but like, yeah, the flamethrower thing I was like kind of not a fan of, but like ultimately I don't care that much. When are we getting Generalist 2.0? I'm working on him. He's in development. when I go on that like tear and just like You'll either get Generalist 2.0 or he'll die in 1.0, I guess. What's up with controlling an effect on research speed? More nonsense? I mean, this effect is so small. Like, I don't know. How much can you really care? Like, it's just a percent modifier. Like, by the end of the game, you get, like, plus 200% research speed. I mean, I think that there should be, like, I think that research just never is actually simulated well in the strategy games, though, so... I think RGO should have base upkeep costs. I kind of think they should have upkeep costs as well, but it's complicated. Holy, you guys are chatting so much. It's all important to remember that just because QA finds something doesn't mean it gets fixed right away. That's correct. It gets put in a pile. And the pile is prioritized, and the things that are the highest priority get fixed first. It's not FIFO, it's not first in, first out. What do you think of the best location for capital governance in Italy once formed? I think you look at harbor capacity, and I think it's kind of real important. I've lost much sleep over this. I think that Naples is really good. I think you can make a weird type of argument for here. And then Genova and this province also pretty good. I think that this province is better than Venice because it's like connected to the mainland. I think it's on the river, yeah. So maybe this province is somewhat reasonable, but the thing is like, when you push along a naval route proximity, you effectively are getting more surface area for every direction you're pushing, and this is effectively one direction. When you're pushing out from Naples, you're pushing along this coast, so that's one direction. This coast, 2 directions. Across to this coast, 3 directions. Across to this coast, 4 directions. But, so, kind of varies a little bit. And then, governors, you don't want too much of their spread to overlap with your capital spread. So where they should go actually should change over time. If the capital's in Naples, like maybe a good governor's in Genova, but once you start getting decent control to Genova, maybe it's better in Milan, something like this. We just want more control to blob up. But the control's the anti-blob. Generalist is like, let me catch up with chat, reads the first question. Well, let me explain. My bad. You're so right. So true, bestie. Generalist now doing the math and seeing why I said back at the top that more QA people basically wanted 100% of Tinto to spend 3 days a week on playtesting, which leaves little room to fix what actually fine. No, I mean, I think I saw your point before. I think the fact that they get a bunch of effective free QA from content creators is useful for them, but the content creators don't have any like sort of assignment or like mandate to like do anything about anything. So like, not all of them are actually reporting anything. Yeah, we're waiting on ours. 4 hours and 20 years is a user error issue. Yeah, I mean, we spent, I think, the first 2 hours poking around and deciding what we were going to do. Another problem with the game is when expansion gets kind of good, after 300 years, your computer's already breaking trying to play the game. Yeah. God, I haven't played 300 years in forever, so... I feel like, generally, just way too strong by that time for, like, stuff to actually be entertaining. God, we're getting so much dev. So is Milan, too. This is gonna be just insane, man. Like, I think this is actually just a case of the decimal being in the wrong place. kind of like the idea of governors that increase control, but it should just be creating semi-large vassals that you don't annex. I think that it would be cool if governors were like a political entity that you interacted with and had to contend with. I think that this would be very interesting. I don't think this is what the EU4 crowd would want, but like getting more pushback from your internals to me is interesting and would make it so it's like less blob oriented, less outward, just take the stuff oriented. But I don't think that's like what EU4. I think EU4 players want to just be nearly entirely focused on like playing, like painting the map. DDR Jake did content while being QA. He moved on to game design before leaving and moving to Hungary. I guess maybe I could. They've not contacted me about anything like that though. I don't know. I think I have generally a good opinion with the EU5 team, or I think generally they kind of have a positive opinion of me. But I guess I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I'm fairly confident, but it do be what it is sometimes. Tax base per level is 1.3. Sure. The slow game speed does not work with the slower expansion pace. Yeah, these two combined means the expansion gets slowed down a lot relative to E4. I think that's maybe a fair argument. Like, getting through the game taking a while, but I think stuff like auto expand really helps out a lot. Like, well, it helps out a lot if the EU4 players and the people who like expansion are actually taking the time to like concern themselves with these types of things. But you also don't need to concern yourself with these types of things to be like successful. There should be more gain from having a couple large vassals. Well, bigger vassals are a lot better than they used to be, but still cabinet actions are a bit weird. Feels like Paradox are giving more tools for early expansion and gain to deal with slow game speed. I don't know. It feels like people just said they wanted governors, and so they gave out governors. And then, like, the problem is I think governors are fun. But I just think that they're, like, bad for the overall of the game because they make being huge, like, way better. They pay you only 2%. That's way too low. It needs to start out as 10%. I think vessels pay you more than 2%. I think they pay you 20%, don't they? What? It's 2% of their economic base. Yeah, it used to be based on income, I think. Or it used to be based on tax base. But they're gonna have way more economic base than they have income. This is like a decent chunk of their money. 10% of their economic base would be insane, I think, no? Well, all of our income's coming from trade. If you cut out our income that's coming from trade, which doesn't increase our economic base, right? We would be making 2.4 ducats. And this is with all of our sliders zeroed out, we're making 2.4 ducats. So if we were... Oh, I guess Diplo spending's not zeroed out. But if we were paying half cost to court, maybe that's a reasonable thing. We'd be making like 1.6. Paying 10% of this would be basically paying all of our income to our overlord if we had to pay 1.4 ducats and we're only making 1.6. We have a weird looking economy because it's like so trade oriented for us right now, and we have like zero slider expense. But if the AI is paying for sliders at all, that'll actually just 10% will force them underwater. I hate that cabinet remains primary means of doing things throughout the game. I think cabinet kind of feels arcadey, yeah. I wish that there was, like, a better system. Like, there's a lot of things that do feel a little bit arcadey to me. But, like, yeah. Well, Generals is years behind on chat. Pure Flame. Been noticing it for some time. I apologize, my bad. My bad, dog. Slaves should not count against coin, yeah. Probably. I played Biz, took a lot of land, and it was a bad idea. Biz might scale a little bit different because you have those bureaucracies, though. Wow, this is the second time we've seen Austria get uber cucked by Hungary. That do be a vibe, huh? Did they fix free cities sometimes going to 0 pops due to a spiral bankruptcy? Not sure. To a meaningful degree, didn't the Italian city-states get a pretty significant boost with pre-existing Roman infrastructure and investment that was poured into Italy during the Empire stage? I'm not sure how significant this was. But maybe. Wow, I wish our stuff would spread a little bit better, huh? We could drop a library. We know the library is going to get real expensive. God, that's... I think it's kind of interesting now that we have to think through that, but... Suggested somewhere that integrated should get +5 control. That's already satisfaction, malice, tanking control. I don't know. I don't like that flat control. It makes... Because, like, you don't... I don't know what the EV, what the break point is for something being plus EV, but I think, like, the control is, like, it's somewhere between, like, 15 and 30. And I think it's closer to, like, 20. Where the things are just positive value. And if you give flat control modifiers, you make it really, really easy to hit that threshold, even if you can't get to 100. Are there any bugs that make it unplayable? Nope, but you're going to have a weird sort of ride, I think, with regards to your relationship with building maintenance, because this scales up really hard as time goes on. So it's 10% higher than it is in the other game. Exponential pop growth might have been a mistake, like IRL, I agree. You can actually take that province from Venice? Or take the market without having boats? Oh. Yeah, you're right. Wait, no, this is just the Venice province. You have to target a province. Oh, but you're thinking just steal the market? I don't know if... I think we need to take the capital. I feel, with two high harbor capacity in 2 provinces connected to the same area, I feel like it barely matters. I don't know. I think that this is more harbor capacity or slightly more control to everything over here, which makes it better. My rule of thumb with governors is every new tier of roads, I push them out further. This is a decent one. Control gives us money was the point of blobbing, if not to tax and exploit who we are conquering and subjecting. Well, I mean that's always what you're trying to do, but historically speaking, generally speaking, or very often you would go underwater in your conquests, and conquering stuff was not actually useful, but just a project in vanity. That was maybe not worth it. I don't know why we clicked through there. We clicked through there because we want to test the artists. We're gonna put possible artists as our next thing that we get. Is it good? None likely. Grab us some kind of a ton of this like tech that's good for us specifically. You saw my QA point, but then an hour later you did the math out loud. Womp womp. Well, I mean, I think was I not on board with the point initially? I mean, my point was like, I was asking the other guy like, what percentage of people do you want doing QA? And like, I think he said add 5 people to the dev team, and it's like, that's a lot of extra dev people. Frequency of diseased children? Womp womp. We do hate the diseased children. Getting more internal pushback from your local governor as you expand, also known as CK3? Yeah? Hello, it's me, Johan Anderson. I'm here to say that we at Tinto do not have a positive opinion on you. Damn it. Your world conquest speedruns records are severely short of our standards, and everyone in the office laughs at you. No, not like this. You would have no chance against us in the house multiplayer games. No, no. Disrespected and called out by the fake Tinto team. No. No, what will I do? Cry myself to sleep tonight, probably. 6K hours of EU4. Conquer the world in 1560s. Internal politics, awesome. EU4's primary fault is that there's nothing to do but blob. Yeah, I'm interested in doing all of the things that are not blobbing, basically. The primary issue with expanding EU5 is that they put a load of things that just make it really annoying. Control limiting you is great. Yeah. I think that... I don't know, like, how many people who, like, think that... I mean, maybe people just aren't engaging enough with these other systems. I just, like, I don't know. What kind of player am I if I do want to expand, but I also like this game? My kind of player. Governors are one of the positive changes introduced thus far. Nerfing them would be invited backlash. Oh, I 100% think people would be pissed. But I also think that there's a whole lot of changes I like that has made the community pissed. Like, I think that the AI, when the AI is sitting on tens of thousands of ducats, I think they absolutely should murk up when you take an existential fight to them and just, like, clap your cheeks. I'm all for that. I think that makes 100% a whole lot of sense. You should get clapped like Jello. If you remove cabinet action, what can the player do to actively affect his country besides spamming buildings, though? Well, I think one of the ideas you would make more levers on those buildings, and you would rely on systems. Like, Vicky 3 uses a lot of systems, but a lot of the effects are subtle, though, right? You have, like, institutions, and you pass a law to put in an institution, and you increase the institution level, and these have, like, really lagging effects on your game. But you're also not doing it actively. When we're doing this integration stuff actively, this is a lot of button clicking that's just devoted towards us managing these cabinet guys. There should also maybe be like some sort of like cabinet. I at the risk of being wildly unpopular, I think, which I already am. I think that maybe there should be cabinet mana instead of cabinet slots. Philadelphia. The red alpha. 123, 123, thank you for the follow. Brain completed Philadelphia, which I was like, I've never heard such a take on Philadelphia before. Hitachi clarifies, absolute pure flame, the flamiest flame of all time. I apologize. My bad, guy. I let you down. This is funnier for me because I know that no one else knows what you actually said because there's such a big delay, so they don't know how I'm accurately portraying exactly what you said with perfect fidelity. There we go. That's the one. Did you research institution spread? Seems to have more now. I think I got a little bit, but also it's like stepladdery, right? Because I only have like 5 locations, so when one spreads, then it's going to be like a lot faster. I mean, we could take a look at the spread. The spread speed's roughly the same. Banking's going a little bit faster, I guess. Let's see. I'm just kind of skimming through some of the comments. Yeah, we're kind of a ways off. I guess we're kind of in waiting mode because we don't have very much money. The economy does feel slower, but I know we're going to get omega huge once we get our dev up. But these dev bonuses do take some time to realize the significant advantage. Wait, doesn't market now always go underwater if we add slider cross increase? Well, eventually the marketplace buildings specifically will, I think, always go underwater. Yeah, eventually. The thing is like the higher level buildings they give you more market access per maintenance, proportionally by a decent chunk. This is giving us 4 trade capacity for double the maintenance. So it's giving us twice as many per trade capacity. But I think eventually at the pre-nerf levels, this would turn your marketplaces underwater. But what's going to end up happening is fewer marketplaces will be reduced and the trade margin will be produced and trade margins will be bigger in terms of proper play from the player. Unfortunately, I think the AI doesn't actually care enough about the I think the AI just looks at how much profit you're getting per trade and doesn't actually look at building maintenance in... I don't know if they look at building maintenance in the consideration of whether or not to build a building. So the AI might just overbuild armories and this type of stuff by a lot. But yeah, we're gonna have some profitability issues on the trade buildings. The Red Alpha 123, thank you for the sub, much appreciated, my guy. With auto expand, does it have a window with build libraries or market towns like the mod? Not as far as I've seen, so I do think it's still worth using the mod. Right now, the inability to actually extract areas from low control areas feels giga bad. I mean, I kind of think it should feel giga bad. I apologize. Integrated provinces without proximity often have zero control, which makes them too similar to unintegrated provinces. This is maybe a fair critique. I think it should, like, this thing... The bonuses should scale, like, linearly, rather than just, like, complete step ladder. Like, you should slowly gain progress. But I have this in a video. City Guard not giving anything other than 15 manpower is so sad. Yeah. It do be sad. The first unit you build, though, is so useful. I think we're gonna build some armored horsemen. When we have the money. Holy shit, they're expensive. Venice maxing out on glass, are they? Nice. They have so much prod efficiency. Prod efficiency is just so much more valuable with the changes that they've made to the guilds. Just basically cutting the margins in half on some of these buildings, but not on all of them. Work of art, sale value? I don't remember that modifier. Wait, you can sell works of art? Does it cost us 2.5? No. Damn it. I was hoping we could buy the Hagia Sophia. That's why I was laughing. A man's buying the Hagia Sophia and you're laughing. You're laughing. Can you check what rank Bulgaria starts in the open beta? Well, it says Empire. So I'm anticipating they start out as an Emperor. Which, I don't know about that, but... I don't think people understand how much more other people cost. 5 people is like 500k a year at least. I don't know if it's that much. I don't think they pay devs that well. I guess or I don't think they would pay QA that well, but like, it's like, it adds a lot of overhead, yeah. You absolutely agreed with me at QA. I just thought it funny you redid the math for first principles an hour later. I'm just living in the moment, my man. You throw it at me again, I'll keep responding the same question. Which is why I've responded, what do you think of the 1.3? Which is like, to be fair, the answer is what we think of 1.3 so far is we're still kind of figuring it out, but... also at this point, like with the community like so wildly negative, it actually makes incentivizes, or not incentivizes, it motivates, that's the word I wanted. It motivates me to be like less negative because I think that like it's out of whack balance. But I also want to be honest about where I think the game's at, so... I think it's too early to start on the granaries. I mean, we are really not making a lot of money at this point in time. And like, them some thin margins. I think that, honestly, RGOs, despite being doubled in price, might be better than they were before. I'm not sure. But I think other people are also denying us I think other people in Italy in our markets are maybe denying us the opportunities that we would normally have. Like, other people have these spinner guilds and stuff going on. To be fair, once we get more and more of these, we would start to get production bonuses. Maybe you just have to uber early go cap economy. Maybe we do that. Cabinet members are the mana of EU5. Kind of, yeah. Call them cabinet sliders and people will magically become happy even if it's just cabinet mana. Cabinet mana, but on a slider. I mean, I think that you should get... I've proposed that maybe you should get cabinet mana from how much you're paying for cost to court, making you not want to throw the cost to court. I think the importance of cabinets should decrease as the game goes on. Make the integrate area thing automatic by ticking integration EU4 style. Well, I think that to the extent that you have cabinet to do stuff, you should be able to increase the speed, but I think you should always eventually get cores, just waiting. And currently that's not the case, mainly because of assimilation. Because you will always eventually get the stuff as integrated. It just takes like 50 years. And you'll always eventually, like, convert the religion, but culture specifically, there's this -10 modifier if the stuff is, like, they doubled it. They doubled the conquered modifier. It doesn't matter too much because a lot of it's just overcome when you use the cab action, but... Oh, no, wait. Integrated has a modifier of 10. I think this has always had a modifier of 20. You would never assimilate before you integrate. Yeah. Hey, spectacular person. Sorry it took me a while to see that. Thank you for the $5 dono. Your opinions are despicable and you're ruining my name. I want EU4, but with more provinces. Oh my god. EU4, but with more provinces. The more forts... More provinces, more forts. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Stop cooking, generalists. Get out of the kitchen now. Not like this. What have you done to me? Central aspect of the time period is individual persons become less significant as state machinery improved. Yes. There was a movement from like guild systems to other systems. The ultimate super chat shaming. Not like this. Oh, I will have to call my mother. Tell her I had a bad day at work. Once EU5 is actually good enough state, there needs to be a conversation about location density. The number of locations in Europe vis-a-vis India is just insane. Yeah, location density is also like useful. Also, province size got some weird stuff going on. I think these things are like super low prio though. Like, I think ultimately they're not that big a deal. I think I'm not a fan of like the Voltaire's Nightmare HRE. Like, I think I was happier with it when there were fewer nations. You know, like this idea where we want to simulate this super high fidelity, I think is a cause of like the really, really small location sizes. But I think that bell's... I don't think we're unringing the bell. Can you imagine how mad the person from Darmstadt will be if we remove their nation from the game, or the person from Frankfurt? To be fair, someone has made the argument that we are ruining the game because they think the devs listen to my opinions on matters too much, and that I'm just wrong and making the game worse. Feels bad, man. If you summoned a genie and had 3 magic wishes for EU5, what would you wish for? I would wish for the community to have more fun playing it. I don't know, well, like, colonization is something that I think is like really needing a rework. I think Japan should get more fun. Japan, like, specifically is really rough. I have an idea for an eco rework. I guess it'd be sweet to see it, but from what I would recommend to the devs, it would be just like such low prio. All the nerfs nerf the AI more than the player. This might be true. That's kind of a lot of money for early game. Is it really? Are we making money? I feel like we're poor. Maybe I've lost the plot. I feel like we're not doing too hot. God, the taxes per level is so awful. Let's actually just build marketplaces here. We don't have anywhere near as much crown power. I think we actually were making more money when we had 3 provinces than we are now, but eventually we'll scale into this. It doesn't seem reasonable to presume that England, France, Spain's colonial efforts were unprofitable. I think colonies are plus EV. Do you think they're negative? Can we get rapid reaction to the beta patch or 1.2 or beta? I would recommend playing on the beta. It's been stable. You're just going to be in for some weird stuff. I don't know, if you don't want weird stuff, then I guess not. I still don't know. So some of the things that are going to be like more long-term issues. There's also some like super overtuned stuff. And usually people like playing the overtuned stuff, but like only like playing it once. Padua's like a vibe. This dev modifier just like is completely out of line with all other dev modifiers, and I think they just like missed the decimal place. Like there should be an extra 0. $1,100 gold to buy 1 work of art, that would give me 0.01 prestige. Sometimes it's about sending a message. I think when I play Biz, I'm helping to sell all my art. That helps with a lot of early game struggles. Can you sell art? I don't think we have any art yet. Where are Bulgaria's local governors? Be really funny if they were using one. They are not using them. They don't have any cities other than the capital. Buying all the Orthodox relics as another religion would be very funny. Can you do that? I don't want to click it. Canal's exposing the exploitation of QA workers. Yeah. I think that I think QA probably gets paid pretty close to minimum wage. Would be my guess. Do Social Security often pay in Europe? A person you pay 50,000 euro will likely cost you another 50,000 euro in labor-related costs. Oh. Shit. That's wild. In America, the way that it works is you pay your workers minimum wage and then the government subsidizes it. Yeah. Like Walmart, they pay people like minimum wage and then they get under the poverty line. And because they're under the poverty line, working full time, then they qualify for food stamps and the government gives them food stamps. Wow. It's almost like your system seems way better. But okay, fair enough. Boy, that means they really just should hire QA from, like, the US or something. Or some other third world country. Of course, the US is not a third world country, but... More cab efficiency on cost of court? Is there? What do you mean? I don't think it benefits from cab efficiency. One of the greatest potentials for the game is to give cultures identities like CK3 did. They seem to have built a system there to build it. Have a base system there to build it. Yeah, there's so many base systems for expanding other systems, but it feels like a lot of what they're doing right now is not like working on systems, but just tweaking the current systems. And I'd rather see less tweaking of the current systems and more like overhaul and adoption. But it's also, we're only 6 months in. And probably, like, the mode that they're in is, like, that they were never going to, like, release new systems until, like, a certain amount of time into the game's development, you know what I mean? So the expectations may be unreasonable. It looks like we have, like, another 2.5 years or something. What do you think of the change in how great power score is calculated? You know, we haven't really looked at it at all. Is there a map mode for great powers? This map mode I never use. I feel like there should be a great power map mode. But steel is a great power. I think normally they wouldn't be. I mean, you have to pay for some of the stuff a lot earlier. Oh, did they get rid of the penalty? But we have Hungary as a great power, so we have a bunch of great powers. I think we'll kind of have a better feel for what we feel about that when we get to the point where we get hegemonies. I don't know how that was changed. They stopped the AI from spamming infinity forts. I'm not sure. But forts are actually proportionally cheaper now, considering other buildings are proportionally more expensive. I have to say, the city I was born in was a fairly minor one. It does exist in EU5. It's called Zwickau. There's like 10 castles, so the amount of castles in EU5 is low. Yeah, there's maybe should be a different abstraction for castles than the actual just like building. The actual building also just like feels widely like a tools guild level compared to like a castle, like feels like a weird comparison. Like all the buildings are either a cheap building for their age or they're an expensive building for their age, and there's like no other change based on price. It's very brute force instrument for determining prices of the buildings. I think let's get the crown power. And the Condottieri. HRE hurts my PC. Yeah, before release, like the HRE, if you panned over it, your entire game would lag, and now this isn't the case. Hard to disagree, HRE finally getting into a good place, fair enough, fair enough. Nobody who's from Darmstadt will miss Darmstadt. Alright, fair enough. Hey, 101 Magi, sorry I am behind on the seeing the donut. Thank you so very much for the $5 USD. I don't bother with colonization because because of the Liberty Desire later. Yeah, maybe the system should be different. The question is do they pay for themselves before age 6? I kind of think they do, but I think they paid for themselves largely in the Age of Reformation, so continuing to colonize in the Age of Absolutism is maybe bad. I would love to have fun, but playing the game, I would love to have fun playing the game, but anything fun to happen will take hours. I'm sitting there watching antagonism go down and money go up. I said this to Playmakers, that playing in the HRE, because of how much antagonism you get and because of how small you are, like, it feels like you're just, like, waiting to, like, the only thing to do is expand, and all you're doing is, like, waiting to expand. I told him it was like being like a cat, and you're just waiting at your automatic cat feeder for it to go off. Like a rabid dog, you're like, when will it be low enough? And then eventually it's low enough, and then you do your thing. As a rabid cat does. Our disease treating you? Fine, fine. Pretty good. Persia, they don't have much, such a big modifier, but they have like 10 small dev modifiers coming from Ormuz and Persia and 100% prosperity. Yeah, you can kind of eventually run up. The problem is like, everything pointing back to wood, economically speaking, makes them feel really bad. God, we're gonna have so much dev. Padua is so silly. Oh my god. You know what no matter who you're playing, you probably want to release Padua as a subject and just let them spin up infinite dev. It's actually funny that artists are better than their actual works of art. Maybe this is a reasonable simulation. I think that art should contribute to the wealth in locations, and so it should effectively kind of spin up dev or something like this. But I saw economy death spiral can happen due to pops losing demand of goods when the price is too high. How does this cause a death spiral, though? Because the demand is still high enough for building or sourcing the thing to likely be profitable, right? Am I missing something? No, I'm missing that our subject no longer has their CB. Historically, England, Spain, and France as states didn't make money on the colonies. Colonies were massive wealth transfer from various political factions in those countries, so profitable depends on for who. Yes, finally. This is a take I like. the state doesn't always have to accumulate money. Now you're playing as like the spirit of the nation, so I think on some level, money in your pocket is like an abstraction of just like the overall wealth and power within your nation being better, but. How behind are you? I asked a question 20 minutes ago and you didn't respond. Womp womp. Well, I'm trying to go through a little bit faster. And so I'm skimming over some things now. If we have excess cash and hit build cap in high control, should we build in low control even though it's decreasing tax base, increasing building maintenance? It depends what you're talking about building, because the production buildings don't have maintenance. So those can't force you underwater. I think now you don't just build libraries in 100% of locations. Whereas before you would have. How are our pops looking? Looking pretty good. Looking good. There is, it's under Diplo. Oh my god. What was this? I don't know what question of mine he's answering. Not like this. The only thing about the game that annoys me is the current state of the fiddly nature of vassals. Hey, Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Diblo tab at the bottom of the screen. Oh my god. What am I looking for? Oh my god. No, I was gonna scroll down. Diplo tabs on map modes. Okay, GP score areas. What is... Thank you so very much for the donos. This is okay. Okay. So it's worth points because it's got high tax base relative to other stuff, and then it gives great power points to whoever dominates it, and then this feels like convoluted. So these areas are dominated by France, so France gets points. These areas dominated by Bohemia, so they get points. And okay, we have like Salzburg getting some points, Austria getting some points. Relative to world median. But just scales 1 to 10. So just gaining control of... Wait. Yeah, this is just 10. I don't know, it feels very gamey way of simulating it. Because, like, area size is going to matter a lot. No? Like, you know who's going to suck in freaking... Egypt's only going to dominate, like, Egypt's going to be so underrepresented in the GP score. Are they not even a GP? They're probably not even a GP. This is amazing. Because there's only one high tax area for Egypt, but it's so high tax. I don't know about that, man. I mean, what this does is it makes it so that, like, other areas of the world can compete with, like, India and China and this type of stuff. But it's not doing it in a proximal way. It's just, like, giving points to everything and just capping them. And so, like, Egypt should absolutely be a GP from, like, the Europe perspective. Why is your GDP so low? Not like this. I am just getting all the flame today. People have taken all their hate that they were dedicated to the game, and they're pouring it into me instead. I will be the martyr. For those of you who've been in chat a while can tell I'm being sarcastic. For those of you who haven't, I'm being sarcastic. Can't fall over time. With the more expensive RGOs, many RGOs cost something similar to a church, like a wheat farm. Yeah. Which, that's a wild sim, because you just, like, dig holes in the ground. Thank you again for the 100 bits. If we wanted to send you hate, we'd talk about your Dom 6 content. Not like this. Not like this. Thank you for the dodo and the unkind words. Wah, wah. Yeah, some people are tired of the Dom notifications. They're unsubscribing. That's okay. I think losing subs is like not. I think when people unsub from you, they've been thinking of unsubbing anyways, like type of thing. You know? That, like, every unsub is not necessarily indicative of a thing. It's pretty rare for me to have a day where I lose subs, but that definitely does happen sometimes. Belon will become a town. Please have that not be the silver town, but it's the silver town. I mean, this will be nice to have for some time, I think. Kind of just medium-ish. We want to push aristocracy anyways. We do have a law change we want. Excuse me. But I think we'd just rather pass this, so... Like, this game's perspective of Hungary is kind of like, Hungary wasn't this strong, was it? I'm not knowing Hungary's history, but from all the Paradox games, Hungary was a little B, but in EU5, Hungary is not a little B. It just doesn't seem right. Well, the start date I think definitely matters here, but Hungary gets 6 areas that are impactful. Egypt's getting 1 or 2, and like the Egypt's 1 is like better than Hungary's 6 combined. Stockade's a more accurate depiction of medieval castles who had like garrison of 50 to 100. Yeah, even 50 would be like generous. It was basically just like, bro, this is my house. At least during this time period. At mid-high skill level, EU4 was just like that in general. You destroyed everything around you until you were boxed in by coalitions and then just juggled the truces. I remember this. I remember truce juggling. You can kind of do it in the EU5. Or, I mean, you can do it in the EU5 too, but I'm not trying to, like, push it to the absolute limit in regards to conquest. Persia has no lumber, yeah. Probably trying to find a historical justification for a play pattern that doesn't need to be forced. Do we need another gov reform worth slotting? Yeah, this is kind of why we're just sitting on in the slot. Like, none of this felt good. I really want the one that requires us to... I want the quantity one, but we don't have a good way of pushing quantity. Oh, we got a backslide from it somewhere. When did we get quality? We'd pushed like 20. Oh, that feels bad, man. Can we not get a royal marriage? Why can't we just marry this guy at all? Oh, he's in a union in the other place. And Parma's the lead of it. But we're a republic. What is this? Noria? Doesn't seem like this we can make forward progress with this union. But maybe we're missing the plot here. There's no button for us to take over the union for this one. I don't know why they added artist or release. It seems like a half-baked mechanic. A lot of mechanics kind of feel like this a little bit, but there's just like no incentive. Like if there was incentive or they were good enough, you would do the things. What do you think of the updated economy tab? Oh, like the UI? I love it. I love that there's like more information here. I still hate this because I think it's not giving you information. I think this is wasting space. Like, this shows you something that's happened in the past year. If you're checking your tab to diagnose something, it's because something's happened in the past year, so you already know something happened, you know what I mean? So, like, a longer field of trajectory would be important, or, like, something that's more information-rich, but it's not, like, the worst. Let's add a couple of these, or let's just add that one because that's all we can add. We can't make stuff cities, but I'm pretty sure we just want to start towning stuff. Towns, you know, they increase the price of buildings effectively by making them less productive, and they double the price of RGOs. It feels weird that we can make a city for the 2 RGO expansion price. Having unemployed pops now produces lumber as well. Did really help out Persia. Made the word situation less bad. Yeah, but I think the underlying simulation has issues. We have excess cash and cap and high control. Should we build in low control? Whoa, it felt like I was asked that forever ago. I was said I wasn't sure. Art spinning up dev feels backwards. You get art when there's enough surplus calories for people to specialize and develop an economy that isn't purely subsistence. I think you get enough art when you get enough wealth accumulation of the upper class people there. That it's not necessarily a function of like people having food. But I think the two are like a little bit hand in hand, but like you're right, maybe it's like you being able to pay for the artists does the things. But I think that so here's you need the type of people who have wealth in order to create art, and I think the type of people who have wealth also push development. So it's, I would say more that they have the same cause. At least in this time period. Because the demand like drives the need for more goods, and before mass markets are a thing, before like the 1700s, most of the demand that is driven is like largely luxury based. So having like wealthy people was like what drove a lot of the Renaissance. But the same thing driving like the dev should maybe be the same thing driving the art. Was the comment about colonial subject wealth transfer here in Twitch? I desire their further information. Well, I can't remember. Unless you're asking Twitch. Well, we don't need the Republican tradition. Library spam's dead? No, library spam's probably fine, but it'll fall off. It's kind of dead, yeah, I guess. These buildings scale up in their cost. And at 20%, they're like plus EV. But at a certain percentage point, they're not going to be plus EV. And every 100 years, it adds 10% cost. I think at 30%, they could maybe even be plus EV, but probably not. It's a matter of how much they are increasing the tax revenue that you're generating on the buildings, and that's kind of complicated. I'm not mad you're far behind, just found it funny. Yeah, it was someone else that was upset that I was far behind. Full flame. You build them before 1500 and delete them all after? Yeah, this might be a thing. Also, proportionally, the value of the literacy for increasing your research speed is like much higher early on. So yeah, build and delete might be the thing. Yolan says that if the simulation is good, then Hungary will naturally decline and hit the rough plot in beats of history if controlled by the AI. At least that's the design goal. I'm not sure if that will be achieved. Oh my god, I gotta kind of speed up through this. I need a better system. How can the AI fumble Egypt? Well, Egypt's strong, they're just not a GP. They're just a region of power. But, yeah. Mamluks probably hit GP once they annex the subject? Nope, I doubt it. The system, like, just... is saying that areas matter, and Egypt just doesn't control that many areas. If Egypt gets the Levant, then they will just only have 20 great power points, and the point is like, Hungary has 6 of these locations, and they're not all worth 10, but they add up to being worth more than what Egypt has, which is like weird. It's the reason why Egypt was conquering Iraq and Anatolia in the video on Reddit. Big true. They just wanted to be a GP. Depends what you mean by great power. I mean, I think great power is just kind of like a weird abstraction to some extent. Development shouldn't be gained over time. Development should be just like HDI. For example, you have higher literacy. It doesn't make sense to have lower development and vice versa. What? I don't know what you mean by HDI. GDP? Bueller? Which, I guess the first thing we'll want to urbanize is this. Kind of gonna wait for our subject to make a CB on Verona and then go for them, I think. Extra proximity here is gonna be nice. How are we tracing it to Balon even? It's the real question. What? It's probably because there's roads there? Yeah. We had roads elsewhere. You're like Zoro taking Luffy's Spain from Kubo? Exactly. Dom 6 is okay. I think of it as Shiny's ASMR stream. Definitely, like, Dom Dominions is, like, not really that good for spectating. Especially if you don't know what's going on. But yeah, it is just ASMR. I 100% agree. Although this is kind of a bit of... I mean, this start feels a little bit slow. Only people I've ever unsubbed from is Generalist because I hate him. Damn it. You hate to see it. Spectacular person in full effect throwing maximum shade. I do be like that sometimes though. Peasant Republic now gives minus 90% base noble pop power. Oh. How's that read? Oh, we have a search bar. You know what's underappreciated? This is a fucking search bar. There's so many games where you have to scroll through so much random bullshit and there's no search bar. But nobody ever talks about the search bar. No. Okay. I didn't even realize. We could have gone Peasant Republic. Maybe Peasant Republic's better, honestly, given how marketplaces kind of blow. Unclear. Zero control funnels all the profit directly to the estates. Yeah. Now you feel less bad about having low control. Well, this is only good in the early game. The thing is, estates can only queue 25 buildings at once. So eventually you get to the point when you're sufficiently large that estate money is effectively a money incinerator. But early on, it's actually quite strong. And having low control is really not a big deal. $50 dudes on a half-decent castle could hold off an entire army at the start of the game. Yeah, you just need enough food. Stuff stored. So if I build a bridge, I should get a flat amount of development. I don't know about that. Like, bridges to nowhere is, like, not... Like... There's, like, the physical infrastructure, but then there's, like, the people infrastructure. And, like, this is, like, hard to simulate in game. I don't think there's, like, a system for it. But, like, a long-standing tradition of guilds that, like, have had work over the years and been able to expand over the years. Like, this is, like, a generational thing. I don't know how you would simulate it in game, but, like, in my mind, development is, like, part of that is represented in development to the extent that it can be represented. Great power map mode. Am I super uber blind? Oh my god, I am super uber blind. Jesus Christ. Not like this. Do you know about the establishment mechanic? If you go to the build menu, select filter, not fully established, you can read the tooltip there. Well, I think that that's just places where the industry is not present at all. if you have 0 levels of the thing, that would be my guess. I don't think it's like a mechanic. Read the tooltip. Not fully established. Holy shit, there's a lot of filters. Let's look at E. That appears to be alphabetized. I hate it when stuff like this isn't alphabetized. You don't see it. We look at N. Not established. No. I'm not seeing the filter, man. Let's see if there's a more recent comment trying to help you out. We need a search box for filter. It's ramping mechanic, but not fully implemented in 1.3. Build menu, select tool workshop, select our filter search. Alright. But yeah, I was thinking, like, boy, do we need... I think we gotta do something that can be not fully established. We've not established. So... Oh! Now it's starting to come back to me. Newly constructed buildings... Yeah, so this I thought was, I remember this now from the Tinta Talks. This was a decent thing for maybe representing a guild system instead of dev, I suppose. Building operates at full capacity and begins to earning a production efficiency bonus proportional to how established it is, growing up to plus 30% establishment. Wait, plus 30% prod efficiency? Oh man, that's gonna undo everything that they did in terms of trying to nerf stuff for base efficiency. It's gonna make you ramp up so hard. I love the wiggle line, that means nothing to me. Big sad. So maybe we want to, because we know we want to eventually build a Spinners Guild here, build it just to get it established. But yeah, you said that they didn't have it implemented yet. So we're not gonna see establishment as a mechanic, but 30% is a lot. We are Spirit Estate. Why are we synonymous with Crown Power? It's complicated. It's complicated. By that I mean I don't have an explanation, but it's complicated, you know? It takes a little bit of wisdom to understand. Yeah, I think that sometimes they make you synonymous with the state, and sometimes they make you not synonymous with the state. Trade gets more valuable if you pile on bonuses from advances later on. I think you could afford the higher maintenance. Yeah, maybe. You need a bigger margin per trade for your trades to be valuable, though. At the very least. The performance honestly seems worse, though, which I guess is not ideal. Right now we're, like, kind of lagging a bit. So if direct trade is unprofitable, may one suddenly want more burger-based trade to deal with the good transfers? I mean, maybe. I think the problem is the burger trades make all your other trades less profitable. Local literacy also affects, from libraries also affects dev. This is true. It's pretty small. But you're right. He's not wrong. He's out of line, but he's right. These ego changes make my heart cry. Johan thinks the game has the performance to not test our patience. Not sure what that means. I hate when I'm debating and I'm wrong. I don't want to admit it because of the shame it would bring. Womp womp. least of all, in front of, what is it, 200 people. I think you only need 25 GP points. Egypt, Levant, and 1 million area should get them there. Yeah, so upper, lower Egypt. But then Egypt's never going to become a great power. Human Development Index, HDI. That's a new one. I haven't heard of that before. Can our subject please make a CB on Verona? I guess next Parliament we're going to try and grab a CB somewhere and try and see if we can expand a little. Examples of the game you have to scroll through so much BS with Victoria 3, well, yeah, like the company, I cannot, there's no filters for company. There's, like, nobody talks about, like, there's so many filters for, like, anything you want, and there's a search bar, right? So if we want candy, we can see that we're playing the wrong game. But we can see this very quickly, that we cannot in fact produce candy. Issue here is, stuff gets dwarfed, like the Paduan thing gives you an enormous amount of dev. I think that this is just actually a misplaced decimal. I don't think this is what they meant. I hope that's not what they meant. I hope they didn't mean Milan should just have 100 dev by 300 years into the game. Establishment ticked over time and made industries that exist longer better than newer ones. That's my understanding as well. We need to search Barca for the filters. Yeah. The pain I caused, saved. Yeah. I'm almost caught up now. I'm almost caught up. What just happened? Something happened that we could make a choice. Oh, Lawgiver, let's go. I didn't even notice that when we got it. We actually just have, like, monstrous levels of the stuff, then. Yeah, this road's probably just super worth. Let's build it. I feel like I haven't been building roads in a hot minute because the states just build them, but we're getting all of our money through trade, and that doesn't make as much money for the estates. With full co-op economy and establishment, you can hit almost 100 prod efficiency in age 2. The thing is, like, they slowed down the base efficiency of these buildings, or some of them, or some of the PMs within these buildings, but that doesn't matter if you're getting an enormous amount of prod efficiency. Like, it's just so irrelevant from a math perspective. They need to decrease the output of the building if they actually want to really nerf it. Because the output of the building is, like, multiplicatively effective with prod efficiency. And the efficiency of the building is, like, diminishing returns. Max literacy is better aimed than max from buildings. What if we go full circle and remove almost all productivity efficiency, but remove building maintenance ramping? Balance fixed. I mean, I've voiced my opinion in multiple spots that I think prod efficiency is also just a mega out of line. It's so incredibly powerful from, like, the way the math works. Like, the production efficiency here is, like, 11%, okay? Let's call it 10%, just because the math's easier. Our income is 4 ducats, and the input prices are 3.78. With this, actually this building would be underwater were it not for the production efficiency alone. The building would be underwater because sand is a little bit expensive mainly, but without the production efficiency, you have to bring this down, where without the 11%, what's the math? Let's do the actual math. So we'd have to do 4.06 divided by 1.11. I think that's, yeah, 4.06 divided by 1.1129. We get 3.64. Okay, that's how much the building would be bringing in. It would only be, the cost of the input goods would be 3.78. The building would be losing money, and so it would fire down. As it fires down, the price of leather would go down, or would go up, rather, and eventually the building would become break-even because leather prices would be increasing. If they cut all these modifiers in half, this building would go from, like, barely profitable to half-step profitable. Production efficiency, I think, is... like, nerfing the base efficiency of the building is not how I would go about slowing the economy down, because it just, like, slows it down from a modifier that is flat stacking with a bunch of other modifiers you're receiving. Like, just cutting all the prod efficiency modifiers in half would have been much faster, or much more straightforward way to do it. In Vic 3, filters feel spread out enough between different menus. I really wish in Vic 3 you could, like, use the search bar or some sort of filter button in the company's thing. Real talk, why can't you produce candy? I don't know. Too many vans, too many children. Estates always have 0 ducats now because of building maintenance? No, estates don't pay building maintenance. Wait, did they make the estate start paying the building maintenance? And not include it in the... If that's a change and they just didn't include it in the thing... Oh... Yeah, I mean, oh, Jesus. Are they paying the rest of the margin? Estate's perma no money then, yeah. Wow. So much of your initial ramp up? Now we've come full circle. Someone's talking about coming full circle. Now we've just, like, this is just a... I mean, I guess it's closer to a better simulation, but this is just a lot of, like, mental masturbation, because... we went from estates don't get money from lack of control. Poof. Estates now have money from lack of control. They make unlimited money. And then estates don't pay upkeep. Poof. Estates now paying upkeep. And then they get pounded in the ass and have no money. So we're, like, back where we started. Just, there... But to be clear, I do think there is an improvement in that, but that's why we've seen no roads get built, or RGOs expanded basically at all. Yeah, the economy is actually, like, turbo standstillish then. That I remember the days when you didn't get a bunch of free roads and RGOs everywhere, and I preferred that. This is actually more a step towards that, but they could have just not given them the money from lack of control to begin with. Yeah. Oh, wait, are they the only one who's paying out the ass? Why are these guys paying so much? Okay, so it's not a general estate upkeep, it's the estate buildings require upkeep? Like the toll castle... building maintenance. Okay, just kidding. Wait, this is the way it was before, right? Never mind. We take it all back. We're just poor. Damn it. Actually, we have no tax base. This isn't like a weird thing. I take it all back. We really don't have a lot of tax base. We are really getting almost all of our money through trade. So Victory has filters for companies? When did they put those in? When did they put filters for companies? Do not tell me it's the 4 filters, like, slottable, like... The four categories I do not consider, like... That was loose. How does the new auto build feature compare to the mod? Some of the features seem like just as good, but like I would still recommend playing with the mod. But there's now auto expand on the buildings. We have our tanneries on auto expand. They're not expanding those, so actually this just might not be functioning. I don't know why they're not expanding. I take it back, it's actually just not working. Because I think this has been here forever, and it satisfies all those criteria, so it should auto-expand, and it's not. I think the approach with prod efficiency modifiers are largely location-based. RGO, city rights, building levels, you have to work for it. I think we're just going to do this for the research speed, even though we're not immediately doing the thing. Although, we will get to test once we research just banking in general. We will get to test the new thing. I forget what YouTube was asking about regarding HDI, but something about bridges versus libraries. Oh, having the bridges and libraries give just like flat dev or something like this. Wait, what? Why is Verona the lead member? No. Does this mean we can't declare war on him? It probably does. No! Not like this. It's flat since last patch? Alright. My bad, my bad. Looking for the 20-paragraph generalist Reddit post about 1.3 economy. If I have that much to say, I just make a video, to be honest. Alright, we have to remember next parliament to actually get a CB on someone and go for it. Aquilea maybe makes sense. What are these guys are using, cab actions. Not dev ones. Idea, throw prod efficiency from local RGOs and garbage. Instead, make it so if manufacturing takes resources locally, they don't have market access penalties for locally sourced stuff specifically. So effectively increase throughput. I think I could get behind that. It would make it way less important to have the stuff locally. I don't know. I think the market access... market access just decreasing throughput is actually just, like, not an ideal abstraction, and maybe I'd rather change that. Because this building... having, like, producing 5% less stuff and having 5% less inputs... And this is the abstraction of the cost of bringing the goods to the market, which is in Venice. Like, maybe it should actually just cost something to bring the goods to market. Like, there be transportation costs, and then you still produce the same number of goods. Because right now it's like a kind of a weird abstraction that warps a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a weird abstraction because what would actually matter is them being close to any sort of consumption of their good, being able to produce it, and then you would actually have to pay a cost to bring it to market, and this would control whether or not you were break-even or profitable. But instead, like, you don't care how far you have to transport goods in terms of making them profitable whatsoever. And if you have like 30% market access because you're in the middle of nowhere, it's still good to produce stuff to bring it to the market, and that doesn't make sense. That's not how that would fly. But I understand that they're trying to make an abstraction that has a calculation that's not overwhelming. I don't know. I don't have a preference for what I would prefer, but there is some weirdness. You probably have to set it to not spend on anything under 1,000 gold. Oh, that's maybe fine. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we'll just do that though. It was already clicked on the menu. I think we want cap economy way earlier than normal though. Because prod efficiency is just so much more important. Can we come in here? Get a bunch of characters. You know what? We haven't been giving this one out. We're gonna give this one out. Oh, we can't hire more? Alright, fair. Still take that build efficiency, baby. It also feels like you could just bypass the negative prod efficiency for economies of scale. Yeah, I think they should have decreased the, like, output. You didn't even need to decrease the efficiency. You could have just decreased, like, the output by 10 or 20%. Like, so you increase both the inputs and the outputs by 10 to 20%, but when you decrease the outputs, you decrease the value of all these efficiency modifiers you can stack up in terms of, like, what you're putting out. Going to bed? Please forward your feedback to Tinto. I generally do. Power ranking calculations are totally borked with the new system. You basically don't exist unless you own a whole region. Yeah. Or it's not considered contested. So yeah, in order for us to take over this union, we're gonna need to, like, conquer our entire area, which contains the union. Actually, we just need to conquer this guy. So next... Did I say next parliament and then, like, completely punt? No, okay. We have parliament coming up. Very fascinating that we get entirely peasant characters when we roll the dice base. Oh no, I guess we didn't. We'll take some extra income from minting though. Less efficient building that gives sailors that can be built along rivers. Felt like there was something in this in the old school Tinto talks. Which is forever? Is this gonna push us towards Hellenism? What is this? Why would we get this forever? Or it just doesn't tell us how long we get it? Bro, well, 50 ducats for forever 5% research speed. That's a vibe, huh? 15 years. Okay. That gives us a possible artist, though, which is something we wanted to kind of look at a little bit more. Where's artists again? Jesus. The mechanic's like so weak I don't even know like where to look for it. So these guys just have bad modifiers. Maybe it's not even properly implemented yet, the artist stuff. Well, if they're not promoting urbanization in that one place, they are. We don't want Balan to turn into a town. %10 research speed, not bad. Could also go gravel road and actually build some roads. Also wouldn't be terrible. I think we're gonna go this and... wait a second. Let's go this. Because we want to use... Holy shit, we're not declaring into that. No, not massive alliances. I should have been more proactive about some of this Diplo. With Hungary, we could probably run them over. I think we're going to get the CB and just hope that we can figure it out. Not quite where we want to be. Not quite my tempo. But we will start working on favors with them to pull them in. Oh dear, grain houses really do have the same capacity as granaries, so it really is double. Yeah, the problem is, how do you get quantity to 50? You know what? People are going to be upset that they can't get quantity to 50. To be fair, I mean, there's not a good way to get quantity. How the fuck are we supposed to get quantity to 50? There's not a good way to do it. How can the docks give 32 sailors while the armories give 5 manpower? We only build one dock, but more than one armory? Yeah. Only half granary worth of cap, though, so maybe not that huge. What's the maintenance look like, actually? We still have an issue that how do we get the quantity, or how do we get the... They also have the same amount of masonry requirement, I think. So they're less efficient, but I mean... Can you build the same amount of them? Probably. Might be worth giving urban rights for tannery. I think we're going to do that. The problem is we can't give out urban rights yet. We need like another 100 years-ish. Make it so markets don't increase market access. Instead, local markets need to spend trade cap to ship the goods to the trade center. And only after surplus can trade be used for trade between centers. Yeah, this is another idea. I think, I don't know, I think you'd need to... There's a lot of... to unpack there. And I think we wanted to go on to this one. Extra cabinet seat. Start buying favors with Hungary? Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna get it in time, but... maybe you didn't think this one out so far ahead. On some level, it's like... difficult to try and answer questions and do the things at the same time. Wow, we have 2 additional cabinet members coming in. I guess we'll use dev province, but this actually feels like uber bad considering how much dev we get, like, naturally. Maybe we can figure something else out here. This actually just makes us want to turbo conquest. Oh, I should have started gaining the favors instead. My mistake. Although we've been at it kind of a while here, we might look to wrap things up. The money you gain from selling weapons to armories is the same as the money you lose from buying weapons. What are you talking about? Wait, what? I haven't done the math on this, so I'm not exactly sure. Oh, Parma's out. Well, if Verona falls out, then we could do something. If any starting rights is worth it at this stage? Well, the granary one I think is kind of worth. I don't know if we should be building granaries yet, though, or trying to spin up income. Seems like income's actually a little bit difficult for us. %100% of the money money moves back into the economy. It's more complicated than that, though, because it matters the way the price is calculated, and also matters what your tax rate is. Because when you increase the tax base, so when you increase the wealth level, when you increase like the wealth, if you don't have control of it, then it won't actually enter the tax base. So you don't get all of it back. But the thing is, if it's only 20% maintenance, then you get enough of it back, probably. I haven't done the math on it. But when we increase the income here, this is, like, mediated by both, like, whatever lack of control we have, and also to whatever extent the states are getting a cut. So how much tax, what your tax rate is, matters a lot as to whether or not this is worth it. But for us right now, we're stimulating the rest of the market, effectively speaking, because we are not most of the production in the market, so, like, we are eating pretty significant costs. How's the beta with respect with bugs? 0 bugs so far. I think in general we want to build a road to Balan though. I think this is correct. We could cancel the granaries. They're fine enough. They're probably not, but they're fine enough. Road towards, I was thinking the exact same thing. Just like currently this is expensive. Could like more than cut it in half. Wiki 3 tutorial is garbage. I couldn't finish it because the AI started partitioning me during the tutorial. Yeah, I mean like those don't scale up at all. Or those like Paradox just like makes the tutorial on release and then they never update it. So it was kind of okay on release. I hate when I'm discussing someone in the chat and Generalist thinks it's him. When you read my message out loud, I feel bad, you know? It's difficult. Because I could just read things ahead of time and try and suss out whether they're addressed to me, but then I have to stop talking, and it's more about flow. You know what I mean? I don't. Money isn't lost when you're burgers who spend it. I mean, burger money is going to be worth a lot less than regular money. Saying that it isn't lost is like an oversimplification. Some of it also absolutely gets lost. Like, the amount from lack of control absolutely gets lost. But, yeah. Urban rights is higher priority advance, as are the moneymakers. Probably, yeah, because you care way more prod efficiency. I think it's in here. That's not it, but I do think it is in this section. Yeah. Borough privileges. They also didn't change every PM, which is weird. Like, they didn't change the wool PM. How unprofitable is this? Maybe even force people underwater. If they have to fire down and they lose their prod efficiency, they can maybe... The AI can maybe never come back. Oh, that's an interesting idea. You could make it so the level 1 building is never profitable, and then the AI can't just can never enter the market. What's under the banking tree that might be worth prioritizing? Well, if the government bonds are actually valuable... Banking itself. But we could take a quick look. I think that maybe we want... Well, we already have a university in the capital, actually. So the tech is going to be underwhelming. But we have bureaucratic offices and trade range stuff and rag paper. We don't really need the port stuff yet, but eventually we are going to move in that direction. Thirst for Knowledge is also one that's maybe reasonable to rush. Because it's like rushing the trade range, but then you get into this, and Poundlock Canal is also somewhat reasonable. I think we maybe go bureaucratic offices into Thirst for Knowledge. How tall are you? I'm like a little over 5'10". But I know some guys who are over 6 foot that I'm taller than. You know what I mean? Meaning I know some liars. I was looking at some of your workout vids as inspiration. Your your overhead press one hand is crazy. Yeah. For the rest of chat, I can put... Actually, right now I probably couldn't do it. I have in the past put 200 pounds over my head with one hand. But yeah, I'm 5'10". I maybe even gotten shorter, so we'll just call me 5'10". But taller than some 6-foot people I know. Like, I don't know, it's like a weird, like, vibe, like, people, like, on, like, dating apps or whatever, like, just, like, lying on their height is, like, kind of a weird thing, because, like, or not just on dating apps reporting on lying on height, but, like, just, dating in general, especially, like, during the, like, the intro, like, session of the thing, people concealing information about themselves, and it's like, do you even want to date a girl who would categorically filter you out based on height? You know what I mean? Like, if the answer is no, then why would you say you're taller than you are? Because you get to filter those girls out. I guess the validation of someone messaging you or something like that, but like, okay. Having to date someone you turns out you're not really interested in kind of sucks balls, huh? Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's the thrill of the chase. Banking is whatever your England Byzantium and you want to spam barks. Yeah, the barks is the big one for some nations, but we don't have any of that ish. Especially because they're more expensive now. One of the reasons libraries were spammed is because they were useful buildings that increased book demand. Yes. But that's not looking anywhere near as good now. World's strongest paradox player? Probably. I mean, my powerlifting total is a little bit over 1,500 pounds, or is a little bit over 1,600 pounds. Which is not like world record or anything, but... But the girls putting the height filter don't actually know what height looks like, so the height filter isn't actually a real filter. Yeah, but then, like... You're still talking about dating someone who, like... thinks something is important enough to put a filter on it and then has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, I guess... Base take, but also who cares if she's stupid as long as you don't have long-term plans, wink wink. I actually, like, don't like the super casual stuff. Like, even if I can get it, it's, like, not enjoyable. Like, the relations I've had that are just super casual, like the fooling around part, like, it just actually hasn't been that fun for me. I mean, I'm a little bit removed from that at this point in time, though. Maybe I'd feel different about it now. Back when the Riz was a little bit more turned up. Yeah, so we just get this road. And control there should get significantly higher. I guess we should have even, like, checked the wealth. Oh, baby, the wealth is, like, higher than our capital. Alright, well, let's go, baby, I guess. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna be expanding that when we can. Oh, there's no auto-expand here. We don't want to auto-expand all our geos, we just want to expand that one automatically. You guys are arguing in the chat. Alright. Do we have Midas touch? No, we have greedy. Damn it. Like the opposite of Midas touch. I don't think we have control of this guy either. We don't. Verona does. Oh, it feels so bad. I don't think we could deck on them because we're in a union. Yeah. Well, we can deck on these guys and then call Hungary. Oh, we don't even need... You don't even need to use the favors. What? Can we ally with Austria first? Oh, maybe you should have saved before doing that. I don't know. This is not a run where I'm feeling into getting, like, cucked and resetting. It felt really... It was a long time to get us off the ground. I probably should have saved. Should have saved if my tolerance for not getting this war to work was relatively low. Which I think it is. Oh, do we want to eat that penalty, though? I'm not so sure. Is the auto-expand feature added better than the mod? It doesn't... I'm not sure if it's even working, to be honest. This has been auto-expand. I think there might be a money threshold that you need in order for auto-expand to kick in or something like that. It's a little bit opaque in the UI. And they don't have, like, the menu where you, like, right-click on it and open up, like, this massive context thing. So I wouldn't say it's as good as the mod, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. Especially if they fold in more aspects. Yeah. No, it isn't. Fuck. Big true. What power blocks do you generally use? I'm playing Sovereign Empires. Am I right that Sovereign Empire is hot garbage? Why do you think Sovereign Empire is bad? I mean, like, my Vic-3, like, recent sample size is not exactly enormous, but I do think Sovereign Empire is... I think the vassalization is okay, and being able to vassalize guys for free is decent, so I'm not sure why you think Sovereign Empire is bad. I don't know if I'd say it's the best. I think that the one where you can convert people's cultures is probably the best if you're, if you have a major formation or something like this. Other than that, I think Sovereign Empire is pretty good. I also think that interests giving you... Sovereign Empire's building is a lot better now than it was before, because you get decreased cost. If you have a level 5 interest, you get decreased cost of, what is it, the decrees? And that is increasing marginal returns, right? Because it's a discount modifier. And so that getting changed effectively improves things. How far over the dip cap are you? Probably pretty ungodly far over it. Which is going to make everything cost a lot more. We might break our alliance before the peace deal. Actually, even... Nobody asked, but I'm 6'6". That's real tall. you can tell a lot about a person who's like 6'3" and above by how they respond to the typical questions that are annoying to hear for the 50th time, which is like, how's the weather up here? Or how's the weather up there? Do you play volleyball or basketball? Like these types of things. And the purest art form response is to how's the weather up there is to spit on someone and tell them it's raining. Obviously, then the person's like a massive asshole, but it is funny. I think it respects the goal limit setting the building automation tab. Yeah, maybe it does this. In which case we haven't gotten to 1,000 gold saved. Do we have a completely broken demand issue? I'm not sure we do. The demand seems like it doesn't cause a spiral if it's only on... if demand could spiral down when it's already low, then that would maybe be an issue, but it can only spiral down when it's high, so I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I do think we maybe want to take a fat chunk of Fruity, so... We'll pretend like art matters, but I think it doesn't. Oh, this guy's trait's really good. Yeah, so there are artist traits, but all the artist traits we've seen so far just refer to art. I'm not sure they're even implemented right now. So we can do the thing now. So we can issue a government bond indefinitely until the bond is redeemed. But we could use this to say... pay for an upgrade in this. I don't think it's worth, obviously, because it's like, they don't even have the employees there, but... The important thing is... it is a form of debt that doesn't cost you crown power. When I tried Sovereign Empire, problem was independent block members lower cohesion. Yeah, you need at least 50% cohesion to click the button. You see the issue? Well, you just get more cohesion. Now then, 8.5 Liberty Desire reduction is nifty, but the button seems kind of, how do I put this? I'll get you back to you later button, but what I also want to point out is that, well, I mean, but being able to subjugate, like, Spain for free is, like, really valuable. Innate decrees are kind of whatever, and the better one can be taken by other block types. The better decree? I'm not familiar with this. I don't think. I don't know. Sovereign Empire is like kind of okay if you get a bunch of subjects, like, which I think is the correct way to like get a lot of stuff. Nobody asked, but I'm 5'3". Hell yeah, brother. Bad 001. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Demand comes mostly from your. Alright, I think I'm gonna stay out of your guys' conversation here. I think I kind of mentioned about it and then, yeah. Yeah. Check your fine cloth demand? What about it? Check your fine cloth demand. Like within the market? Or how are we approaching this? Like here? They're not demanding any. Invested in banks. Did they fix the thing where you would just like always demand stuff for forever? Oh, or a state's poor? They give a modifier based on the type of artist? Okay. So we just need the right artist type. We just need to not have those artists. Bam. Alright. That is a problem. That is a problem. Before you peace out the war, use Canonize to get a chunk of prestige to reduce antagonism. This is interesting. That may be worth it, yeah. Not much we can spend on the religious juice on anyways, that makes sense. Who said the thing about the thing? Maybe Sovereign Empire can get better exploited by a wizard with a grayer hat. I mean, you have a lot of tools in your bag to, like, get to the point where you can get people to accept it, and then, like, if you subjugate Spain for free, like, just like, one of the South American countries for free, then, like, it's kind of, like, a pretty big deal. But, their needs are 100% satisfied. But they don't demand fine cloth. I think they might have fixed the issue where they would demand stuff and then... So it was an issue before where... if they demanded stuff once and once ever, their demand would be turned on forever. But now, this estate is underwater. They will never ever demand regular cloth. Man, the estate buildings are just uber bad then. For this. But these guys, you have to have like 125% of your income. Getting a ton from trade. They're getting a lot of income from lack of control. But their expenses are too high for them to be on the threshold. Because they don't have 125% income versus expenses. Well, they're spending very nearly half of this is on cloth and glass. So we could try and reduce their income cost. One of the issues here is that we have a lot of trade capacity, and we have a lot of burghers because of the trade capacity. And this increases demand without increasing goods quantity by as much. But we only have about 109%, and we need 125%, allegedly. But actually, the nobles are going to be way... If they fix that, the nobles are going to be way less useful for stimulus, because I think they'll just be perpetually underwater. This is going to be annoyingly off topic, but how's our boy Timur doing? Ba 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 da ba. Manamna. I think block types with buttons are situational because cohesion is situational. With block types with passive buffs in general, they are always there and they can't be taken away. Random cohesion swings. Yeah, I mean... At a certain point, cohesion's not very useful once you slot in all your things, though, too. Poor Timmy. I don't know if he ever agreed with you on the earlier part. They fixed the problem and it also broke part of the economy. Scooby-Doo. Well, maybe. I wonder if we can build cloth. No, we can't. Or we don't have enough money to build the cloth. I think we want to repay our... I think we don't want to pay 5%. But in theory, if we can build more cloth and glass and we made these things cheaper, we could decrease their expenses and make it easier for them to be 125%. They just gotta make it so demand can't go to zero. Yeah, I mean, what it should do is it should scale up, but like, this system is like a consequence of having estates be underwater earlier and fixing it so estates couldn't go underwater. The thing is like, some of this stuff should scale and some of its stuff, there should probably be a minimum fine cloth demand or something like this. But oh well. Who can this guy release? Modena. So we can do this. So that we can release Modena as a subject. Although we won't be able to get to them. I think we don't want anything from them. We will humiliate. Oh, I'm stupid. I needed to break the alliance. God damn it. I'm not gonna sweat it. In theory, like, I should reload or something, because that's like a lot of extra antagonism, but I think it's fine. It's whatever. We'll do it live. We'll fix it in post. That was my impression. Why don't we have uber positive war score against this guy? Oh, Salzburg's huge. Yeah, okay. I don't think we're in charge of this market. So us laddering someone is kind of a big deal. I don't think we're getting further than that. Salzburg is an OPM in the EU4? Well, Austria did take a big chunk off of them, I believe, historically. You guys keep arguing over chat over the same thing. I think that there's a threshold at whether or not these buildings are net positive because the stimulus is positive because you're only paying for 20% of what it is. And that threshold is influenced by several factors, and sometimes you cross it and sometimes you don't. But I think typically, if it's at 20% value and your average tax rate is like 30% plus, you're probably 30-40% plus, you're probably in relatively good shape. But it also matters your average control, because you're hemorrhage tax base to lack of control, so you hemorrhage value of that stimulus. And also the stimulus is shared across the market, so it's worth a lot less as you are a lower proportion of the market. And it feels like this discussion is like relatively binary, like as if it's always good or always not worth, and it matters. I guess. Oh, that was our subjects. Never mind, we don't want it. I don't know if that makes sense. We not have Hungary occupying it, thanks. Buildings you have built never have a positive economic stimulus on the market. I disagree with this. I think there is a mathematical threshold where it makes sense. I haven't done the spreadsheet math on it though, so I'm not 100% sure. But you're creating... You're buying 0.7 jewelry here and creating demand for that jewelry, but you're only paying for a fifth of that. So adding 5x the demand allows you to push up prices within the market, allowing you to build more of the thing and then tax the thing. Favor the wealthy? Favor the wealthy might make more sense in a little bit. Right now, such a big proportion of our income is trade. I think we'd actually rather have the other stuff. People be saying things definitively, like, I think it depends. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a mathematical relation where the math makes it so that it's plus EV. The money you get will never be positive. Let's consider the absurd scenario. Okay. Where you have 100 control, and you get 100% of the tax, because that makes this a lot easier. Or math easy, it's like 50% of the tax, yeah? You create... and let's just focus on one building, okay? We gotta find a profitable building. Let's say we have something that is demanding fine cloth. God, his target price is so low. Fine cloth or regular cloth has a base price of 3. Okay. We're producing, let's call it 2 of it here. If we pay, this market would have to be hyper small. If we pay for 1 unit of fine cloth, we would create 5 units of fine cloth worth of demand. Oh, we have to open up our price calculator. The price calculation's like not... Let's solve this question. I'm so hungry. Okay, if you have kids, throw them out the window. Okay. So, we have our price calculator here. Okay. If we assume that we are producing 5x cloth buildings. Oh, this is on read only. No, what a world. Let's change that. Okay. Five X cloth buildings. That's our economy. 5x cloth buildings at base price. And there's no demand for it currently. Or 5x at base prod ethic. Or whatever. Although this matters. Because more prod efficiency will make this more effective. But we're just trying to keep it simple. Okay. Well, the input value for these things, if it's wool, or let's do it, if it's silk, if it's silk, it's 0.8 silk, and it outputs, or was 0.8, so let's do it if it's wool. If it's wool, it's 2.5 on the input and 1.0 on the output. Or it produces half a fine cloth. So, input at base is going to be 2.5 times 5, 12.5. And output at base producing half per level, so it's producing 3, so its output is 15. Okay? Price, actual margin. Okay? Don't come with the scenario. You said never, bro. It's not even realistic. 50% control. Market access doesn't matter for this. Market access doesn't matter. But we're doing the absurd thing because if it's never valuable in the absurd case, we don't have to investigate further. Right? Like, at base entry, like, looking at the absurd case, like, makes more sense. Also, it's way more simplistic. How about I threw the children out the window? Good for you. The authorities are questioning me. Just tell them about the spreadsheets. Just tell them about the spreadsheets. And then ask them if they're under 38. If they're under 38, don't tell them anything. Say, I don't talk to the coppers. Something like this. But okay. Now, we have a market where there is 0... There's 5 supply of the good and 0 demand. Okay? Price is going to go down. So the input, we're going to assume the input remains constant. Which it would not, because the building would fire down. And instead the price is going to equal... And we're just going to assume Age of Traditions, or we'll assume Age of Renaissance. Maybe that's easier. It's going to equal this. It's going to equal 1 plus this, right? Times the actual output in fine cloth divided by, since this is expressed in ducats rather than the base price, it's divided by the base price, okay? So the actual output is going to equal... Oh, wait. We did the calculation wrong here. No, wait, the price is going to be here. Is going to be 6 times 1 minus this. But since it's negative, we're going to express it in plus this. There we go, there we go. So that's the actual price of the cloth. And then the actual output value is going to be this times this, and then since we were expressing it in terms of actual value, we have to divide it by 6, which is the base price. Okay, and then the actual margin is going to equal, of course, the output minus the input. And we're going to assume that we're subsidizing, right? Or something like this. When we pay for one full buy order of the thing, we're gonna pay 6 ducats, right? So right now our margin is minus 8. If we pay 6 ducats, and then we increase demand, we have gotten around 10.5 ducats worth of stimulus, right? Because we're at minus 8.5. Minus 8.5 to 2.5. That's actually 11 ducats worth of stimulus. And we have paid 6. Now, I can respect the lack of control and the lack of market control type of arguments, right? This is assuming we get 0 value from the building. Also, the value of this goes higher and higher as you have more actual goods within the market, because at really low values, this effect is like the value of this stimulus effect is actually worth less at lower values, because there's a baseline thing that pushes prices towards base price when the number of goods is relatively small. That aside, right, we've gotten 11 ducats worth of stimulus, or we've gotten 11 ducats worth of income by paying the 6 ducats. So we're plus 5 on the EV, right? And so that means that in terms of if we have 100% of control of the market, which we don't necessarily, right? If we have at least 6 11s control, it's going to be plus EV. This is not an unreasonable amount of control. Also, this effect is more valuable the more prod efficiency you have. Because right now, buildings, we're assuming that they have 0 prod efficiency. Right? 8 hours and we're making through a first 50 by a good margin. We're getting there. We're getting there. -8, bro? -8 is the margin. -8 is the margin when we have the uber low prices. When we assume the no demand. And then we introduce the demand. And this is plus EV in the very, very, very simplified scenario, which is not necessarily like typical, because I think in general you will have more prod efficiency and the effect will be more valuable. But like this is not an unreasonable control level for this to be plus EV, and this is like this is reasonably plus EV. But do you see that if you double this freaking number here, now it's like even if you have 100 control, it's not going to be plus EV, and the prod efficiency has to be much bigger. But this means 200 years into the game, like this effect is not going to be plus EV. Right. I hope that makes I think that makes sense, because I'm assuming that you're picking up what I'm putting down based on the cry face emojis. That's a lot of anti. Do we have anyone? Oh, we got the whispers up in there. Alright, I think we can tolerate this type of... Or we kind of don't like coalitions, because coalitions actually make things more complicated from an alliance perspective. Okay. We'll do this, maybe. We want no commander whose name is not Crown Power character. Y'all come back to EU5 when 1.5 drops. Want. Journalist has moved on to the 18 plus contact, must be struggling for viewers. Yeah, this is just a pipeline for my only sheets. The real business model. The streamer to only sheets. 1.3, this likely changes a lot, and I have no idea what that does. Typical 1.2 economy. I should load up Persia run and see what happens. Canonize and put numbers. Yeah, okay. Wait, didn't it say we were supposed to get this? Alright, fair enough. Depends on building inputs, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to do a very... I'm not trying to sim an entire economy to explain the mechanic as much, right? It also depends on prod efficiency, because the value of the stimulus is higher the more prod efficiency you have, because your margins, like, per building are much better. The fact that we only needed 55 control for it to be worthwhile when prod efficiency was assumed to be 0 means that this effect maybe is even plus EV, even if you're only paying 40% of the building. But eventually it's going to be negative EV with this change, which changes a fundamental pattern where every building everywhere was like net positive. Oh, I needed it before the piece? My bad. My bad. No hablo. Oh, I don't speak enough. I don't speak enough to respond or moderate the chat in Spanish. I think we're just gonna integrate this ourselves, though. Does it give us any great PowerPoints? No, the area is still contested. It's a valuable area, but is contested. English only, please, because I can't moderate you guys in Spanish. Or Portuguese. Journalists, you have a total of 3 Portuguese BR fans. Portuguese, not Spanish. Yeah. I have a few more than 3. I maybe have lost some. Womp womp. Need to do more Brazil content. Now you have legitimacy if you want to spend on anything. Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, I think eventually, we're living in we're a murky girl living in a murky world. Made of mercenaries. It's fantastic. Yeah. The build in high control locations, there might be build in high locations only in this patch. I mean, it's certainly going to be a lot more important, but yeah, for a lot of these buildings. Is Modena meant to be released? You're 100% right. So true. Yeah, we have some diplocap to work with too here. Or now we do. A little catch-22 action. Oh my god, my brain. It's under current relations. And them, I think, we'll culture flip, and then we'll use them to flip Emilian. Well, Venice rivals us. We might as well rival Venice. English only live, that's fair, Mr. Journalist. Yeah, I don't mind as much as comments. But like, I can't tell if you guys are instructing people on how to do naughty things in chat. Maintenance being just a fifth of goods price feels like brute force fix in my eyes. Yeah, I think that, well, initially it was just nobody paid for anything. In fact, I think before release, I I think a part of why they put the maintenance cost in there to begin with. Or because I was just like from the rooftops, I was like, people are like, oh, I don't need to build a library or something like this. Or I was like, bro, you don't even care if like the thing does anything. It just spins up your economy. Let's not call Johann names. Well, I do think a lot of the fixes tend to be band-aidy. I think Johann tries to fix things too quickly in some instances. Instead of it, usually there's underlying features that are problematic, and he just tries to produce the output effect that is desired, and very often is successful, but if you don't address the underlying thing, often you have knock-on effects. Should probably repay government bond. Absolutely should repay it, yeah. This government bond is like, I don't think we can... Well, actually, this is actually a pretty simple way of looking at it. If we have a building we can build, which we don't, that gives us 0.13 return for 32, then we should take debt to build it. This is not the case, but if it was... it's very flexible, though, that we can just do that. Like, the tax base per level... Actually, wait a sec. For 60, this is around 0.17. What was the number? Was it 0.13 we were paying? It actually is worth it for us to take that to spin stuff up. This is getting 0.2 per level. So we can build one of them, and then if we issue a bond, oh my god, it's worth it for us to take that to build stuff. What a time to be alive. It's like barely worth it. And we're going to decrease the price of the livestock by building it. Oh, no, it's not worth. It's not worth. This is tax base per level. The stuff is inconsistently reported. We get about a third of this. In some instances, it's how much money you make per level. In others, it's like tax base per level, which is like misleading. But the price on this is really low. So in some instances, it's probably going to be worth it. Do you notice any performance improvements? No, performance seems a little bit worse. When I'm talking to Portuguese, I promise not to say 18 plus things like spreadsheets. Good. We need to keep the Portuguese-speaking children safe. Because obviously, if they can't speak Portuguese, it doesn't matter if it's unmoderated. Hey. UXL HGH, just the name makes me laugh. Nice. I need to fix the domain for cloth before I want to start, I think. I don't know why that is. I don't know... I'm sorry to say, but I think this might be them fixing it. The issue now is that the money, the amount of money the estates are making might be a little bit weird. Or it might just make it too hard for them to need to demand cloth. Because before, technically, like, they were... Oh, look at this! We have demand created for fine cloth because these guys got wealthy enough. Okay, where is the demand? God, this is... Not gonna lie, this is not the most riveting gameplay of like 5 tooltips to find out who done it. What? But those are the... Oh, we have burgers here. The tooltips are inconsistent. The location tooltips and the... I mean, this is the only places we have burgers. We don't get a breakdown. This has always been the case that these tooltips are inconsistent, though. It's just annoying. Do a market village there, which is good. GP gives creditworthiness bonus, and this lowers the interest rate, right? So bonus to fuel debt-fueled building? Yeah. Debt, good. No, when we took that, did we gain... I think we actually... Did we gain inflation when we took some of those debt? I don't think so. Do states make money on bonds? Oh, I'm not sure. You have to take loans to increase your credit score? Not like this. Game too realistic. Makes me feel bad IRL. It's like I should actually have more credit cards. I should put more stuff on my card so I can pay it off. No, no. What a world. All these cities you can take is so valuable when you can't pay for urbanization anymore. Yeah. Never mind, everything's fine. We live in Tooltip Hell. We do live in Tooltip Hell. It must be the burger's trade capacity. Yeah, but who's paying? Bro, I don't know. Yeah. Local burgers might not actually get this as well. Because it does demand on, like, a local basis, is my understanding. But local burgers wouldn't get trade income. It's very good that all this stuff is opaque, because otherwise people would realize that it's, like, all kind of, like, a little scuffed. But, like, I don't think people are really watching the dynamic demand that carefully, but now I think that's the first fine cloth demand that's... Oh, they changed this to be exports and imports. What the hell? Bro, I want to see supply and demand. I do not like that at all. Holy. I do not like that at all. And the oversupply just uber collapses the price, which... Okay. Oversupply just has a monstrous effect on price. Which eventually drives exports, which is why we're able to export. But also this is incredibly low price for fine cloth. Could it be foreign burgers? No, because we looked at its national burgers. Because we were looking at our national consumption. I don't think it's not going to give us a breakdown. People were starting to complain about this. I mean, this is actually just going to kill profitability very quickly. The local supply is actual 1.3 because none of the buildings are employing, basically. Because they're so wildly unprofitable, and there's more local demand. So the stockpile is decreasing at this point because there was no local demand before. Now there's local demand, and the supply is decreasing. But there's actually more demand than supply, and the buildings can't employ up. But this means the effective supply, like 35x actual supply. What's the math on the stockpile modifier? This is the big issue I have so far. Eco was nerfed because everything, every market is post scarcity. I mean, the prices, the prices are just, the prices are basically going to always trend basically below base price. And prices will also... Okay, so prices are also depressed if you have a uber shortage. Oh my god, what's Reddit like? Because you actually have to play for some amount of time for these effects for the stockpile to build up. Everyone who spammed fine cloth at the start this is no longer going to work at all. RGOs are way better. But this is just based on stockpile, so any surplus will actually just make it... You'll never actually be able to fill a stockpile, like... Because the surplus is going to make it so that you actually tank the price enough that producing less of it is good. Unless this... depending on how this extra supply scales. If this is capped... and not proportional, then it's a little bit different. Because eventually the economies get big enough that they start to look like previous economies. But then you want mega markets. Is this flat scaling or proportional? Is a huge question. Doesn't this increase arbitrage opportunities for traders who would scale into game and mitigate these issues? We're already selling out the ass to create demand, I think. Or we're exporting 1.8. We're exporting more than we are producing. Is everything bottomed out? What does everything else look like? Fair, fair. Look at the rest. I really hate that this is by imports and exports, man. But we have expensive legumes, sturdy grains, rice, tobacco. Expensive of a bunch of stuff we don't produce. Then masonry, which is at base price. Everything is below base price, basically. And... for us to reach our first production good that's not like that's like a urban building production good, we have books at, I do believe base price is 3, basically at half their base price. I mean, this really slows down the economy. I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but I just 100% know, like, I can feel it deep in my plums that Reddit's gonna be so mad about this. But yeah, economy is way smaller. Because your margins would just be actually really good. Or actually they wouldn't be good, but no, your effective supply and demand, if this... They're underwater on supply, right? The local supply is 7. We're going to create a save here in case we want to make a video about this. But the local supply is 7. The local supply is actually less than the local demand. That took forever. But the local supply is less than the local demand. Literally everything's going to get collapsed like this, if that's the case. Right, we have books where the local supply is less than the local demand, and they're at like minus 50% price. It takes a while for this to kick in, but this is going to be an issue. So RGO only economy, basically. I generally like it, but it feels a little overtuned. Yeah, I mean, I think I could get behind stockpiles not filling up and things that are oversupplied, like dipping in price. But this feels weird because they're actually just like undersupplied. I mean, eventually they'll hit an equilibrium, I guess, but an equilibrium... Well, if everything's minus 50% price, then the economy's the same, it's just half the size. But the issue is that all the input goods, the bottleneck's going to become RGOs if all finished goods are minus 50% price, which they're going to, like, trend towards. And so it's going to become a lot about sourcing RGOs. Not RGO only economy. You're in a market with crazy dev too? Comparatively, other markets must be getting wrecked? Yeah. You liking the patch so far? Yeah, but I kind of always like the patch because I like fiddling around with new stuff and poking around. I've been seeing the economy death spiral just shrieks over time. Great power being awful. Military automation doesn't work. Seems like they made a lot of stuff worse. But they made RGO more expensive. Everything more expensive with less money coming in. And the estates have no money to spend. And so they don't consume the goods, yeah. The local supply thing has been happening for a while. I just noticed in 1.2 where depending... this is not... The stockpile thing is... Business is new. I was hoping for eco nerfs, but it leads to odd gameplay where no goods are valuable. Yeah, everything becomes break-even, and it just becomes end stimulus for RGOs. So the value of books now, I guess, is that they drive up the price of the inputs so that your RGOs can be profitable, almost. Because it seems like this will actually just push things to just always be break even. Because you'll overproduce it. And I don't think that that's, like, necessarily a good system. Taxes per level, 0.06. So in this place with 46 prod ethic, 0.06. In the capital. Tax base. Yeah. Just, if the extra supply just always domes you so hard that the price goes to such a way where equilibrium employment is such that you actually are supplying under the demand, which of course is going to bump this back up, but eventually you're just going to hit, I feel like there's a better way for me to word this, but there's like an equilibrium level of... Right now, the buildings are actually underproducing and are shuttering and are closing. If the price gets better on the books, the buildings will reopen. There's an equilibrium where the buildings will no longer close. That equilibrium is like break-even price. Book production is just going to always be break-even. And the only question is going to be how many books you're going to produce. And if you're producing more books, then the RGOs will be higher price, right? because you'll have more input demands. So all of the end value creation, this isn't to say production efficiency is worthless, because if you have more production efficiency, you can... well, actually, production efficiency will be useful because you'll be able to build more of these buildings before you hit the equilibrium level, and the more buildings will allow you to extract more from RGOs. But it leads to a point where like, it seems like the only thing that actually gives tax base, if you're always at equilibrium level employment, is going to be the RGOs, and it's just providing stimulus for the RGOs. Feels like you need equilibrium in both. Well, the thing should maybe be plus EV, rather than hitting equilibrium, like, employment where they're all break even. I wonder if there's a projection, consequence of being too easy to project control, less income to estates, and less control, can't afford pop needs, demand drops. For the estate demand, this could be part of it. It would be easier for us to diagnose this. I suspect that might be the case that here in our lowest control area, this might be the one area where our burghers are actually consuming fine cloth. Which makes things complicated, but, like, is kind of tangential. Not saying it's good or bad, but it makes sense that prices would crash if warehouse had massive stockpiles of the unsold goods. Yeah. But the thing is that you'll produce a positive quantity of these things. And anytime you produce a positive quantity of these things, you will collapse the price to the point where the firm is break even, which is maybe a decent economic sim. But that means that you're only ever extracting tax in your RGOs, which is not a good sim at all. Because what's going to happen is burger tax is going to become freaking worthless. Because the places where you're actually making money are going to be all these rural locations. And instead, and we kind of see this bearing out, we actually have a good amount of burger buildings. None of the tax bases is going to be in the place where the burgers are, so the burgers are going to be useless to tax, which doesn't make sense. And if we look at the location wealth, our capital, which has the most production buildings, does not have a high wealth. The problem is demand is going too low early on, and it causes huge stockpiles, and then you're in this hellscape where prices are always cratered, I think. Well, not all prices are cratered, it's just, it's pushing things to an equilibrium, but the thing is there's no inputs for RGOs. So, because there's no input for RGOs, the RGOs aren't ever going to be the breaking point where the RGOs are break even. And if anything should be break even, it should be the RGOs, and then the city stuff makes money, right? But now, like, the peasants and the rural stuff is the center of economic development, and they are effectively extracting wealth from all the cities. I mean, like, it makes sense for the price to go down if you have an oversupply of stuff, right? Like, that part seems fine-ish to me. But, like, this seems mildly reminiscent of 1.1, where we had the lumber apocalypse, where this is just the price collapse apocalypse. Nine hours, 33 years played. I see why people complain the game is slow. Yeah, this is a separate issue. We're, like, paused and trying to talk through this thing. This paradox I would say is super skilled economics. They will never create a perfect economic system. The most complex they make mistakes that they do. This is an example of it. Yeah, this is wonky as hell. Burgers are useless, though. Demand collapses just as soon as the estates lose money. Yeah, but the estates can't make money because the burger estate will never make any money because the location wealth is going to be shit because it squeezes everything to the RGOs. I mean, I think this is funny. I think this is probably not what they're looking for. I don't know what this normally is. This seems low, though. Wasn't book demand extremely low in the... Well, books were a luxury product. I mean, I'm not trying to make a commentary on books specifically. Book consumption scales with literacy, though, by the way. Like, the demand scales linearly with literacy. So if you have 50% literacy versus 100%, they'll demand half as many books. So I think a big part of book demand is, like, kind of simulated by that. In all fairness, most of your burger buildings are not employing. Yeah, but they're not employing because of this effect. It's driving the equilibrium basically to 0. This effect is why they're not employing. Typically, this would be able to employ up. Right, so... And also, if we start off with a bunch of buildings in game and then none of them employ up, like, there might be a gap somewhere. Sounds like taxes should be different? Maybe. Maybe this just makes prod efficiency locations higher value. It absolutely does. Export, trade higher value, and various bonuses to keep these better for keeping prices higher in local markets. Venice's buildings are doing great, apparently. Glass for days. Venice is the only one who's getting to produce glass, I think. I think Venice is supplying the entire market and everyone else's building is just underwater. So they get to supply 100%. It is really feast or famine. We might be the only one supplying leather. Unfortunately, they made this tooltip, like, insano. No. Okay. We're supplying like 20% of the leather. But also, we could subsidize these, force other people underwater, and, like, be the only one producing the things. Does this mean worse bureaucracy sliders will only break even? Well, I'm not sure. Every market price collapses, so no price arbitrage in trade. There's going to be some... Well, also, like, if you have uber high demand, the prices collapse even then. So yeah, all prices are collapsed. Oh god, it's the American economy. We need more consumption. I told you Peasant Republic is the best is the Stalin way. That's not necessarily the case because... Or it could be in the case in shared markets specifically. In shared markets, yeah, this is probably better. Because everyone else's urban buildings are just... They just stimulate the rural stuff. Like in end... value goes to the rural. I'm gonna write that down. Write that down. So the plan is to close market warehouses. Well, market warehouses just might be actively bad. You might just want to delete them all. Where burgers sold silverware for a single bread. I mean, this is... Yeah. Finally, time has come for a historical rural-based economy of pre-industrial times to shine once more. I'm not sure if this is... The rural people should be mostly subsistence. Can't they fix it with price stability tweaks? Yeah, they could cut this effect in half. This effect is huge. Like, or make it capped in some sort of way. Like, you can't get more... Like, right now we have... 2/3 of our supply is coming from this effect. You could just cap it at, like, half or something like this. Or there's, like, a whole variety of different ways you can make this effect more or less robust. But it's just... It's pushing the buildings towards break-even. And as Venice will just continue to add these, but then it just adds more... Well, actually, Venice just shouldn't add more glass production, but if it does, which I suspect it might, I mean, the real thing is that all these, like, downstream things are profitable. But, like, this is a weird type of squeeze. But these things will become less profitable, too. The thing is, there's no margin on these things. And so, almost all your tax base is gonna... Like, within markets, most of your tax base is actually gonna come from rural locations now. Oh my god, the rural control thing is actually maybe good. And maybe you want to, like... Oh, it's like, I don't know what to make of all this. Normandy is wealthier than Castile? Are they really? So they are. Wait, do they have a higher... Just sort by wealth? I don't even know who this is. It was India, probably. Yemen at 93. Holy shit. This is a beta. This is a beta. Was lurking at 7 a.m. and you're usually going to lunch. You're not usually live this time. Yeah, we're gonna get off pretty soon here. Doing this because this is a rollout day, but we seem to have encountered the business. The business being this Insano modifier. I don't know if this is bad. I just think that this completely warps the markets and this type of thing. So maintenance is overtuned to water almost all buildings and burgers to just giving money to the peasants. This patch is was so big and so good it had to break. I mean, it just gives it to the thing that doesn't have... It just thins out all the margins, and yeah, it just gives money to the one thing that doesn't have margins. Because the RGOs don't have margins. So... Like, otherwise, like, if everything had margins, it would push down the profitability of everything, and then you'd have, like, I think the end effect you would have, sometimes the RGO would be the point that breaks even, sometimes it'd be the urban building, but now just all the urban buildings, yeah. You just hover over market balance, what's so hard? That you can't, like, look at multiple goods at the same time. I don't know, I feel like knowing supply and demand is more important than... knowing how much is being traded at any given time. The problem is if you crater demand, then locations that have big modifiers to efficiency are going to outcompete and make it so no one else can build the buildings because demand is so much lower. Yeah. No, I mean, I would not be surprised if Venice is the only one whose glass buildings can employ. $16? Especially because employment's an all or nothing thing. Yeah, 16. Venice is the only place that produces glass. Does that mean we can permanently harass Parliament with low-tax clergy? I think so. How do you like the idea of building maintenance scaling as time progresses? I like the idea of building maintenance being more expensive. I don't know how I feel about it scaling. I think it creates weird... there are some tack-on effects that I think that they did not address at all. Like, regulars are gonna suck super hard because it's really... the buildings that give manpower are gonna get really, really expensive. I think I'm okay with it for most of the urban infrastructure, and it's interesting that it makes it a choice where to build universities and libraries because they're not going to be just plus EV. But I think that trade is going to probably go underwater after the first 200 years where, like, you can't really profitably trade. And it's actually, this is maybe just going to be Dark Ages simulator at that point, because then you're just, like, everyone's there withdrawn, autarkic, like, economies. But, like, trade's going to get a lot worse. Because the marketplaces take maintenance. And you just have to pay for way more of it. But it'll still probably be, like, positive where you're making money in trade. You just don't build marketplaces literally everywhere. which is probably fine. Marketplaces probably should have gotten nerfed, and that's maybe a fair way to nerf them. But armories specifically, like, if you aren't using mostly mercs, you're probably just trolling now. Wouldn't just removing a ton of these production buildings on startups also fix the issue without having to water down the sim? Depends what you mean by fix the issue. One of the issues I think there's no. Because it looks like anytime you have a surplus, it's actually just going to make the building unprofitable. And anytime you are producing a good, you're going to enter in and have a surplus. And, like, I think that this is a really good example. The amount that is being supplied is less than the actual amount of demand because of this effect turning it underwater. And if this is ever possible, it's just going to move all the buildings towards 0% or 0, like, output. And if this is the case, then what you do is you might even be supposed to subsidize your buildings and then build RGOs, and the buildings just stimulate the RGOs. But this is, like, the locations that are getting the wealth are kind of backwards here, because all the rural locations will get all the wealth because all these other buildings will be break-even. Jones discovers Venice glass monopoly. Yeah, so this maybe this is also what you want, is for Venice to have a glass monopoly here. But another problem is, like, there are a bunch of buildings that used to be creating demand within a market, and now they're closed. So this is less demand created. So everything's gonna move. Like, the prices of everything are gonna move just real low. I don't know. This is gonna get patched immediately. What if there's what's the over-under on a hotfix tomorrow that addresses this? Depends on how mad Reddit gets or the forums get. I feel like they're gonna be. I mean, I find this very interesting, and I'd kind of actually like it to not get patched and play more with it. But this is gonna make people big upset. So we have a pseudo Vic 3 economy, but the line can't go up. Yeah. Most of the same issues we've identified on the forums, there's a post. Yeah. I'm sorry for pointing this out. No, this is okay. I mean, we would have noticed eventually. I mean, we were kind of understanding that nothing was fucking profitable. Can you summarize this for the smooth brains in chat? There's a new effect where if you have a surplus, or if you have a stockpile of anything, and you get a stockpile with anything you have a surplus of, you will get additional effective supply. The effective supply pushes down the price of the thing and makes it unprofitable to produce. Because this effect is sufficiently strong, it makes it so that anything that is remotely profitable, or sorry, let's back this up. The additional effective supply from stockpile basically means that this is going to push down the price. The price is going to get really, really low on anything that can develop a stockpile, and is going to move towards break even. This is going to make it so that actual supply and actual demand will almost always meet each other, and you will actually get a semi-equilibrium thing, but you will push down the prices of all of the urban things. This is actually maybe a pretty elegant sim from some perspective, from the perspective of trying to make supply and demand equal and trying to reach an equilibrium without doing iterative calculation, which we were talking about earlier. The issue is that this is going to make it, here you can see local supply of the fine cloth is 1.3, and the demand is actually 3. Because the price hasn't adjusted yet. It has to adjust back up, and a couple of these new places need to open. But what this means from, like, the perspective of this, like, the game, is all the value is getting pushed to the rural locations, because the industries get to the point where they're break-even, and then they just close. or they're underwater, and they close because the price of fine cloth is too low and the price they input is high enough that it's just not worth it to do. But these don't have any input prices because RGOs don't have any inputs. So that means that the only thing that's going to have a positive margin is the thing that has no input cost, because everything else gets pushed to break even. So all the rural locations will have all the value. Now we have EU4 players complaining, EU5 players complaining about not being able to spam buildings and win, and we will create a new player base to enjoy the rural peasants. What exactly broke? So it's not necessarily broken if what you're trying to do is actually create the same amount of supply and demand, but basically urban buildings can't be profitable anymore. Which doesn't mean that they're bad. They're just not going to turn a profit, and they're going to always push down to zeroed out, which I think is going to really upset people. But what's going on when they're pushing down to basically zero profit? This is the only glass production, and it's only creating taxes per level of 0.06 in a nation's capital. But what it's doing is, as we produce more and more glass, we push up the prices of all these things, and this is where we can actually get profit. And so the RGOs are going to be the only things that are like profitable, which doesn't mean that they're the only important part of the economy, but people might misunderstand that. But we will get, basically you use your urban buildings to stimulate the RGOs, and then that's where you get value. Now that to me is backwards as hell. I do not think that it was the peasants getting rich as the burghers slaved away in the burger factories, right? Also, it just annihilates an enormous amount of money from the game. Yeah. So by the time we recover from the Black Plague, we have the real Dark Age. No trade, no production. Yeah. Money much less. So when the real historic Dark Ages began, this is what's ended? Yeah, basically. But also, like, this effect isn't in the game, like, at game start. You have to actually, like, play, like, 50 years or whatever for the stockpiles to come up and then the prices to drop. So... could be the trick being 100% market share and then cut production to drive profitability. Or there's no such thing as cutting production anymore. It cuts itself. You mean undersupply the thing? If you don't supply the thing... Oh yeah, it may be the case that you actually want to supply less than demand. You want to, yeah, this effect is completely removed if you have more demand than you have supply. Or it's uber removed in instances where, like, the thing's sufficiently low. So yeah, maybe that's the solution, is actually, because the second you sneeze and put, oh, this is a really perverse incentive, but yeah. You want to control the market and actually undersupply. Which, to be fair, I mean, this, like, in terms of representing capitalism, yeah, there's a weird undersupply incentive. The second you go oversupply everything, the second you supply more of a thing than is needed, the profitability of all the things will go to zero. And before that point, you will have the profitability at base price. People will defend this as historical. Well, I mean, like, a theoretical perfect competition, everything trends towards break even and it's good for the consumer. But the RGOs don't have inputs, so we don't get that, like, effect properly. But you're right. You have a weird incentive to... Because if Venice... This is the disgusting thing. If the price of this would be, like, much closer to 4, if Venice undersupplied by 1 ducat, and the profit of this building would go up, like, 50-fold, if we just undersupply by 1. Woo! Okay, this is a bit of a vibe. Caught wind of this patch 30 minutes ago when trying to play and seeing every single mod break my game. This feels like we don't do QA to me, or am I too cynical? Well, first of all, this is an open beta. If this was like a live patch, this would be kind of insane. I don't know how... I think they playtested this for stability. I don't think they playtested it for balance. I think they maybe playtested it for the situations and focused on those. I mean, we can kind of play the game and have a positive balance and buy stuff. But, like, the underlying, like, what's going on is this, like... Our capital with the most buildings has a wealth of 1.5. Just these random rural areas where we have more than one level of RGO are more wealthy. I think this is a really weird effect if you're trying to evaluate the effect. I think that I don't think I think it's unlikely a QA guy sat down to specifically look at this effect and scratch his head and be like, is this doing reasonable things? I don't think that necessarily happened, unless the goal was just entirely to push down prices and make, like, maybe from a macro perspective you looked at it and was like, we wanted to push down tax base, and the tax base has been effectively dampened. Well, like, look at this. Like, our tax base actually just fully collapses at game start, and then it starts to rebound, and then we get the Black Plague, and now it's starting to rebound. And I mean, we're gonna have an effect. We're gonna have a game. Like, it's not unplayable. But this is so wildly different than, like, what we had before in terms of the economy. The economy is just turbo way slower. And maybe that's a good thing, because people have been complaining about the economy being too fast. I think the fact that the wealth is all going to the rural areas, that's fucking weird, though. And, like, not a good thing. And, like, need to stack prod modifiers, dominate industry to push out competitors? Absolutely, but even then, you'll still push towards break-even. Stockpile has to be above 50% for this to trigger, by the way. Yeah, but anytime you have a positive thing, eventually you'll get there. Storage people are duplicating items, so we need to ban hammers. Yeah. I think 1.3 is going to be worse than 1.2. They haven't really fixed anything at all. In this version I can see, the only thing they did was make, was worse than 1.2. I disagree. I think performance might be worse, though. Let's see if this is a universal problem. Maybe it's because we're playing Italy. Well, okay. Sure. Let's look at the pest market. Let's sort by price difference. Yeah. We see a bunch of urban stuff, or a bunch of rural stuff, and we'll see books. Yeah, books are at 50% price here. Or they're at 66% price. Oh, this is not a good where there's, like, anything going on, though, yet. There's, like, not enough supply and demand for that to, like, have an effect. Yeah, I don't know, man. It looks like it's doing it everywhere. We actually have zero production of cloth, and pest has gone to 0 because of the stockpile effect. And the stockpile effect will go away as the stockpile depletes and then the buildings open back up, but it's going to lead to, like, either oscillating between getting this effect and not, or just having buildings being break even. The issue I've been seeing people posting about is it tanks prices for urban stuff and burgers can't buy goods, prices tank even more. Yeah, but they have some minimum demands no matter what. But yeah, you're playing off the minimum demands as well. Because all the money is pushed to the rural areas. Unless you kneecap your nobles getting rich off rurals, not serfs, right? Yes. That's how you know QA didn't test it. Yeah. There's a whole 180 flip on IRL, so it's an arcade game. The Reddit will go wild once they find out. Also, don't Pop's demands collapse because burgers make no money. They used to not. They seem like they may be doing it now. Previously, it's not actually worked properly. Where it's basically worked on a per location basis where once they demand the good once, they demand it forever, but also the UI that shows here and the UI that shows in locations is not the same. You can't undersupply if you have a trade on? Oh, it's true. Can't undersupply because the consumer base has no money, so they keep buying less due to less demand. This isn't how demand works. They just demand the things. They will demand more than they own. They will demand more than their income. And some demands are inflexible. Like cloth. Oh, that's new. Okay, so like glass. Glass demand is constant. They will demand the glass no matter what. Here they actually need at least 50% income versus expensive. That's new. That did not used to be the case. Wow. They put in more of these as well. There did not used to be this amount of, you need this baseline amount of consumption to start consuming this thing, or this base amount of income. But if they didn't fix the issue and demand stays constant, then it'll stimmy it up, but, yeah. Every good becomes RAM. Every good becomes RAM. And it trolls you and doesn't understand that, the entire world will export to your market. Oh, so true. Yeah, if you undersupply something, the other markets will just export to you. Yeah, this is kind of great in a way. You can now at export cost totally crater other nations' markets. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if I'd call it excellent. Mechanically, RGOs need to be way unattractive. They aren't creating value for nothing. They're being treated like it is. It ruins economic circulation. There needs something. Yeah, so the RGOs being different is making this really funky, because otherwise it would still be pushing all the values down, but the RGO prices would completely tank. But as it stands, it's going to do the reverse. It's going to tank the outputs. But if RGO prices tanked they tank when they're oversupplied, but if RGO price is tanking, right? If this RGO price dropping really low, if this caused the RGO to no longer be profitable, and then they produce less of it, then this would make the inputs really cheap, and then the urban stuff would be able to be the one that extracts value. But yeah. But this is turbocharged boom and bust cycles. Yeah. I don't own the glass thing. They changed the economy, so someone should have tested the economy. Yeah. Hordes are OP this patch? Nothing new? Maybe. They were OP before, weren't they? This is why you have betas. How's the patch for you? This is looking rough. Well, I mean, I don't think this makes it unplayable, but I don't think this is a good sim. I think it's interesting. I think they slowed down the economy. They succeeded at that, but the method that they used pushes all of the tax base to rural locations. So I feel like performance is worse. I do feel like performance is worse as well. Does it mean the market warehouses are good now or bad now? It means that technically maybe the meta is actually to delete them and rebuild them. Actually, oh my god. No. The metagame is going to be deleting your markets to delete. Oh my god. The meta is going to be deleting warehouses to delete stored goods and then rebuilding them to increase warehouse supply to remove this effect to drive up prices. Oh, that's so stupid if that's meta. Oh, it's like, oh, that's so lame to micro too. Can you imagine just like on cooldown, just deleting the things and then rebuilding them? Oh no. Just as soon as the effect kicks in, you delete your extra storage or move your market. Like, here the thing is like, I wonder what percentage of players play on the beta, but like, having stuff be really, really wonky on delivery is like, I don't know. So no trade and under-demanded everything and only expand RGOs? Yeah, this is kind of it. I mean, I think that this is interesting. the part that makes it, in my mind, like a bad sim, and rather than a really clever way to slow down the economy, is like less the storage thing and more the fact that all the places that do make money are just entirely RGO places. People complain the cloth industry is super difficult to sustain that. Yeah, it's going to be like, if they fix the demand so that it's dynamic instead of locking. Because if it's locking, you only have to get it in once. But if they fix demand, such that they're not going to actually properly demand the thing, burgers will never make money ever, basically. This is going to be in a state that is just perma, like, not making money, I think. Even, like, look at our burgers, look how much they're making from trade. We're making an obscene amount from trade, and they're also making a lot from lack of control. Even after all that, they're still underwater on their expenses. So, yeah. When you build new production buildings, old burgers should become disloyal and revolt to destroy kill competition. Yeah, the real guild system. Could you mod an input goods for RGOs? Probably. Hi, Mr. Journalist. Why am I miserable? I don't know. I mean, I don't think that this is necessarily ruins gameplay, though. It just makes the economy way smaller, which is fine. We're the ones testing the economy. That's what an opt-in beta is. Yeah, this is kind of what an opt-in beta is. I still think, like... I'm not upset, other than to the extent I know that, like, people are going to be so mad on Reddit and the forums, I think, with this. Trade will go underwater after, like, 200 years, probably, or something like this. Maybe it, like... maybe it doesn't go underwater, but, like, trade's gonna get a lot worse because of building maintenance. At a certain point, I don't want to sim a game. It seems like work to manage, not a fun map painter or wargame or nation builder. Well, everyone being slower economies... I don't think I like the world where, like, the estates were just expanding every RGO, and you never expanded RGOs, and you never built roads because the estates built the roads. Like, that was, like, nonsense. I think I'm kind of a fan of a slowdown in this regard. It's been nice to decide to build a road and have that feel like a decision that was correct. But the flip side of things is I don't like that the capital, which has the most production buildings, is like not even a location. It's just it's what is it like it's an inputs fact. It's like turned on its head. It's just like the only purpose of the capital is to supply demand for the rural areas. And this is like time to move the capital to the silver, but like actually, because other stuff just can't become profitable. I feel like most of the things they added don't work. Any other things, Playmaker? Metagame's gonna be waiting a few days? Yeah, I don't know. I think that even if it's an open beta, like, people come back for the open beta and then they try the thing, and so, like, I don't think... I think it's better for testing, but it's not necessarily healthier for the player base. Deleting warehouses won't work out at everywhere, because everywhere else will just leave them up. So their prices collapse. Oh, so you're saying they just dump goods into your market and lower the prices? Yeah, maybe. But maybe you just have to keep moving the market then. I don't know if moving the market resets stuff to base price, but if it does, you actually should just pay to move the market repeatedly. Does it stimulate RGOs or do they collapse for it? RGOs also collapse here, but the key point about RGOs is even though they're collapsing to omega low prices, they have no inputs. But you see here the RGO, the effective supply is like, over half of it is from this effect. Zero dev caveman meta, less supply. No, you want more supply, you just need to move it. But yeah, I think actually you just want to move your market on cooldown. I can't fathom why people want more roadblocks and growth in this game. A lot of people wanted the economy slower. Because they feel that they have unlimited money. I mean, I do not feel like I have unlimited money here. Problem is trade will flood the market. Yeah, I think, but it still takes some months to move. I think the play is actually just to move the market constantly. Back and forth between, like, the two best locations for the market. I tested in observer mode, 1527. Egypt only has 300 tax base, and Bohemia has 1,000 plus tax base. Castile has 200 tax base, and no new world locations have been colonized because they're so poor. Playmaker, it's like the pre-release, like, nobody has any money meta. They're already mad, so it changes nothing. Big true. No, actually, they were positive in the opening of salvo of hours. But now people are getting far enough for this to be a thing. The effect is strong enough, it would cold zero the entire economy if RGOs were affected too. RGOs are affected, but they have no margin. Or they have no input goods, so they don't get killed. They could just make the estate have less gold or expenses too. That's what I would have liked. I would have liked that they never did the original change where they, I don't know why I point to this all the time. It was the same time when they reworked, what is it, all of the stuff to scale based off economic base instead of tax base. They did not have to give the estates the money from lack of control. I was not a fan of this because this super ballooned up the money. But now we're back to where the estates have no money again. I think you're using the word rural versus capital. You can have rural spots that are still cities. I mean rural as in not urbanized because all the values in the RGOs. So like this is going to end up being one of our higher tax-based locations because everything gets collapsed but the wool price doesn't. I was most excited for independent operations, and it doesn't work at all. Yeah. They should be doing a patch tomorrow, before more people try over the weekend. I don't know. If they didn't have their testing... I don't think this is going to be fixed before the weekend. Thoughts for the demand changes for ships? Those are probably okay. I think it's a double whammy though. I don't know how I feel about the building maintenance increasing for ships and manpower buildings. I think it maybe makes ships too expensive, and makes it so you only want to ever do mercenaries. Delete all markets, problem solved. Big true. What if you make a bunch of small markets not like this? The stockpiles will eventually fill. You just want to move the markets. My eco felt super strong for doing nothing. I think that's why your economy was so good. You didn't put any effort into it. The real solution, if you ignore the economy, then the economic changes don't affect you. Damn. Wondering if this gets better in 50 years as nations get bigger? They don't get bigger. This is not... No, this isn't... This is not going to get better. With all costs going up for war? Well, costs won't properly go up for war, really. The costs for war will still be... They'll still be collapsed, too. Everything's cheaper. It's just... The cheapness, like, squeezes everything to equilibrium, and then... it squeezes... And then it can't squeeze, like, the lumber to equilibrium. So these things have to be the things that make money. But I thought there was a closed beta for this. Was there not? Because they had a invite-only, like, beta for something. Maybe they just decided not to pull the trigger on it? I don't think most of this... There's no way this doesn't get fixed before release. You might as well just, like, cancel the... I mean, like, the gameplay is not necessarily bad, but, like, this is such a wonky simulation to me. Like, you might as well just, like, cancel the patch, but this is, like, real bad from us. Like, the gameplay seems fine-ish. I mean, our economy's way slower. That's that's what the people wanted, right? The economy was way too fast. It felt like you had unlimited money, and now it's not going to feel like that at all. I don't know how I feel about the mechanism, but the mechanism is like elegant in some sort of way because it will actually push. It will push anything that is positive, where you have positive surplus amount of goods. It will push everything that has positive balance. It's going to push all these things to zero profitability. Wait, why does this have positive balance? Wait, what? Oh, don't tell me it's oscillating. Oh. All the buildings all at once get just profitable enough to employ. They employ up. They collapse the price. The price is going to undulate down. No. It's just like way up and down, up and down. I was about to say it's really elegant because it's actually pushing everything to be equilibrium supply, but basically the stockpile gets emptied. Or the stockpile gets emptied. That's like what's here. The stockpile gets empty, the price collapses lower and lower and lower, industries close, and then the stockpile starts emptying because there's more demand than there is supply. And then as it empties, it pushes the price up. As the price hits a critical point, all the industries reopen that have been previously closed, collapsing the price, and then the price goes down again and all the firms close. This is, I mean, like, to some degree, if you're trying to get equal supply and demand, this is, like, a way to do this, and it takes a bunch of money out of the economy. The thing is the place that's making money is all those, like, rural locations. Or the few firms that can completely dominate the industry. Like, Venice is the only one that has glass production. And so they get 0.06 taxes per level. But they have a lot of these things, and they have a bunch of other buildings. Venice is actually Venice is in the dominant spot in most buildings, and they are actually, I think they actually just have most of the production for the entire market. Because they have enough prod efficiency. So it's really winner take all via prod efficiency. Because if everything's getting forced to break even, then it's really matters to be the last person who gets forced to break even. So it is super uber winner takes all. I don't know if I think that's probably an issue. Isn't the stockpiling thing silly from an abstract sim sense too? Well, in an abstract sim sense, you would have production and supply reach an equilibrium where they are equal. Most ships are 10x the cost, so a fleet of 50 light ships is like 5,000 gold. When you have a bunch of markets, the cost to destroy them floors at 5 prestige per tab. They made mercs and regulars much more expensive. Well, mercs are the only thing you can build now. Or I guess maybe actually it's the levy meta because you're so poor. Why worry about this when you could just automate balance in buildings? If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Yeah. But I mean, maybe Venice being winner takes, like, I don't know if this is good gameplay, but maybe it's a good sim. Invite only beta was 1.2? Okay. So what's the fix? You make this effect like not so big, I think. I don't know where this is scaling to. I don't know if this is flat scaling or percentage scaling. I suspect this is flat scaling, and it could scale up to, like, if the stockpile is completely full, it scales up to 50. You could just, like, make this effect scale with the size of the market so that it doesn't hit plus 50 in a market where your overall supply is incredibly low. Right? If this is just flat 50, when you have a small market, flat 50 is fucking enormous. If we have an actually big market, flat 50 is not that big a deal. So, like, this is really, really wonky depending on how it scales. If it scales proportionate to the market and it's doing this, you could just reduce the effect. If it's not scaling proportionate to market, it should. Like, the more... The market value here is 450. Maybe the effect, in terms of maximum number of buy orders, should not exceed, like, I don't know, some percent of the market. I don't know what it is. But, like, 3% of the market, let's say. So this means the effect still stays in place in the late game, because a flat modifier would effectively just get deleted and stop making an effect anyways. And then in the early game, it doesn't, like, completely, like, do this. But also, I think I think this kind of highlights an issue, is the RGOs, like, not having inputs is just weird. Maybe it's not a problem, but, like, it creates a situation here that's really strange. Are we back to nobody colonizing? We back, baby. I'm a firm believer that the devs should stop listening to forums in terms of specifics. I've had someone make the argument that they should stop listening to me, specifically. And maybe some of my suggestions make the game less fun, but... I feel like some of the economic stuff, they don't think through entirely what effects this is going to have. Like, in 1.1, when it was released, it was this weird arbitrage system where you could create more demand. You could create demand out of thin air by shuffling stuff back and forth. Imagine trying to manage the oscillations manually in over 400 game years. Yeah, that would just be nightmarish. You just let it do its thing, honestly. Hamcuts, did you raid? Wait, did you raid forever ago? Or are you raiding now? Not like this. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated, my guy. Hello to his viewers. I'm behind on chat, so... Boom bust cycles? I mean, we got boom bust cycles, we got equilibrium, price, supply, and demand. We just got a lot of strangeness. Simulation's so opaque that 90% of players won't understand why the game's like this. Yeah, they'll just be like, my economy has gone into, like, zero mode. What's going on? I don't understand. I'm just crying, screaming, and also, in fact, throwing up. God, I'm just looking at the stone output and getting a little feral here, being like, stone. Not good. Deleting warehouses prevents this. Maybe kicks down the road down, the can down the road a little. It's possible that deleting and rebuilding warehouses is meta. There are damping factors in reality that keep that sort of cycles from happening. But it is interesting. Using the economy as an iterative calculation for the market equilibrium, eat that. Big true. I want EU5 to feel more low-key like a Vic3 economy. I think that what you would need is like a construction queue. Like, the construction loop is really integral to like how Vic3 plays. Like, I think you would need to have that. And have construction do something different. I don't know. Do you notice that antagonism is backwards for the main/secondary targets? I did not, but that's good to know. Attacking your target's ally and co-belligerating your intended target is new meta? Not like this. But, welcome, Ham. Wait, this is 8 hours and we're in 1371. We spend a lot of time talking about stuff and looking at stuff. But, I don't know what the fix is here. How big is the stockpile? Market warehouses at 100 per level. It's based on... It's not even based on the size of the stockpile, too. That would also be better. It's apparently based on the proportion of the stockpile, so... Also, if stockpile is going to be omni-important, I would want it represented in the UI better. I guess this was right here. I'm just not used to giving a shit. But actually, maybe this is good. We have a full stockpile on wool, so we have the biggest collapse possible. What is this scaling off of? Is it 33? It's 32.08. I'm not sure exactly how it's... Oh, stock. Is it scaling with the size of the stockpile? It must be. Because your stockpile gets bigger as your dev gets bigger. Is scaling proportionate to the size of the stockpile then? In absolute terms. So actually market warehouses are actually a huge punt. I'm gonna check this. So it was at 32. So even if it's proportional or absolute to the size of the stockpile here. It's proportionate to the size of the stockpile. Holy shit. It's... Oh, it's time to delete the market warehouse always and forever. Ever, ever, ever. Oh. What's the equilibrium price of this now? We gotta wait like a month. It's 35% higher. Holy shit. I'm in awe of your streaming stamina. I just don't stop talking, and then if he dies, he dies. I do have to get going soon. I haven't even eaten today. So, I was making dinner for my kids. Well, there's a big confound there. I don't have kids. Kids are tiring. Yeah. They don't think through the total economic effects of what they're doing. Can we stay away from politics, please? Oh, no, not like this. Someone said the means of production. I would think that this goods production shock situation would be fixed by production buildings being partially employed, not fully employed, and most profitable buildings being employed first, not all buildings. It is partially fixed by that, and we could see in like the instance of Venice, that's what's happening right now with the glass. This thing is fully employed, it's profitable, but the glass price is at an equilibrium such that no other places can employ it. But there's no like... there's no market leader for spinners guilds, although maybe we could be that market leader. Such that they are the ones that are constantly employing the thing. Taking market capital from Venice feels like it should be the top priority. Absolutely. That way we can delete the warehouse. Everyone knows that in the mid-1500s, countries started building warehouses, and as a consequence, they collapsed the entire European economy. This must be avoided at all cost. History must be averted. Can't believe John Paradox would do this to us. Yeah. This fix is less reading chat and more gameplay, or not pausing while talking if at peace. Yeah. 100%. Also, I, like, punt really hard when I'm streaming, in general. This is, We're getting some strange outcomes, though. Remember when you just clicked the Diplo dev button and got money? It's not a true journalist stream unless he's saying what the fuck and looking at something. Yeah. I'm just pushing the merchant in the trade node. Isn't that 3 where you would put the priority for the merchant and then they'd auto distribute to the high priority places? So warehouses are the most important building you can build, except by not building them. You have them all going and close them to destroy a ton of stockpile, and then you open them and have spare demand. This is maybe the way to do it, yeah. Which... Yikes, but it could just be the case that you want to never open them to begin with. But yeah, kids are expensive. Yes. Hijacking the chat. Yeah, no, I'm skimming through. Every new mechanic upsets me in a way of trying to get my strategic goals. It's more like a grand tactics game. Grand tactics. I think that we're gonna hit a... This thing's gonna... We know the price is falling right now. This thing's gonna get wildly unprofitable. And maybe not even be able to employ it. Maybe we're supposed to subsidize it. Should we be destroying production buildings if it becomes unprofitable? The issue is if... It's possible that what you're supposed to do is a really insane-o thing where you're just supposed to undersupply everything, but the problem is all these markets that have uber collapsed prices will just start shipping the goods to you. I think you either produce the inputs or you're crying. Because all the money, a bunch of values getting eviscerated, right? Because prices are getting manipulated way down anytime there's a surplus of anything, but what it does is it just kills all the urban buildings. But you can't kill. Wait, why is this... Isn't this the... I didn't boot in... The purple is like, isn't that... Whatever mode? This is a little bit buggy. Oh, beta. .3 meta is to blob for RGOs and then employ Chinese flooding strat to collapse everyone's urban income. Maybe. What if you take over the market and embargo everyone else? Then maybe. Actually, if you have a self-contained market and you embargo everyone else and you meticulously undersupply every single good that is demanded, you won't get a price collapse and your buildings will make 10 times as much. Or like 50 times as much, because otherwise they're break even. The theoretical, best way to play just, can't be that insipid. I do not want to do that. That seems like a massive headache. Do you think an econ game would be more fun if goods were more vertical, not lateral, meaning goods lead to other goods in a pyramid, not just floating around unrelated good, raw good to manufactured? To some extent? Autarky and 1400 optimal? Yeah. But then your pops will run out of money? No, they'll make way more money. One of the issues is that the burgers can't make money under the current system. Our burgers are making money because we have trade, but if you take out trade, our burgers would just be uber underwater. They'd be making half as much as what they're spending. And so then they wouldn't be able to buy the fine cloth, I guess. But there's no wealth in any of our urban locations, basically. Which is crazy. Also, I don't know how it's handled, where... I think that for the purposes of creating more demand, I think that their trade income is actually irrelevant. I don't know why they're demanding fine cloth then, though. Is there still building maintenance? There's no building maintenance on production building. Oh, I don't think we wanted that yet. You know what, though? The value of trying to stimmy the economy with fort... Oh, fort maintenance is now efficiency, not discount. Oh, they changed that too. No value for anyone. Get wrecked. Just off these changes, playing wide 100 times better. I'm not bothering with all that. I don't know if wide is... I think they nerfed wide. I'm not sure. Can I get a look at the market goods price real fast? Yeah. And then I think we're gonna... So these are the most expensive things. And then very quickly you see stuff gets real cheap. Prices are just generally pretty collapsed. You want to see what price elasticity looks like? You want to see my medicaments? My medicaments? Yeah, I mean, this is just... Should we be in the just chatting category? Wow, bang bang, shots fired. You're right that we're not making progress. Trying to kind of identify this, but honestly, we should wrap up the stream because we've been live for like 9 hours. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that actually. Let's find someone to raid. The new way great powers calculator seems to favor wide. Yeah, it's just based on area and it doesn't care about how valuable the area is past a certain point. It's like 0 to 10. And like Slovakia being the same value in terms of points as like Lower Egypt is insanity. Let's see who's streaming EU5. Looks like Cleo's streaming. We maybe raid Cleo. Alright. This seems fine to me.
Guys, I don't think I see.
Guys, she doesn't see something. Although, maybe we're just sending a bunch of people to complain to the economy about the economy there. Although she plays Venice a whole lot, as far as I understand, she's probably going to be playing Venice. She has a graduate degree in Venetian history, so she'll be actually be in good shape and just making a ton of glass and like minding her own business and this type of thing. But we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. And then or the Twitch people, we didn't say goodbye to the YouTubers, just to let the YouTubers go. Or no, now that the Twitch viewers are gone, you guys are my favorite, but we'll say goodbye to you guys too. And then we're gonna get something to eat.